remember the type of instrumentation that US had those days in the 50s and 60s or even 70s. It had limitation. And today, when we are talking of our sun in this particular stellar system, our solar system could be different from the other solar system in the same stellar system. And today, the Voyager 1 and Voyager 2, launched by USA long back, I think it was in 1977, is just around at the periphery of our solar system. And from there, our sun looks like a very small, pale dot. So we are yet to explore the cosmos, in case if you ask frankly. And just for the information of all your viewers, Neptune is the farthest planet, and it takes about 163 odd years to go around the sun. So our generation, our lifespan will not be able to even see the Neptune, one of the planets, going all over, making one single orbit. So that's the type of vastness of the cosmos that we are talking of. Much more of the assumptions, much more of the understanding of the cosmos are assumptions, are theories that scientists have laid down, but very little, if I be frank to my heart, very little we know exactly what happens. This L1 point, the whirlpool, how in the whirlpool, once that particular satellite goes into the graveyard of the whirlpool, how it lands somewhere else. You can imagine when Earth is moving around the sun at almost nearly 29 kilometers per second velocity. This massive structure, it is creating a lot of imbalances, disturbances in the gravitational field that is all around the sun. And remember, Earth is only the third planet. There are many others in the line. As it happens there in the universe, many things are not understood well. We have the assumptions, we have the theories, we have some sort of theory that lays down onto the principles of how it may be working. But many things in the solar system are unknown. It is yet to be explored. And there, this Aditya is the probe which is going beyond the Earth in the gravitational area where the true gravity of sun and earth will be equating nearly each other, and it will remain there. From there, all those sensors are looking at the sun 24/7, not even blinking. Should one event happen at the sun, all those events will be caught by the 7 sets of sensors that Aditya has got. Of course, in the coming years, coming decades, many more sensors may have to be launched or mounted onto those probes, onto those spacecraft, to have much more wider understanding of the sun. But this is the beginning. L1 Aditya is the first one that we are sending, and in the coming years, coming decades, many more information we'll be seeking, and some data at least will be coming through a set of instruments that we are sending.
Absolutely, Group Captain Jha. Indeed, this is something that is of utmost significance if we see as far as the ISRO's new mission is concerned. But Srijan, if we talk more about this solar mission, it has completed its transit for more than 100 days. How much time now it is going to take, or what is the time span that has been set to study and, as you were saying, to study solar flares, the solar storms and the impact? How is it going to go about now if we talk about the coming, months or years?
So the plan is to make Aditya L1 work for 5 years and probably more. For that, we have set up the right fuel amount in it. As I told you, the engine is in place, and we have done all the preparation for years-long worth of mission. It may probably go more than 5 years. The 5 years should be our minimum, because sun is, we don't know how the sun would behave when the solar winds come, what solar flares go, on what direction do they go, what CME or coronal mass ejection is going out. It's all unpredictable. So you need a long span analysis of the sun. The beauty of the L1 point is that while it is unstable, it is also a point in which you can study the sun 24/7. So there is nothing to block your view of the sun. So the data which you collect is probably more than the other Lagrange points which lie elsewhere between the sun and the earth. So this is our advantage. Our disadvantage is, of course, the fact that we will have to constantly keep correcting the orbit or the orbital motion of Aditya L1. Any loss of that could be catastrophic. So ISRO has prepared for that. That is the reason we have such confidence now that we are going to choose that Lagrange point, which is actually the most difficult one, the unstable one, because that is the best point to view the sun. We have already seen a lot of pictures, as Group Captain Jha was saying. A lot of image and data has already started coming in the due course of his journey towards the L1 point. And I tell you, in terms of data, the visible spectrum, the VELC, this part, which is collecting data in the visible light of the sun, so you can see that photograph clearly like a photograph, that is giving us about 1440 photographs per day. So you can imagine what amount of data is just one device capturing. There's 7 different payloads. One payload is capturing this much of data. Imagine in a period of 5 years, what vast amount of data L1 would be giving to India. And because we believe in sharing that data with the rest of the community for analysis, which no other space agency does the way we do it, it would be a very important input point for not just Indian space scientists and astronomers, but also the community as a whole across the earth to study data from Aditya L1. Aditya L1 has learned a lot from previous mistakes which ESA and NASA had made. I told you about SOHO, SOHO, which was another such analyzer which was lost because of poor maneuvering. We have corrected all those things in our Aditya L1. It is the cheapest solar probe which anybody has sent, and we are very hopeful that this data will keep coming. I'm really, if you ask me what is my dream in terms of what we get out of Aditya L1, if we can get 2 answers, and we will not get the direct answer, as Group Captain Jha was saying, it's a vast space, but if we can get some clue of why the outer layer of the sun, which should have been cooler, is actually the hottest layer of the sun. If that clue we can get, some clue to that, why does it happen? Do nuclear reactions happen in the atmosphere of the sun? Maybe that's the reason why it's so hot. That's number 1. And number 2, if we can create a model where we can track the trajectory and the occurrence of coronal mass ejections, solar flares and solar winds. Solar winds are blowing in the atmosphere of the sun, solar flares are ejecting out of it electromagnetic waves, and coronal mass ejection are basically ions and plasma which come out of the sun towards the earth. If we can keep a track, some clue we can get about all these things in posterity, in future, these will be critical as we also explore not just for Earth's safety, but other planets where we may venture out. We would need such data and predictive models. And I think Aditya L1 is a great step in that long journey, which I'm sure India would be able to lead for the rest of the world.
Sachin, you mentioned about SOHO. There are a couple of other countries also who have, in fact, gone on to make this solar mission. But how different is it? You mentioned about the budget as well. But tell us in details, like how different is this mission of the ISRO from the other missions that have already been launched in the past?
Yes. So in terms of, if I compare, there's only NASA and ESA who have actually sent probes to the sun. And technology keeps shifting. Better cameras keep coming, better analyzing and spectrometers keep coming. So Aditya L1 is the newest product in that generation. So it's your newest variant of solar analyzers. So the equipment which we have built are the best in the class. The camera which has been built there, the X-ray spectrometer it's both high and low energy. It can analyze. So we have learned from what was missed from other countries, and we have incorporated those changes within our own system. Remember that Aditya L1 is broadly, it is a one product does all sort of a thing, because it does X-ray, it analyzes UV, it analyzes visible spectrum, it analyzes plasma, it analyzes solar winds, it analyzes magnetic sphere, the magnetosphere of the sun. So it does everything. In a way, it's a comprehensive product in space industry, which is able to do everything which you need to analyze about the sun. Most of the things which have gone in the past did not have such comprehensive nature. And of course, because technology has moved, the cameras, the equipments, the spectrometers which you use are of very high resolution and very high sensitivity. sensitivity. So that makes it even better. One important thing also is there that it is something called the LAM engine. This engine which I talked about, this engine, which is equal to that of a motorcycle, but it is very useful. This is a tried and tested engine. We used it in Chandrayaan. We used it in the past, the Chandrayaan 2 mission also. So this is a very formidable engine, and we believe that this can last for 5 years. It can keep Aditya L1 in place. Remember, there'll be a lot of temperature variations. You are between Earth, you're no longer on Earth. The temperature keeps changing rapidly. So all these things have a large effect on the engine. And because we've tried a tested engine here, I believe the resilience of Aditya L1 is better than what Soho had or any other product of NASA had in the past.
Right, Group Captain Viren Jha, of course, as Srijan was mentioning about the key features, but also talking about the mistakes that now we understand ISRO is learning from and implementing and correcting them in this mission. But tell us about the challenges, because we've seen any kind of space journey, space mission has its own sets of challenges. Tell us about this solar mission. It's India's first solar mission, of course, and what could be the challenges as far as the Aditya L1 propelling into this orbit is concerned?
Look, any of the spacecraft space exploration has got its own challenges. And as far as Aditya is concerned, Lagrange 1 point is the one place, as very briefly, our co-panelist mentioned, Srijan mentioned, absolutely right. It is slightly unstable orbit, helico orbit. L2 is another one behind the Earth, and that is explored by many nations who are going to study the deep space in the absence of the sunlight. L2 is in the dark part of Earth that doesn't look at the sun. So in case if anyone wants to study the dark space, deep space, where there is no light to disturb you, L2 is the best point. And earlier, many nations, NASA, ESA, Chinese also, they have sent their, I think, Change 2 was the aircraft which they had sent to the L2 point. And then again, there are some joint ventures as well as with Russia also. So many missions have gone to the L2. L3 and is something which is on the other side of the sun. Usually we have not gone there. Some countries have been able to send it there. L4 is ahead of the Earth as it is traveling towards the sun, and L5 is behind the Earth. So this is the pattern. Earth is there. L1, where Aditya is going, is relatively easier to go there. Of course, it has got its own pros and cons. As it is going towards that speed, as I mentioned to you, velocity keeps on washing. So it will be easier for ISRO to inject Aditya into the Lagrange point 1. But all said and done, it has got intricacies. It has got its own challenges. When we design anything, we do FMECA, failure mode analysis, that we do it. And surely when ISRO will be injecting that, they would have studied all this. What are the pros and cons of missing that injection? There will be first, attempt in which I'm sure they will be able to inject it. But then there are second, there are third. It's a vast area. It is not a point, as I mentioned to you earlier. It's a vast area. They should be able to inject it easily, relatively, with much ease, with much of the comfort. They will be having lot of fuel left over in the engines, with which it should be able to maneuver. So all the best to ISRO. They should be able to do it without any problem. I see no, intricacy in that.
Srijan, of course, we've seen when Chandrayaan's landing was going to happen, and the entire nation was waiting with a bated breath, and there was so much excitement, special screenings, and there was celebrations all across when it happened. And there was something called the 17 minutes of terror when it came to the Chandrayaan mission. What about this one? This is a maneuver, of course. This is not really a landing, but tell us more about which will be the key moment of that maneuver, and also, God forbid, but if it does not happen, so what's the plan B?
Right. So, unlike the 17 minutes of terror, I don't think it's anything to be that afraid of. Landing is much more complicated on a solid surface like Moon. Here, what's going to happen is that you have the Aditya L1. Let me take this model, right? You have Aditya L1. It will go towards its L1 point. Once it reaches the L1 point, this motor needs to fire. Right? And what we'll do is that instead of, now right now it's going like this towards the sun, it will establish itself in the L1 orbit. The orbit is, as Group Captain Jha was saying, it's quite large. It's a huge orbit which goes around between the sun and the earth. It'll keep orbiting. So this engine has to fire, number one. This is one thing which we have to watch out for. If you ask what could go potentially wrong, that's one thing. If you're unable to communicate, the communication system might fail. It happens a lot, especially if you are exposed to the sun. There's so much of radiation that sometimes your communication devices may get cooked. And if that happens, then you may lose communication. That is probably what happened with SOHO, the ESA probe we had. That is one problem. So communication should be stable. Number two, your engines should fire. And this is not the only engine. There are multiple engines to keep it in track. That has to happen. Unlike Chandrayaan, I think what we need to look forward is that ISRO needs to keep a long-term communication establishment with Aditya L1. There'll be multiple maneuvers which will happen. The L1 orbit is 177 days, so it will take 177 days to go around the L1 orbit. It needs to keep clicking the photographs of the sun all around the orbit and keep sending it back to the Earth. So two critical components now: communication should work, equipment should of course work, and the other thing which should work is the engine which keeps L1, the Aditya L1 in the Lagrange point 1 orbit, which is the Helios orbit, as you said. So these are the things. I don't think it is that complicated. Reaching there was far more complicated. We've reached there. But of course, in space, nothing is predictable. Especially if you're talking about a large radiant body like the sun. The sun is 330,000 times, which is about 3 lakh times heavier than the Earth. It has got tremendous energy. It is ejecting energy all around it. And here you are looking directly at this massive ball of energy with a tiny little Aditya L1 compared to the sun. So there's of course this uncertainty, but I'm sure ISRO has planned for all these things. We have successfully landed on the moon or the southern pole, and we have now also embarked on Gaganyaan, which are far more complicated missions. But I look forward to the longevity of Aditya L1, and fingers crossed that we do catch the right amount of data, the right side of the sun we are looking at. There's also a matter of chance. You might be able to get some information because the sun is ejecting coronal mass. At the same time, you're looking at it in the right direction. We hope that those chances and those luck plays to our side. So prayers also, not just best wishes, but also prayers for Aditya L1, and for the next 5 years it operates.
Absolutely, of course. So all eyes are on the sun today, but not quite literally, because it's harmful to, in fact, see the sun with a naked eye, of course. But this, of course, is going to be a historic maneuver, and we, of course, everybody in the country is praying for this moment. And remember, viewers, the countdown has begun. Countdown has begun for that final maneuver of the Aditya L1. 4 p.m. is the time that is right now, what we are told, is the time when we expect that moment to happen, that moment to take place. This is ISRO's first solar mission, India's first solar mission that is going to take place. It is going to, Aditya is going to be put up at the Lagrange point 1 today, as both of our esteemed guests were explaining to us right now. And before we wrap up, we of course will continue our discussion on this. But before we take a small break, Group Captain VN Jha, if you would like to give out any message or advice to the ISRO ahead of that historic moment that we are hoping to witness today.
My only message is that luck favors the brave. ISRO has been brave enough to go towards, it is not in the real sense a solar mission. We are not going anywhere close to sun. We are far away from it. It is just that gravitational equilibrium between the sun and the earth that we are going there to place our spacecraft. So we wish ISRO the very best of all. We also have a small play, as our panelist was mentioning, that sometime the solar flares are so strong that it can wipe out best of the instruments with best of the insulation capability. So that should not happen. Such electricity should not happen in all these things. We wish that those solar flare, solar wind, which can decapitate many of the satellite systems, that can incapacitate best of the orbital stations, doesn't come towards Aditya, so that Aditya keeps doing its job, keeps sensing, keeps sending the scientific data to India and the entire world, because this is the first time India will be giving these data to the entire world that it is getting from those 7 sets of sensors. So wishing ISRO the very best of all, and I hope the luck will again favor the brave. ISRO has been brave enough in planning all these things. Luck is with the ISRO. Wish them all the best from the entire nation, including me.
Absolutely. It's prayer versus the solar flare that we hope that the Aditya L1 will, of course, face very bravely, and it will be a successful maneuver. It's time for a Surya Namaskar at 4 p.m. They're quite literally by this solar mission, but we will continue our coverage on the other side, viewers, with our special guests on this historic moment that we are going to witness. Time for a very short break. On the other side, more on the solar mission and also more news and updates continue. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
TV.
Amity faculty have filed over 2,100 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been ranked among the top for innovation achievements.
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली, जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
गोल का स्टाइलिश पंखा सिर्फ हवा ही नहीं देता, आपके आलीशान घर के कोने कोने में ठंडी हवा के झोंके पहुंचाता है।
कूल फैंस के स्टाइलिश डिजाइन से घर को सुंदर बनाएं। 5 स्टार BLDC कूल फैन से बिजली भी बचाएं।
समय आ गया है घर के पंखे बदलने का और कूल फैंस घर लाने का।
ISRO's first solar mission, Aditya L1, is all set for its final maneuver to reach its destination and will be injected into its final orbit today at around 4 p.m. Upon reaching its final destination, the spacecraft will be able to view the sun without any eclipses. Commercial establishments, industries, hospitals and institutions and organizations will now have 60% of Kannada signboards. The cabinet gave the nod to the ordinance making 60% Kannada mandatory on the signboards. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will attend the DGP-IGP conference in Jaipur today. During the conference, Prime Minister will interact with the top security officials. The Special Investigation Team of the Mumbai Crime Branch has made the first arrest in the 15,000 crore Mahadev betting app case. According to the top sources, name of the accused arrested in the case is Dikshit Kothari. Ahead of the grand consecration ceremony of the Ayodhya Ram Temple on the 22nd of January, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde said that Prime Minister Modi should be thanked because he has fulfilled the dreams of crores of Indians. Ahead of the grand consecration ceremony of the Ayodhya Ram Temple, the Uttar Pradesh Police has issued an advisory on the security measures, stating that police personnel engaged in the inauguration on the 22nd of January should not use smartphones.
TV.
हेलो बेटा।
मिस्टर विकास के साथ कौन है?
बस बेटा थोड़ी देर और। वो मिस्टर विकास की फाइल आप पॉलिसी बाजार। मैम आपका हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस क्लेम अप्रूव हो गया है, अब आप सर को घर ले जा सकती हैं।
क्लेम के टाइम पे हमेशा आपकी हेल्प को तैयार। पॉलिसी बाजार 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 390 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
सीएम योगी के नेतृत्व में आज उत्तर प्रदेश $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी बनने की ओर अग्रसर है। अब उत्तर प्रदेश की पहचान देश के अग्रणी राज्य के रूप में हो रही है। देश दुनिया के निवेशकों को ये प्रदेश अपनी बेहतर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, पारदर्शी नीतियों एवं अपार सहूलियतों की वजह से आकर्षित कर रहा है।
हमारी कंपनी ANK बायोमेडिकल सर्विसेज जो है टर्नकी प्रोजेक्ट, हॉस्पिटल एक्रेडिटेशन और बायोमेडिकल क्षेत्र में काम कर रही है। हम अपनी कंपनी के माध्यम से एक वर्ल्ड क्लास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप करने में मदद करते हैं कस्टमर्स और क्लाइंट्स के लिए। पहले इन चीज़ों के लिए हमारे क्लाइंट्स को दूसरे राज्यों का देखना पड़ता था, सहारा लेना पड़ता था, बट अभी ये सारी सर्विसेज उनको यूपी के अंदर ही अवेलेबल है। और मैं उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार का बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ कि प्राइवेट और गवर्नमेंट का जो समागम इस सरकार ने इस क्षेत्र में किया है वो इससे पहले हमने कभी भी देखा नहीं।
भाई इतनी बड़ी टाइल,
इतनी बड़ी बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स तो बड़े होने चाहिए। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, जमीन से जुड़े।
Whenever I had ice cream or cold water, I would experience a sharp shooting sensation, so I just kept ignoring it. Even my hot chai was giving me the same amount of discomfort. My dentist recommended Sensodyne, so now I can be completely carefree and sip my hot cup of tea. It really works.
It's a competitive market and consumers should be spoiled for choices. That's what we always believe. So if you are good, the consumers will choose you. We are already among the top 5 brands globally and in India. Less than 10K. Phantom V Fold, we were the number 2 to bring in the fold segment, a price which was less than 100K. We were the first to bring a flip phone, which was also the first in the segment. So Techno always is segment first or India first. And all these phones are made in India, made by Indians. So we believe in Digital India, Atmanirbhar Bharat.
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, हर घर पहुंचेगा नल से जल। अब तक 13.5 करोड़ से अधिक नल कनेक्शन। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
इस दुनिया में बस हम दो हैं, दुनिया जिनकी दीवानी है। आ रहे हैं हम दोनों।
In Chanapora locality of Srinagar, we are seeing NIA Islat has reached here to attach the property of Mushtaq Ahmed. This is the case of 2023 in June when there was an import with the Srinagar police about the weaponry present in the Srinagar district. Accordingly, the raids were carried by the joint forces and the agencies, and finally the recovery was made. That also includes the 15 pistols, 30 magazines, and also 300 rounds with one silencer that was recovered from the 4 accused in this case. Finally, the court has issued an order related to the property attachment that my Vijay Mubashir is showing you. This is the property that is now being attached by the NIA. As far as the terror funding is concerned, we are seeing the teams of NIA that is being supported by Jammu and Kashmir Police, the Srinagar Police, and also the CRPF is here to assist this very attachment of the property. This is not the first case that NIA is attaching the property. We have seen a number of cases. Rather, in one of the cases just a few meters from here, Said Salahuddin's son's property was also attached by NIA a few months back. So we are seeing a complete crackdown on terror in Kashmir.
TV.
Amity faculty have filed over 2,100 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been ranked among the top for innovation achievements.
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली, जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
Just another tycoon. Hustling way too early in the morning. Passing on this happy tune. Helping babies feel at ease. Aw, all kinds of babies. No drive is just another drive when you're in a tycoon. Volkswagen.
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, कोई नहीं रहेगा भूखा। हर महीने 80 करोड़ लोगों को मिल रहा है मुफ्त राशन। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
In just a few days, India is all set to celebrate the 75th Republic Day. The parade rehearsals are currently underway in full swing at Delhi's Kartavya Path. Republic Day parade will feature 2 all-women contingents. This contingent will include women Agniveer soldiers from the Navy and Air Force. This year's NCC Republic Day camp will see the largest participation of girl cadets, with a total of 907 girls. PM Modi has formally invited French President Emmanuel Macron to be the chief guest at the 75th Republic Day function. The Delhi police has been conducting mock drills as part of its security preparations for Republic Day. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
TV.
मेरे भाई अरविंद कुमार की कुछ महीने पहले एक्सीडेंट में डेथ हो गई। उन्होंने पॉलिसी बाजार से टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस लिया हुआ था, जो अब भाभी के घर के खर्च और बच्चों की पढ़ाई में काम आएगा। पॉलिसी बाजार की टीम ने क्लेम दिलवाने में हमारी पूरी मदद की।
क्लेम के टाइम पे आपकी हेल्प के लिए हमेशा तैयार। पॉलिसी बाजार 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 470 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
There's a way to open up a world of opportunities with the most reputed companies of the world. The way 98% of our students secured placement last year, with top rankings and coveted accreditation to show for them. The MBA programs at the Amrita School of Business. Admissions have opened. Apply now.
भाई इतनी बड़ी टाइल,
इतनी बड़ी बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स तो बड़े होने चाहिए। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, जमीन से जुड़े।
The first Vibrant Gujarat in Amrit Kaal, the Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024 is set to take place. Infinite opportunities to meaningfully engage with Bharat and the world will unfold on this globally acclaimed future-ready platform. The last 20 glorious years of Vibrant Gujarat, a role model for the country, have infused us with new confidence, reinforcing our belief and conviction that Gujarat can achieve anything for the nation and the world. As we embark on the journey of shaping the future and building a modern, developed nation in the Amrit Kaal, Vibrant Gujarat will prove to be the growth engine for this journey, because today Gujarat is future ready. On 10th of January, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will inaugurate Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024, ushering in an era of Industry 4.0. The country's largest global trade show will open a day earlier, on January 10th, where fruitful discussions will be held on the infinite possibilities of production in the aircraft sector, the potential of Dholera, and global fintech hub at GIFT, along with brainstorming sessions on Vikasit Bharat at 2047. On January 11th, the discussions will revolve around game changers of the modern nation, such as semiconductor electronics, startups, e-commerce, tech ed, EV mobility. And on January 12th, Gujarat will engage in discussions with the world on technology, MSME, innovation and sustainability. The gateway to the future awaits your presence. Welcome to Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024.
सब जानचा है, परका है, समझा है, इसलिए मेरे समझदारी का नाम इंट्रा है।
टाटा की नई इंट्रा V20 पिकअप है इंडिया की पहली बाय फ्यूल पिकअप, जो दे आपको बढ़िया ड्राइवेबिलिटी, सुपीरियर ड्राइविंग कंफर्ट, ज्यादा लोडेबिलिटी, सबसे ज्यादा माइलेज, जो दे सबसे ज्यादा रेंज। टाटा इंट्रा V20 पिकअप, सब कुछ उठाए, हर दिन जिताए।
Very good afternoon. We're live in Breaking Republic TV. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you this Saturday afternoon, and it's going to be a historic moment yet again for ISRO and, of course, for the entire country. The countdown has begun. We'll get you more details and a lowdown on what to expect. But first, the headlines. Aditya L1 to be put in a unique orbit to monitor the sun. A historic moment awaits. Prime Minister Modi to attend the 58th DGP-IGP National Conference to be held in Jaipur today. Another FIR filed against Sharad faction leader Jitendra Awad over his Lord Ram comment. Second FIR in the matter. Navy rescues 21 sailors, including 15 Indians, from a ship in the Arabian Sea after Somali pirate alert. Another ED team probing the Bengal ration scam attacked in West Bengal. Varanasi court to pronounce verdict on release of ASI survey report in the Gyan Vapi case today. We start with the breaking developments coming in from Bengal. A day after the ED team was attacked in the state, in the West Bengal's 24 North Parganas, sources have informed Republic TV that a lookout notice has been issued against TMC convener Shah Jahan Sheikh. ED is seeking help from the Central IB, that is the Intelligence Bureau, and a lookout notice has been now issued for Shah Jahan Sheikh. He is, of course, right now incommunicado. What we know, he is nowhere to be seen as far as all his residences in West Bengal is concerned. Remember, it was yesterday when he locked himself up and instigated a mob to attack the ED officials who had come to his residence to conduct a raid. In fact, Kisholai is joining us from our Bangla newsroom from Kolkata. Kisholai, it's a lookout notice against TMC's Shah Jahan Sheikh now. Give us more details about this, please.
Well, yes, Rakshita, this is first breaking on Republic. This is exclusive information. We are getting to know that the ED has lodged a lookout notice for Shah Jahan Sheikh because, as I told you previously, as I told you earlier, that he is nowhere to be found currently. Our reporters are there at his house and we are looking for him as well, trying to get answers about what happened yesterday. He is not there. He is not in his house. He is not answering. No one is there. In fact, no human being is found in 5 of his house in Shandeshkhali, where our reporters are there. And now the update is that ED has lodged a lookout notice for Bureau and the BSF so that he cannot cross the border and go to some other country like Bangladesh. So that is also one concern for the ED. The Enforcement Directorate has lodged 3 FIRs. Before that, also 2 reports have been sent to Delhi headquarters of the central department of the ED, of the headquarters of the ED. And in those 2 reports, there are vivid descriptions of the attacks which happened yesterday, how the attacks were conducted, who were attacking them. There are screen grabs and screenshots of videos from that attack. Faces have been highlighted. We are getting to know from our sources in that report, and ED is waiting for further instruction from the Delhi headquarters. Right now, the latest update is that Shah Jahan Sheikh, the person who instigated the whole attack against ED yesterday, we saw a bloodied face of ED officials. We have never seen that in this country before. We have never seen ED officials going somewhere for investigating and getting beaten up, attacked so brutally that they are bleeding all over. 3 ED officials are right now in the hospital in Kolkata. One of them is grievously injured and right now in emergency, in serious condition as we speak, Rakshita. So you can understand the seriousness and the intensity of the attack that happened yesterday. Also, a few while ago, we broke how Shah Jahan Sheikh has spoken, had given a bite a few days back where he had spoken against the ED, and he specifically said, we have broken that exclusively, that information that he specifically said, if ED comes to Shandeshkhali, I'll teach them a lesson, and if they have guts, if they have courage, let them come here. So all this was pre-planned. This had a prelude to it. It's not instant attack. It's not what the TMC leaders are saying, that the people instantly got angered. So it's not like that. So right now the breaking is that ED is after Shah Jahan Sheikh. They have lodged a lookout notice, and we will also keep tracking about what happens with that lookout notice. Also BSF is looking for Shah Jahan Sheikh near the border areas as well. Rakshita.
All right. Thank you so much, Kisholai, for joining us with those details from our Bangla newsroom. So that is the ED swinging into action mode. And also remember, now the investigation is also intensifying. There's a lookout notice against this TMC convener who is on the run. A lookout notice has been issued. There has been a 1st of January video also where he's seen issuing open threats to the investigation agencies also. And we saw what happened yesterday in West Bengal. We'll get you all the latest updates from Ground Zero also, viewers. But right now, we are moving on to some other stories. The big stories of the day that we are tracking. And of course, one of them is the Aditya L1 mission. The ISRO's pioneering solar mission, Aditya L1, is on the cusp of entering a halo orbit around the Sun to Earth language point 1, L1 point, on Saturday, that is today. The countdown has begun. 4 p.m. is the time when we expect this historic maneuver to take place. And this strategic and historic maneuver will position the spacecraft in a stable vantage point, approximately 1.5 million kilometers from Earth, allowing it to maintain an uninterrupted view of the Sun. And for more on this, we are being joined by our special guests. In our studios, Professor Selva Murthy, who is a former DG DRDO, is joining us from the studio. Also in the studio is the senior scientist, founder Kalam Center, Srijan Pal Singh, and CEO of Homi Lab, live from our Delhi studio, and also Mr. Manish Purohit, who is a former ISRO scientist, also live from the national capital. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us here. This is indeed going to be a historic moment. Professor Selva Murthy, to you first. This has been a great year. We talk about 2023. And talking about this year, on the very first day, we saw the ExpoSat milestone that was achieved by ISRO. And today, it's going to be Sun. India is now aiming for the Sun, and how? Tell us your views and your vision for this historic maneuver that's going to take place and this mission in total.
Thank you, Rakshita. ISRO, Indian Space Research Organization, celebrated the New Year Day and wishing 8 billion people with the success of ExpoSat, which is a very unique experiment of polarization of X-rays in space. So now this is yet another important moment for the Indian space research, where we are going to have an observatory, the solar observatory in space at about 15 lakh kilometer distance from the Earth. And now we will be about 1/10 of the distance to the moon from that point, where there will be no occult and no obstruction for the visualization and getting the information data from the solar surface. So this is a very, very important achievement, Aditya L1 mission. The Sun is a very important star, which is the most important part of our solar system. Then when you look at galaxies, which has so many galaxies exist, and in the galaxy so many stars exist, and then in our solar system, the Sun plays a very important role. It is like a huge nuclear reactor. If you see the nuclear fusion which is happening there inside the core, the temperature will be about 15 million Kelvin. That is the temperature which is inside. Because of the reaction, every second, 620 million metric tons of the hydrogen is fused to produce helium and releasing that much heat. So you can imagine the core temperature which is inside, which is 15 million Kelvin. But as it keeps moving to the surface of the Sun, there is a gradient. So when you come to the corona, you will find that the temperature on the surface will be about 5,500, if you'd say the Kelvin. Then when you look at on the coronal surface, the temperature is huge. It is in million. 1 million. So how does this temperature gradients happens between the surface and to the coronal area? And then how does the magnetic fields as well as the whole electromagnetic spectrum and the plasma formation and the ionic flux which happens, everything needs to be studied, which may have a basic fundamental implication today, but then tomorrow it will have an application. Like, for example, Raman effect, when Sir C. Raman found the Raman effect, he didn't know that what will be the application. He just saw the sun, the sky blue, and then the sea blue, and then he found the Raman effect. Today we have Raman spectroscopy, Raman spectrometer, and so many applications, Raman effect. And many devices has come out of it, which has a tremendous application. Similar information when you get from this, how does the fusion occurs? And can we have cold fusion to create similar energy? That is a hot fusion which happens in the sun. So can we have cold fusion? So there is yet another challenge. Then how does it affect the whole data transmission coming from various, the planetary position to the Earth? How will it interfere when there is a solar eruption, magnetic storm, and when it comes to the Earth, how does that affect the atmosphere, also the data transmission? Then how does it affect the biosphere? Because ultimately it reaches the Earth. So how will it affect, even there is a correlation, NGRI, National Geomagnetic Research Institute at Hyderabad. They have shown a correlation whenever there is a magnetic storm, and there is accidents here, and there is a big, coastal atmospheric changes occur. So there is a possibility of studying all this from the data. So there are 7 payloads, as you may be aware, that 4 are looking towards the sun. So looking at the solar eruption, coronal eruptions, and other parameters, the ionic flux, and looking at all the 3 layers, right from the photosphere, chromosphere, and then the corona. Then there are 3 payloads which are there at the L1 point. How does that influence the particles? The particle physics scientists will be studying that. So we will be understanding from these 7 payloads very important missions, which to see this whole solar dynamics, how does it happen from this point. And then this mission is going to last for next 5 years. So it is not that once you have launched it and then you have observed initially. And there is a lot of huge database which we can create, which using artificial intelligence, data analytics, we will be able to keep on analyzing and inferring and synthesizing new knowledge, which will have a tremendous application for the humanity. So I wish all the best for the ISRO scientists who have done remarkable job. And this mission will also be successful. It is just going to culminate the beginning of the experimentation which will commence. And during the sojourn itself, the spacecraft has been giving a lot of data. It is not that only after it reaches L1 position, it is going to give data. We have been receiving right now, ISRO has been receiving the data during the sojourn itself. It is monitoring various ionic flux and various parameters. So these students who are watching this program, and also the scientists, the wealth of data which we are going to get from this solar observatory, which is going to be in Aditya L1 position, that please make use of it and create new knowledge, which will revolutionize the application into our functioning, and maybe some like our the CV Raman effect, which led to the Raman spectroscopy. There could be many devices coming out of the knowledge, including the cold fusion, which is required. Because the nuclear reaction, it has got its own risks involved. So, but if you can do like hot fusion, which is happening, can we look at cold fusion, which is also a possibility. So I see tremendous, Rishita, I see tremendous the application from this mission, besides having a fundamental knowledge generation, but in future, it will have a tremendous practical application from the knowledge which we gain from this Aditya L1 mission.
Right. Srijan Bal Singh, of course, as we just heard from Professor Selvamurthy, the importance of it also. Tell us more to our viewers to help them understand and simplify this process of maneuvering, because we've seen in the Chandrayaan, we've had a lot of analysis on how the landing takes place and the entire process. But this is a maneuver that is going to take place. Tell us about the L1 point in simpler terms, and how this is going to be propelled and put up there at this point.
Right. So let's begin with the L1 point. The Lagrange 1 point is essentially a point where the gravity of the sun and the earth are counterbalancing each other. Now, as you would assume, the earth is much smaller compared to the sun. The sun is about 330,000 times, which is about 3 lakh times bigger, massier than compared to earth. So the L1 point is closer to the earth. It's about 15 lakh kilometers. Now remember, the distance between the sun and the earth is about 15 crore kilometers. So it's 100 times more than what the L1 point is. So the L1 point is not close to the sun, it's actually close to the earth. But at that point, the gravity of the sun and the earth balance each other. So it becomes a sort of a point where you don't experience any gravity if you are a spacecraft like L1 or like Aditya L1. And there are multiple such Lagrange points, but we have chosen L1 point. Now, why the L1 point? The L1 point allows an unobstructed view of the sun 24/7. The disadvantage of the L1 point compared to the other L points we have, there are 5 L1 to L5 points, the disadvantage is that L1 is unstable. So if you just leave something there, it will eventually go unstable and it will fall into the space somewhere. Which means that our Aditya L1 needs to have correction mechanisms and they have to be applied again and again. So right now what's happening, our Aditya L1, if this is Aditya L1, it is moving towards the sun. What will happen at 4 o'clock is that this motor, this engine will fire. Now this has the power equivalent to that of a motorcycle. You don't need that much power. It's not a big device. It's only about 3 feet by 3 feet by 2 feet. And this motor, when it's fired, the engine, when it starts, it'll consume fuel, of course, and it will change the trajectory of Aditya, which is going towards the sun, into orbiting on the L1 point. It will take about 170 odd days to go around the L1 orbit. The L1, there's no L1 point. It's a point which is imaginary. What Aditya L1 will do is around this point, it will keep going around. It'll make circles around this point. It's a complex three-dimensional circle. It's a very large space in which it'll keep orbiting. That's why it takes 170 plus days to do so. While it is doing this, it will keep pointing its instruments, the instruments which it has, towards the sun and keep getting photographs, which is in the visible range, which will be done by this device, which will be in the ultraviolet region, which will be done by this green portion, which will be in the X-ray, which will be done by this little point, which will be in the plasma, which is called PAPA. This will analyze this. And also the magnetic effect of the sun, which will be done by the magnetometers placed here. And of course, we will also study the solar winds, which are very important. So all of this has to be done. It will be at least a 5-year mission. We hope it will be more. There is fuel on board on the Aditya L1 to keep powering with this main motor and also the other motors which it has to keep itself stable in the orbit around the L1 point. Do realize that L1 is not stable. In 1990s, SOHO, which was launched by ESA, was not able to maneuver itself correctly, and after a few days it went around the L1 point for a while, but after a few days it lost its orbit and it was lost forever. We've not been able to establish communication anymore. So that's why Aditya L1 is entering into a very important, crucial phase, the working phase of L1, Aditya L1. And we hope and we all pray that it does not just go for 5 years, but more than 5 years, so that precious data for India and the rest of the astronomers all across the world is something which we get and we are able to understand the sun better.
Absolutely. Manish Purohit, also a former ISRO scientist, joining us on the broadcast. Manish, if you could hear me, it's of course a 5-year mission, what we are understanding. Tell us about the significance of this, how it could actually help us, studying solar flares, studying solar storms and the impact on Earth. How does this really help? And what sort of examples, if you can quote, of solar storms impacting the Earth and various areas on the Earth? How does this mission, if successful, how does this really help?
Okay, let's understand this. Is this visible? So let's assume this is sun, this is Earth. I'm just demonstrating something, and this is the L1 point that is closer to the Earth, because sun and Earth, they have a huge difference in their masses, and this is the point where gravity balances, right? So what happens here is, if I put a spacecraft around this point, let's say this will be our Aditya. So the whole thing is that Earth is going around the sun and Aditya will be going around this point also. So when we are doing this, we have an alarm system that will catch the information coming from the sun around an hour earlier. Our orbits around the Earth, the low Earth orbits, the Earth orbits, we can say, the low Earth orbit, where we are going to have thousands of satellites which are going to provide the connectivity, internet connectivity, which are going to be used for remote sensing, for resource utilization. So many applications are going to come with those satellites that are going to be in that LEO, we call it low Earth orbit. So if I have kind of an alarm system, that is going to help me in saving my resources. What happened in 1859? There was something that happened with the sun. You can say sun was a bit angry. 1859, very angry, and it threw out high energy radiations, particles, electromagnetic fields, and those magnetic fields, high energy radiations, particles, when they came and hit the Earth's upper atmosphere, we call it Carrington event, and situation was so worse that from the electric sockets, without switching, even if you are not switching on the sockets, there were currents flowing. So if that thing happens now, if something of that particular sort happens now and we are not prepared, we don't have any alarm system, and we are caught unaware, we can have $1 trillion losses. It can amount to huge losses. It can amount to grid failures. We all carry so many devices right now. Let's say we carry our mobile phones that are connected through electromagnetic radiations, and then so many things are there because we are in the pool of electromagnetic radiation. The whole connectivity happens on electromagnetic radiation, and if something can, tweak that thing, interfere with that thing, then lot of things can go wrong. That is one aspect of it. Other thing is, once we go there, as it was mentioned in 1998, SOHO, it is still there. It's still there. SOHO is still there. It's still orbiting the sun. It's still giving the valuable data. But what happened in 1998 is, if we see this, so when we talk about the orbit, about the going around the L1 point, our satellite, Aditya, it is not going to be a circle. It is going to be a highly convoluted figure with dimensions like along the x-axis maybe around 2 lakh kilometers, along the y-axis something around 6 lakh kilometers, along the z-axis around maybe 1.2 to 1.5 lakh kilometers. So if we see this highly convoluted path, we have to go around the sun, we have to go in a circle also. So stabilizing the Aditya is very important because it's at an unstable equilibrium point. So for that, ISRO has developed its very own software. We have our orbital determination and flight dynamics software that ISRO has specifically developed for this mission, and that has been well tested, thoroughly tested with the help of European space agencies. Even European Space Agency has given their data, their live tracking data of their LISA Pathfinder mission, and then we simulated the same thing using our software, and we got really good results. So, we can say the confidence is really high, and the mission is going to give us a lot of information. Now, the most important aspect of this mission will be the academia connect, the connect that this is going to create and prove that right now our exploratory expeditions, when we are going towards the sun, when going to read the sun, or when we are going with Exposat and we are going to study about the black hole dynamics, then academia comes and plays a very important role in developing such payloads. So this is something that is very, very crucial for the research and development with the help of academia to become a big talking point in this country.
Right, Manish. Also, Professor Selvamurthy, we've seen that there has been sort of a revolution as far as India's space journey is concerned. There is a space race, of course, among several of the superpowers of the world. But we see that for the past few years, we've been seeing that there is a space revolution as far as India is concerned. We've seen Gaganyaan mission that is on its way. There is Chandrayaan's successful landing that we witnessed just last year. And now we have India aiming for the sun, and in fact the entire world has all eyes now on India with its such special and history making missions. How do you see that, and what do you think has propelled this change? What are the factors, if you could take us through those?
See, if you look at the evolution of Indian space research, starting from SLV, ASLV, PSLV, GSLV. So initially we were building small satellites, and then the launch vehicles Then we perfected this technology of propulsion, control, guidance, navigation, payload integration, payload separation, computational capability. So all this evolved over a period of time. But last 10 years, I will say there is an exponential growth in terms of whatever we see today in terms of success stories, taking India to third position or fifth position in space research and development and its outcome. It happened in the last 10 years because of a focused attention given by the government as well as including the Prime Minister, who also looks after this Department of Space, directly comes under PMO. So that's a great advantage, and we have a minister who keeps directly interacting with them, Dr. Jitendra Singh, now Narendra Modi ji himself being there for the reviews and giving full support. This 10 years has seen leaps and bounds, pole vaulting from one level to the other. So that is why this today, the achievement, what all you mentioned, Gaganyaan, we are all waiting for the Gaganyaan mission, which will be a successful mission, in which the first part of the safety ejection system has already been demonstrated. To put now the robo or unmanned the system Gaganyaan to the space, then we'll have a manned space mission, Gaganyaan mission. So all these are developed over a period of time. But with this input, I'm sure the government will be looking at how do we mobilize more resources on a public-private partnership. And several policies have been made to bring in private players. That's a game changer, because the global market for space is huge. So once you can't do it only by government and ISRO and a few industries connected with them. So this is a very big policy, the space policy which has been brought by this government has really brought in a revolutionary change in terms of force multiplier effect to bring the private players investing in it. And there are many, many private players are coming now because to make a satellite or to have a launch vehicle, the launch on demand capability to be available both for rescue operation in a natural disaster or during a war, you may need satellites to monitor and make strategies. So all this capability today, it all happened recently. So I think these are a great effort. And then we have moved, the whole world is now admiring with low cost, with minimal resource input in terms of human resource as well as the financial resources. We have been able to maximize the outcomes. So the academia is now coming in a big way. Like even in our own Amity University, we have an Amity Institute of Space Science and Technology. Like he was mentioning, the data collections, we have already established a ground station in Dubai, Amity Dubai. And we will be getting these information from ISRO, and our students, PhD scholars, MTech students in Amity University, they will be analyzing this and synthesizing knowledge and giving it. So this kind of academia will immensely benefit by using these informations coming from L1 Aditya mission as well.
Right. All right. Well, we'll continue our discussion on this, Professor Salvamurthy and our other guests also. I request all three of you to stay with us. We slip into a very, very short break, viewers. We are going to get you more on this, more of the analysis, because the countdown has begun. Republic TV getting you all the latest updates and an all-round understanding of this mission. On the other side, also, we'll get you the latest news from Bengal, where the ED attack and the investigation that is following. Updates only on Republic TV. Stay tuned.
TV.
कुछ महीने पहले मेरे दोस्त की हेल्थ अचानक खराब हुई और कुछ दिनों में ही उसकी डेथ हो गई। उसने पॉलिसी बाजार से टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस लिया हुआ था। मैंने पॉलिसी बाजार को कांटेक्ट किया। उनकी टीम ने क्लेम दिलाने में उसकी पेरेंट्स की पूरी हेल्प की।
क्लेम के टाइम पे आपकी हेल्प के लिए हमेशा तैयार। पॉलिसी बाजार, 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 470 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
जब सेफ बैंकिंग के बिना हो हैकर्स के पास अथॉरिटी, फिर किस बात की साइबर सिक्योरिटी? क्विक हील, आज के लाइफ की प्रायोरिटी साइबर सिक्योरिटी।
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
Helps beat sensitivity fast. Sensodyne Rapid Relief.
All eyes on India's mission to the sun. Aditya L1 to be put in a unique orbit to monitor the sun at 4 p.m. today. Yet another violent attack on ED team probing the ration scam in West Bengal. 3 FIRs registered. ED's relentless action continues. Lookout notice issued against TMC leader Shah Jahan Sheikh. Prime Minister to attend the 58th DGP-IGP National Conference in Jaipur today. After showdown across Karnataka, Siddaramaiah government orders for 60% Kannada signages. Varanasi court to decide on whether to release the ASI survey of Gyan Vapi or not in public today. All right, breaking developments coming in from Karnataka. Explosive revelations, in fact, have been made by Minister K.N. Rajanna. K.N. Rajanna has spoken exclusively to Republic TV, and Rajanna continues with his demands. Congress High Command to consider their demand for 3 Deputy Chief Ministers. Rajanna continues to seek the 3 Deputy Chief Ministers, his demand of 3 Deputy Chief Ministers. As in the run-up to the Lok Sabha post, Rajanna has also said that the meeting at Satish Jarkioli's residence was to indeed discuss about the 3 Deputy Chief Ministers, the demand for 3 Deputy Chief Ministers. There has been, of course, a lot of rumblings and talks and speculations about the rift within Karnataka Congress and their growing demand, the growing chorus for 3 Deputy Chief Ministers in the state. Rajanna speaks exclusively to my colleague Prajwal Prasad. Let's take a listen in.
Because in view of this forthcoming parliament election, it is very much necessary to have the three deputy chief ministers. You see, in the recent North Indian elections also, all the BJP government, they are also having the deputy chief minister. So in another way, it helps those community will back the Congress party in the next parliament election, which will help us to win the elections. That is the reason why I am propagating that.
Are you also hinting that the BJP's model in the Hindi hinterland is something, or is it representation for all the communities is what you're seeking?
We are not in a position, or we are not favoring following the BJP principles. Only thing is the interest of the party to grab those community votes to our party in the Lok Sabha elections. I am suggesting it that.
Don't you think that this will create a difference of opinion within the party leadership as well? Because Mr. D.K. Shivkumar will be upset.
Who is opposing it?
The High Command has stated that there should be no statements made openly.
That is there. High Command has instructed us. That is there. But this is the high time wherein we should get the parliament seat. That is our first motto. You see, the statement may please somebody, may not please somebody, may displease somebody also. But in the interest of the parliament election, I am making all such statements.
So last night there was a dinner meeting as well, sir. So anything on these lines for the three deputy chief ministers was discussed at the dinner meeting?
That also discussed, and many other political issues also discussed.
And Prajwal Prasad, who has just got us this exclusive conversation, joins us live on the broadcast for more. Prajwal, clearly this is an open revolt of sorts, if we see, because there is a rift which we have been talking about in the run-up to the assembly elections. And now, even after Congress comes to power, the clamour, the chorus for the three deputy chief ministers is growing. A few days back, we have heard Rajana demanding a BJP-style model. He wanted to ape the BJP model in the three states that has just swept in the assembly elections. And now in this conversation with you, they clearly say that, yes, while the top leadership, the top brass of the Congress has told us to refrain from making comments in public, but they're still doing it.
Absolutely, Rakshita, because now if you're looking at K.N. Rajana, he's supposed to be one of the senior most cabinet ministers in Siddaramaya's cabinet, and he's considered to be somebody who's very close to the chief minister. And not only that, he's also confirmed on record for Republic that the meeting which was, the dinner meeting which was held at Satish Jarkiholi's residence 2 days ago was in fact to discuss about the three deputy chief ministers ahead of the Lok Sabha polls as well. Because somewhere he is of the strong opinion that he's not somebody who's opposing D.K. Shivkumar or the party high command, but wants representation for all the communities. But also, let's not forget the fact that there has been a massive development in New Delhi when Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar have gone. And sources in the know of the development are stating that, in fact, the high command had requested Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and had collected opinions from him about Deputy Chief Ministers from different communities as well, because there are several names which is floating by. First and foremost, we're hearing the name of Dr. G. Parameshwara, who hails from the Dalit community. We're also hearing yet another name of BZ Zamir Ahmad Khan, who hails from the minority community. And last but not the least, it is also Mr. M.B. Patil from the Lingayat community as well. And considering the fact that D.K. Shivkumar is also from the Vokkaliga community, and Chief Minister Siddaramaiah himself, who hails from the Ahinda community, where he represents the backward classes and mainly from the Kuruba community, this could go ahead and turn out to be a game changer is what K.N. Rajana's formula is. And also somewhere now, the high command maybe are falling in sync. But at the same point of time, this could also turn out to be a huge trouble as well, because then Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar will definitely be miffed with it. And let's also not forget the fact that he is the KPCC president and also one of the best organizers which the Congress party in the state of Karnataka agrees to. And also the Lok Sabha elections will also majorly depend on D.K. Shivkumar too, because him being the KPCC president will be the one who will be issuing tickets to the party candidates. Nevertheless, he will have to consult the chief minister, but the final call, the B form, will be given by D.K. Shivkumar himself, and this is something which will have to be seen as well. Now, sources are also stating that it is strongly being implied by D.K. Shivkumar to the Congress High Command that several sitting ministers in Siddaramaiah's cabinet will also have to contest contest the Lok Sabha elections too. So therefore now DK Shivkumar on the other is trying to go ahead and tackle these ministers who are disgruntled by putting them in, by giving them tickets as well. And whether they will win or not is something that needs to be seen. But apart from that, will they be again active in politics? Will DK Shivkumar try to take them away from the equation is also something that is going on in DK Shivkumar's camp, is what sources are stating. So therefore, to checkmate DK Shivkumar's move now, there has been this proposal of getting in multiple deputy chief ministers in the state of Karnataka in the name of appeasing all the castes and bringing these caste equations into place for the Congress in the state of Karnataka.
Absolutely. Right, Prajwal, all right. Thanks so much for joining us with those details on that story. Right now, viewers, we just got to that exclusive conversation with Rajanna, who's the minister in Karnataka, senior leader, and he continues to repeat the demand for, repeating his demand for 3 deputy chief ministers, and also confirming Republic TV's news break about the meeting that took place at Satish Jakioli's residence, where he confirms that the meeting took place overnight, in the midnight, over dinner, to discuss this demand for 3 deputy chief ministers ahead of the Lok Sabha elections. And now we move on to other stories we are tracking. The big story, of course, we are tracking from West Bengal, viewers. It's just a day after the ED team was attacked in West Bengal's 24 Parganas. Sources have informed Republic TV that a lookout notice has been issued against TMC convener Shah Jahan Sheikh. ED is seeking help from the central IB, that is the Intelligence Bureau as well. Remember, Shah Jahan Sheikh is the man, is a TMC convener whose house was about to be raided yesterday by the Enforcement Directorate officers, but they were attacked. They were instigated by a mob. The Shah Jahan Sheikh had instigated a mob around 1,000 to 2,000 people, and they garrowed the ED officers and also the CRPF jawans who were accompanying them, and they were attacked and grievously injured. Investigation is underway, and the latest development is that a lookout notice is going to be issued or has been issued against TMC's Shah Jahan Sheikh. All the latest developments coming in only on Republic TV. Viewers, this is a dramatic turn of events. What we saw yesterday in West Bengal is an unprecedented. My colleague Kishola is joining us live from our Bangla newsroom. Kishola, of course, the ED, the investigative agencies are intensifying the probe, despite numerous attempts to thwart the investigation and action against the TMC leader in the corruption case, even, surviving this attack that happened yesterday at such a large scale, at a huge scale. The investigating agencies are on the lookout now for this man who is Shah Jahan Sheikh, who continued to instigate the mob. He threatened on the 1st of January, saying that nobody can do anything about him, nobody can act against him. And now there's a lookout notice against this man, Shah Jahan Sheikh.
Yes, exactly. Rakshita, what you rightly pointed out, this man, Shah Jahan Sheikh, a TMC leader of that area, and a close aide of Jyotipriya Mollik, the minister who is in jail, who was the former food minister. Right now, he still is the forest minister of West Bengal. Now, there was a letter written by Jyotipriya Mollik to his own daughter. In that letter, Jyotipriya Mollik was instructing, according to sources, to his daughter to remove all the evidences about the ration scam. And in that same letter, there were 2 names. One was of Sheikh Shah Jahan, the person who attacked, who perpetrated the whole violence against ED officials, and another person, Shyamol Adho, who was arrested yesterday night and today early morning actually, and he also perpetrated an attack, tried to attack the vehicles of the ED officials, 2 similar incidents. However, this Sheikh Shah Jahan, who had spoken on camera on 1st of January, saying very clearly that ED officials, if they have courage, let them come here in Sandeshkhali and let them touch my hair. Even they cannot touch one of my hair on my head. That's what he was indicating with his hand and showing and trying to say that he will be completely out of any ED investigation because he has a lot of power. But yesterday, after he had gathered about 1,000 TMC influenced workers and attacked the ED officials, after that, his whereabouts are are not known. However, ED has issued a lookout notice. They are also taking help from the Intelligence Bureau, IB, and the BSF officials as well, BSF Jawans as well. The BSF is looking out for him in the border area so that he cannot flee to the other side of the border to Bangladesh or some other country. Also, our reporters went to his house. We will show that in a while. Our reporters went at his house trying to find out where is Sheikh Shah Jahan. But this person who claims to be a courageous person but is actually a coward, the BJP is saying, because he has evaded completely out of the camera, out of any kind of sight. Right now, there is no one at his house. He has evaded our camera. He is not replying to our questions. He is not coming in front of the ED, whereas the ED is looking out for him. But we are keeping a track on Sheikh Shah Jahan, trying to understand where he is. And if we find him, we will ask him about the perpetration of the violence that he did. We will be now showing the whole sequence of events that happened when our reporters reached his house and started looking for him.
Right. Absolutely, Kisholai. Thank you so much for the moment, for joining us. We'll keep coming back to you for more inputs because Republic Bangla Viewers has been leading the coverage on this story, the angles and all the inputs that no other channel is covering. And in an exclusive report, this is being filed by my colleague, Bhaskar. He's filed this report by the team from outside TMC leader Shah Jahan Sheikh's residence, where that violent attack on the ED team was reported from yesterday. Take a look at this exclusive report.
Right now, where I'm standing, this is the residential complex of Trinamool Congress leader Sheikh Shah Jahan, who allegedly instigated the hooligans to create an attack upon ED officials and also on the CRPF Jawans. And all we can see, mansion-like places to live for Sheikh Shah Jahan. This is number 1 house, this is number 2, this is number 3, and total at least 5 number of residents, which all of our mansion likes are in this residential complex. And also we will try to get a reaction from Sheikh Shah Jahan or from his family members. Mr. Shah Jahan, Mr. Sheikh Shah Jahan, Sheikh Shah Jahan, Sheikh Shah Jahan. We can see this is locked from inside, and also we'll go to another mansion-like residential place of Sheikh Shah Jahan. This is the 4th house of Sheikh Shah Jahan in this residential complex. Sheikh Shah Jahan, Sheikh Shah Jahan, did you instigate hooligans to attack on ED officials and CRPF Jawans? Sheikh Shah Jahan, are you there? Sheikh Shah Jahan, Sheikh Shah Jahan. All we can see mansion-like places, also a huge area of gardens, ponds in this residential complex, in which Sheikh Shah Jahan, the alleged Trinamool Congress leader who instigated the attack on CRPF Jawans and ED officials, lived. But right now, Sheikh Shah Jahan and his family are now absconding from this place, and also, as per the sources, lookout notice have been issued to find out Sheikh Shah Jahan and his family members, and also BSF and Central IB officials are now being requested by the ED officials to help them on this regard. And as per the sources, Enforcement Directorate officials, they are keeping a close touch with higher officials, as well as they are seeking legal procedures to interrogate Sheikh Shah Jahan and check the validity of the allegations of allegedly being associated with PDS scam or any other scams of Sheikh Shah Jahan. With video analyst Mohit Sheth, this is Bhaskar for Republic TV.
Time for a short break. On the other side, Prime Minister is all set to attend the 58th DGP IGP National Conference in Jaipur today to attend this top cops meeting in Jaipur. And after showdown across Karnataka, Siddaramaiah government orders for 60% Kannada signages. We get you the details and much more on the other side. Stay tuned.
Tata.tv
सर आप बहुत लकी है कि आपके बेटे ने हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस और बाकी सारी फॉर्मेलिटीज टाइम से पूरी कर दी है। अब आप घर जा सकते हैं।
मेरा बेटा?
तो फिर आप?
पॉलिसी बाजार।
क्लेम के टाइम पे हमेशा आपकी हेल्प को तैयार। पॉलिसी बाजार 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 390 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
फिल्म अनुकूल नीति, सिंगल विंडो सिस्टम, ऑनलाइन शूटिंग की अनुमति और सब्सिडी की सुविधा ने उत्तर प्रदेश को बनाया है देश का मोस्ट फिल्म फ्रेंडली स्टेट। 80 फिल्मों को सब्सिडी के तौर पर दिए गए हैं 44 करोड़ रुपए। विभिन्न स्थानों पर 450 से अधिक फिल्मों की हुई है शूटिंग। स्थानीय कलाकारों को मिला है अपना हुनर दिखाने का अवसर। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी मानते हैं कि सकारात्मक फिल्में समाज को जागरूक बनाने का आधार हैं। इसी के अनुरूप माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी की पहल पर विश्व स्तरीय सुविधाओं से लैस इंटरनेशनल फिल्म सिटी की स्थापना की जा रही है। फिल्म स्टूडियो, होटल्स, मॉल्स, थीम पार्क, मिक्सिंग और रिकॉर्डिंग स्टूडियो जैसी सुविधाएं फिल्म उद्योग के माध्यम से आकर्षित करेंगी पूंजी निवेश। मोस्ट फिल्म फ्रेंडली स्टेट, नए भारत का नया उत्तर प्रदेश।
Stop at nothing. That's a key word for techno, and I'm being associated with techno last 3 months, and I'm really happy because the way it has picked up in last few months and where it is today, everything is made here in India, and I'm associated with a brand which is absolutely Hamara Bharat. So I'm happy with it. Whoever my fans are, please go and buy Techno Mobiles. It's a phone which gives you way more features in a price I don't think any other brand would, any other mobile brand would give you that in that price. So please go ahead and buy Techno Mobiles.
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
Fourth Dimension Media brings to you the most awaited event of the year, South India Content Summit 2024 on January 9th at the Lalit Ashok, Bangalore from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Witness the industry's biggest captains, entrepreneurs and broadcasters speak about the South story. Title sponsor Fourth Dimension Media Solutions, powered by the Hindu and Trend Loud Digital. Agency partner Omnicom Media Group. Innovative content partner Radio City.
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, सबका अपने पक्के घर का सपना होगा पूरा। 4 करोड़ पक्के घरों का निर्माण, हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
इस दुनिया में बस हम दो हैं, दुनिया जिनकी दीवानी है। आ रहे हैं हम दोनों।
ISRO's first solar mission, Aditya L1, is all set for its final maneuver to reach its destination and will be injected into its final orbit today at around 4 p.m. Upon reaching its final destination, the spacecraft will be able to view the sun without any eclipses. Commercial establishments, industries, hospitals and institutions and organizations will now have 60% Kannada signboards. The cabinet gave the nod to the ordinance making 60% Kannada mandatory on signboards. Time for a short break, viewers. On the other side, after showdown across Karnataka, Siddaramaiah government orders for 60% of Kannada signages after massive outrage by the pro-Kannada groups.
Tata.tv
Amity faculty have filed over 2,100 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been ranked among the top for innovation achievements.
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली, जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
भाई इतनी बड़ी टाइल,
इतनी बड़ी बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स तो बड़े होने चाहिए। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, जमीन से जुड़े।
केंट से पानी होता है 100% प्योर।
केंट आरओ प्योरिटी दिखाता भी है।
केंट देता है सबसे शुद्ध पानी।
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, किसानों को हर साल रुपए 6,000। 11 करोड़ 80 लाख किसानों को अब तक 2,60,000 करोड़ रुपए की सहायता। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
Some more news. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will attend the DGP-IGP conference in Jaipur today. During the conference, Prime Minister Modi will interact with the top security officials. Special investigation team of the Mumbai crime branch has made the first arrest in the 15,000 crore Mahadev betting app case. According to our top sources, the name of the accused arrested in the case is Dikshit Kothari. On the other side of this short commercial break, viewers, we are going to get you the latest on Aditya L1, as all eyes are on India's first solar mission. Aditya L1 is to be put in a unique orbit to monitor the sun at 4 p.m.
TV.
भाई इतनी बड़ी टाइल,
इतनी बड़ी बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स तो बड़े होने चाहिए। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, जमीन से जुड़े।
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली, जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
Just another tycoon. Hustling way too early in the morning. Passing on this happy tune. Helping babies feel at ease. Aw, all kinds of babies. No drive is just another drive when you're in a tycoon. Volkswagen.
All eyes on India's mission to the sun. Aditya L1 to be put in a unique orbit to monitor the sun at 4 p.m. Yet another violent attack on ED team probing ration scam in West Bengal. 3 FIRs registered. ED's relentless action continues. Lookout notice issued against TMC leader Shahjahan Sheikh. Prime Minister to attend the 58th DGP IGP National Conference in Jaipur today. After showdown across Karnataka, Siddaramaiah government orders for 60% Kannada signages. Varanasi court to decide on whether to release ASI survey of Gyanvapi or not in public today. A very warm welcome, viewers. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you this Saturday afternoon, and we start with the top focus right now. The ISRO's pioneering solar mission, Aditya L1, is on the cusp of entering a halo orbit around the Sun-Earth Lagrange point, that is L1. And this is going to happen at 4 p.m. So the countdown has begun. It's a strategic and a historic maneuver that will position the spacecraft in a stable vantage point, approximately 1.5 million kilometers from the Earth, allowing it to maintain an uninterrupted view of the sun. Aditya L1's journey began with its launch aboard the PSLV C-57 on the 2nd of September last year. And after a series of complex orbital maneuvers and a 110-day transit, the spacecraft is now poised to conduct its final insertion into the halo orbit. So here is a special report on that. And after that, we will get you experts' views as we are being joined by special guests on the panel today for more on this.
Today, Aditya L1, India's first space-based solar observatory in orbit. Aditya L1's final orbit is 15 lakh kilometers away from Earth. The satellite will be placed at Lagrange Point 1. Lagrange Point has equal gravitational pull from Earth and the Sun. Due to the unique gravitational position, the satellite is expected to be put in orbit at 4 p.m. The satellite was launched into space in September 2nd.
So, all right, for more on this, we are being joined by Mr. Srijan Pal Singh, who is founder of Kalam Center and also senior scientist, and he is getting us all the 360-degree view on this very special mission. Now, Srijan, this is in fact is going to be a historic maneuver that we expect at 4 p.m. today. Now, we saw the significance and the celebration that followed after Chandrayaan. The Gaganyaan is also being tested, and there are so many of the space missions that India is now on. Tell us about this solar mission. It's the first solar observatory that India is going to put out there. Tell us about the significance and the importance of this and what could be studied from the sun.
Right. I think it's a very, very important scientific step, not just for India, but for the rest of the world. Because, you know, sun is a massive, massive body. If you compare the mass of Earth compared to the sun is 330,000, which is 330,000 times heavier than compared to Earth. Now, if you compare the energy of sun, remember that Hiroshima nuclear blast? Well, the sun is generating about 25 trillion such nuclear blasts every second. That's 25 trillion means 25 followed by 12 zeros. Those many Hiroshima-like nuclear bombs are going off every second on sun. So such a massive high-energy body which keeps us alive, which gives all life, light, heat on Earth, is also generating a lot of X-ray, a lot of electromagnetic radiations, a lot of microwave, a lot of plasma ejections. All that has to be studied for the benefit of humanity by this Aditya L1. This is a scaled-down model. Aditya L1 is about 3 feet by 3 feet. This is much tinier than Aditya L1. It will establish itself in the L1 orbit today using its very special motor, the engine which it has, and it will keep it in this L1 point, and it will keep revolving in an orbit of about 177 days around this L1 point, always pointed towards the sun and studying various things about it. And what will it study? Well, it will analyze ultraviolet data using this device, the visible data from the sun using this device, the solar winds using this device, and the X-rays using this tiny little X-ray spectrometer and one here, and the magnetic effect of the sun using this one, and plasma using this one. So this comprehensive package is going to study the sun. Why do we need to study it? Well, the sun is not just life giver, but can also be a very dangerous body. The sun, as I told you, is trillions of nuclear bombs every second going off, which means the sun is an extremely high-energy body. The things called, on the sun, you have the surface, which is called photosphere. And then there's a chromosphere, which is like an atmosphere, about 8,000 degrees centigrade. This is 4,000. And then the corona, which you see around the sun, is about 1.5 million degrees centigrade, which is much hotter. We don't know why. We need to find out why. And the reason for that is the sun has a lot of winds. Like, you know, on Earth you have winds which are nothing compared to the sun. Massive, high energy, very hot winds are blowing across the sun, around the photosphere and the sun's atmosphere. Sometimes these winds go out and they may hit Earth. Well, that's actually the least of our problems. The bigger problem, the second level problem, is called solar flare. When there's a lot of magnetic, you know, sun is also an electromagnetic device. When there's too much of magnetism, sometimes these magnetic waves shoot out of the sun at the speed of light. Some of them may hit the Earth. If that happens, that is like 1 million volcanoes, that much energy hitting the Earth at the speed of light, which can be quite dangerous to our equipment. The third and the biggest problem which we have is that the sun is also filled with plasma. These are like squished electrons and protons all, you know, moving around the sun. And about 1 billion tons of that shoots off from the sun, which may hit the Earth. But it takes 18 hours for that to happen, which means Aditya L1 and many such solar probes are in a constant mission to predict this ejection. This is called coronal mass ejection, and predict if they hit the Earth. Because if we do so, then we might be able to establish things which could prevent us from the catastrophic things. You remember, we are a society which leans on electronics. We have electronic mobile phones, your television which you're watching, your electrical sockets, and everything can be affected by coronal mass ejections, by solar flares. Satellites can also lose communication. And we have had one such event called the Carrington event in 1800s, where, well, back then there was no mobile phone, there were telegraph lines, and they all caught fire because of one coronal mass ejection hitting the Earth. And in today's time, even airplanes to mobile phones, everything can get affected by a coronal mass ejection or a solar flare. We need a device and a prediction mechanism and also a prevention mechanism can be built around it. And that's why Aditya L1 and its data is so significant, not just for India, but humanity of not just today, but even when we go out to other planets. So we all look forward to what happens today at 4 o'clock. And 5 years hence, beginning from today, this mission will send significantly important data for humankind.
Absolutely. Even, former ISRO scientist Manish Purohit is back with us on the broadcast for more on this. Manish, as, Srijan was explaining to us about the significance, the Carrington event and how it's important, the significance of this very mission. But also tell us about how different it is from the other solar missions. What is exactly, he was talking about how we are right now in a technological age, and, the solar flares, the solar storms can impact. And it is great for us to study all of that and even prevent the effect of all of that. But tell us how it's different from the NASA's solar missions up until now.
Okay, let's picturize this. When we are swimming in a swimming pool, we are continuously moving, but we are continuously in contact with water. So if something happens at any particular corner of a swimming pool, let's say someone puts a naked wire, a live wire in a swimming pool, it doesn't matter where we are, but then the current will flow. Now, this is the situation right now when I'm sitting here and you are sitting there. We are in that big ocean of electromagnetic field. Yes, we have that thing. If we have that capabilities, that if our eyes were capable enough to look beyond that particular visible spectrum, we would have got overwhelmed by the information that is right now flowing, because we all carry so many connectivity devices are there, electromagnetic radiations are that we use for our connectivity purpose. Now, when something goes wrong on the sun's part, and that happens, it's very natural for the sun, because sun is huge and the dynamics are much, much bigger. So if something goes wrong there, what goes wrong? There are sunspots. There are the points on the sun where magnetic field just gets confused, and out of those confusions, sun starts pushing the things out. And that is very normal for the sun to do. It is having a cycle, we call it a solar cycle. A solar maxima comes every 11th or 10th year, every time in a cycle it comes. When all these things happens, sun is pushing out a lot of energies, lot of energy. But the thing is, if present day situation is seen in that particular aspect, when a lot of energy is coming from the sun and our Earth's the magnetic shield that we have, because the Earth is a magnet and it provides a geomagnetic shield to us. If that shield is not strong enough to protect us from those incoming radiations, those incoming high energy radiations, then it will be the situation for us that we are in a swimming pool and a live wire is put into it, and then there will be a catastrophe. But the problem is our magnetic field, our Earth's magnetic field might save us. What about our satellites? The satellites are going around the Earth in low Earth orbit, if we say. So those satellites which are going around the Earth in low Earth orbit, middle Earth orbit, and other satellites that are in the Earth orbits, these satellites, they can easily get destroyed, completely blacked out if something of that sort hits the satellites. Now, that's why we need an alarm system. It's like that if we know that a tsunami is about to hit, we can't stop the tsunami. We can save ourselves. So something on those similar lines is our aim when we are putting missions like Aditya or Discover or Wind or ACE or SOHO. When these missions, they go towards the sun, when they go towards the L1 point, solar Parker probe, that is, literally that is trying to touch the sun. When we design such missions, we want to understand that huge big guy that big bully of a guy, that if that fellow is having a little disturbance there, it can cause havoc on Earth's part, on humanity's part, and the satellites that are going around in the orbits around the Earth. Now, how our mission is different from others? See, actually, it's a collaborative mission. We shouldn't be talking about the differences. We should be talking about the complementing features, like how our mission is going to complement the already existing studies. So already there are missions right now that are going around the L1 point. Let me say some names. There's Discover, there is ACE, WIND. There was one mission from ESA that is called LISA Pathfinder, then Sparker Solar Probe. So what all scientific data that we are going to gather, and what all scientific data that we got from those missions, this is complementary data. They are going to complement each other. They are going to get us better insights about the big sun, about its dynamics, about the things that happen there that can affect the life on Earth. Because sun controls our space weather, and space weather is important because right now a big space economy kind of a thing is coming up, where we are planning $600 billion industry that is completely and totally dependent upon the things that those human marvels, we call them satellites or spacecraft, they do in the outer orbit, and that data is going to help us in improving the lives on Earth.
Right. All right, even Srijan, if I could come to you now on this, it has a great importance, and it's less than 2 hours from now we are going to see that historic maneuver. But tell us about how this maneuver is going to happen, because this is not a landing, but how is it going to happen? How long could it take? And tell us why 5 years that has been decided for this mission, that it is 5 long years. So how is it going to, explain to us the entire process of this mission?
Right. So many questions. Let me take one thing at a time. So let's understand what is the L1 point. Very quickly, we've already talked about it, but let's review that. There's the Earth and there's the Sun. The Sun is, as I told you, 330,000 times massier than the Earth, which means its gravitational pull, the effect is far more than what a little Earth can do. So the L1 point is towards the Earth. It's about 1% of the distance from the Earth, 99% of the distance from the Sun. The Earth and the Sun are separated by 15 crore kilometers, and this is at a distance of 15 lakh kilometers towards the Earth. The L1 point is that point where the gravitational pull of Earth and Sun more or less cancel each other. It is an unstable point, which means that an object, if left without any maneuvering, would be lost. It would not be able to keep itself stable there. Which means that our Aditya L1 also has a very good engine, which is called the LAM engine, which is also used in the Chandrayaan mission, which will keep itself in this L1 point orbit. Now, why did I say L1 point orbit? L1 point is an imaginary point. L1, once it reaches that distance, which is going to happen today, which is 15 lakh kilometers, instead of moving towards the Sun, it will use, this is the Aditya L1, let's bring it back. It will use its LAM motor to then establish itself in the orbit around the L1 point. And this orbit is fairly big. One may think that L1 point will be a tiny point, but around this point, it will go on in an orbit of a few lakh kilometers. And that's why it will take 177 days to complete one orbit around this L1 point and continue to do so over the next 5 years. And as it continues to do so, it will point its devices, the devices it has, towards the Sun. And it will keep analyzing the Sun's data. Now, if we are lucky, we might be able to capture a coronal mass ejection happening right as it's happening. Our cameras might be pointing towards it. If it's lucky, we might be able to catch a few solar flares. We might be able to analyze why the corona, which is the outer layer of the Sun, so hot compared to the rest of the Sun. All these things are obviously a scientific expedition, but there's a bit of chance and luck there as well. Now, why does it need, when we are saying it is going to take about a little more than 5 years for it to complete its mission? See, as I told you, it will require this engine to keep itself in the track of around the L1. Now, this is limited by fuel. It will be using fuel as it goes around and keep stabilizing it, whenever it's needed. So whenever that happens, it will keep expending fuel, which means at some point it will run out of fuel, which will probably happen in 5 years. It may actually go a little more than that. Also, the equipments are constantly facing the sun. The sun is not a very kind body. It has a lot of radiation, which can fry up communication equipments, damage the equipments which are on board.
Right.
And we expect 5 years, or a little more than 5 years, is the minimum life which we expect, probably a little more. Let's hope that.
Right. All right. Thanks so much, Srijan Pal Singh, and also Mr. Manish Purohit for joining us on the broadcast with those details. It's, of course, the excitement is building up for this solar mission, the maiden solar mission for the country. It's 4 p.m. Republic TV will continue to get you all the latest on that, viewers. We will continue our build up to that mega moment. But right now, we are moving on to some other news that we are tracking ahead of that big moment. We will be getting you the latest on. In fact, we're getting more breaking developments right now. And this, again, the politics ahead of Ram Mandir inauguration. A provocative comment. Now, another provocative comment has been registered. This is now by Badruddin Ajmal of the AIUDF. AIUDF chief is now fear-mongering ahead of the inauguration. He's crossed all limits, viewers. If we listen into what he has said, let me tell you what he has said. Ahead of the Ram Mandir consecration, he has said that do not travel by train on the 20th of January. So this is the fear-mongering that has begun already. And now, just in line is AIDUF chief Badruddin Ajmal, who has crossed all limits, fear-mongering ahead of the, in that inauguration, hurting the sentiments of the Hindus, as everybody is waiting for that grand Ram temple to be inaugurated. The sentiments of the Hindus continue to be attacked and hurt by these leaders. Now, AIUDF chief says that do not travel by trains on the 20th of January. Remember, there have been several other leaders from the Congress party also who have, warned against and, issued such statements, fear-mongering ahead of Ram temple inauguration. In fact, let's take a listen into what Badruddin Ajmal had to say.
আরো একটা জিনিস সাবধান থাকবেন, যে যেখানে পারেন যেমন পারেন আমাদের মুসলমান ভাইরা 20 তারিখ থেকে নিয়ে 24-25 তারিখ পর্যন্ত কেউ যে ট্রেনে সফর করে পুরো ভারতবর্ষ এই যে রাম জন্মভূমির মুক্তি রাখা হইল, রামের মুক্তি রাখা হইল, ওই দিন তারা পুরো পৃথিবী দেখতে লাখ লাখ মানুষ আর ভারতবর্ষ থেকে তো ঢাকাইতেছে গাড়ি, বাস, ট্রেন, স্পেশাল ট্রেন, প্লেন সব এর জন্য বিজেপির প্ল্যান বহুত বড়। এটারে আমরা ফ্লাইং ফেল করতে লাগবো, শান্তি রাখতে লাগবো। আমরা কেউ যে এই কয়েকদিন ট্রেনে সফর এই জিনিসটা একজনে আরেকজনকে জানাইয়া দিবেন। নিজের বাড়িতে থাকো, শান্তিতে থাকো, নামাজ পড়ো, আল্লাহর কাছে দোয়া করো। বিজেপি আমাদের সবচেয়ে বড় শত্রু, জানের শত্রু, দিনের শত্রু, ইমানের শত্রু, আজানের শত্রু, মাদ্রাসার শত্রু, মসজিদের শত্রু, মা বোনের পর্দার শত্রু, আমার ইসলামী কানুনের শত্রু, তালাকের শত্রু। এইসব জিনিস যেগুলো আল্লাহ কোরআনে আমাদের এটা আমাদের মুসলিম পার্সন।
All right. There you heard what Badruddin Ajmal had to say, and my colleague Anuruddha is joining us live from Guwahati now. AIUDF chief Badruddin Ajmal, has crossed all limits now. We have seen the politics is only peaking ahead of that grand inauguration of the Grand Ram Temple, Anuruddha. But this is really next level fear-mongering that we are seeing right now. He is issuing warnings saying that do not travel by train on 20th of January.
Yes, Raksita, as you have pointed out, that the AIDF Supremo Badruddin Ajmal have crossed all limit while speaking on the Ram Mandir consecration, which will be taking place on 22nd of January, in a video that has emerged while fear-mongering the Muslim community, while addressing the Muslim community in Zonia, in Baghwar area of Barpeta district. The AIDF Supremo have clearly said that he has appealed the Muslims not to travel by train from January 22 till 24th or 25th. He has also said that BJP has planned it in a big way, and that the BJP is the number one enemy of the Muslim. This is exactly what he has said. He has said that BJP is the number one enemy of the religion, of the masjid, of the madrasas, of the Muslim laws. Or he, while referring to the triple talaq also, on which the Supreme Court has a verdict, he has said that the BJP is enemy of the talaq and everything that is related to the Muslim laws given by the Quran. And this is nothing less than fear mongering or trying to incite violence among the people. And this has been widely condemned by everyone, not only by the political parties in Assam, but also by the people who are actually who have not taken these comments by. Yes, Rakshita.
Right. All right. Thanks so much, Anuruddha, for joining us with those details. Of course, the fear-mongering continues by several of the opposition parties, and now it's the AIUDF chief, Badruddin Ajmal, who has now, heard the sentiments of the Hindus ahead of that Grand Round Temple inauguration. He's appealed to the Muslims to not to travel by train on the 20th of January, and calling BJP an enemy of the Islamic religion. Time for a short break, viewers. On the other side, ED's relentless action continues. A lookout notice has been issued against TMC leader Shah Jahan Sheikh.
TV. Amity faculty have filed over 2,100 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been ranked among the top for innovation achievements.
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी. सोमानी बाथवेयर.
It's a competitive market and consumers should be spoiled for choices. That's what we always believe. So if you are good, the consumers will choose you. We are already among the top 5 brands globally and in India. Less than 10K. Phantom V Fold, we were the number 2 to bring in the fold segment, a price which was less than 100K. We were the first to bring a flip phone, which was also the first in the segment. So Techno always is segment first or India first. And all these phones are made in India, made by Indians. So we believe in Digital India, Atmanirbhar Bharat.
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली, जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
कैंट से पानी होता है 100% प्योर।
कैंट आरओ प्योरिटी दिखाता भी है।
कैंट देता है सबसे शुद्ध पानी।
All eyes on India's mission to the sun. Aditya L1 to be put in a unique orbit to monitor the sun at 4 p.m. today. Yet another violent attack on ED team probing the ration scam in West Bengal. 3 FIRs registered. ED's relentless action continues. Lookout notice issued against TMC leader Shah Jahan Sheikh. Prime Minister to attend the 58th DGP-IGP National Conference in Jaipur today. After showdown across Karnataka, Siddaramaiah government orders for 60% Kannada signages. Varanasi court to decide on whether to release the ASI survey of Gyan Vapi in public or not. All right, we start with breaking news coming in right now. After back-to-back attacks on the ED team in West Bengal, the allies are now at war. Well, they are at war once again, and this time on what's happening in West Bengal. A day after claiming that the attack on the central agency team was led by TMC goons, quote-unquote TMC goons, Congress has now called for president's rule in West Bengal, claiming that the law and order situation in the state is only worsening by the day. This is Aditya Chaudhary, who has mounted the attack on Mamata Banerjee. There has been, of course, tensions between TMC and Congress day by day, be it the seat sharing, be it a lot of aspects as far as the Lok Sabha polls are concerned. But now, even what has happened yesterday, we're seeing it's an all-out war within the India alliance, and Congress is now saying that there should be a president's rule in the state of West Bengal for what is happening as far as the law and order situation. A complete breakdown of law and order situation in the state is concerned. Let's take a listen into what the Congress leader had to say.
हिम्मत कैसे जुटा पाते? ये स्पष्ट है कि सत्तारूढ़ पार्टी की मदद पीछे से है। ये सत्तारूढ़ पार्टी पीछे से इनको शक्ति देते हैं, ताकत देती है। इसलिए ये बंगाल में काका बाबू, खोका बाबू, शाहजहां, नूरजहां की कभी कहीं कमी नहीं है। अगर बीजेपी पार्टी की हिम्मत है तो कुछ करके दिखाओ। मणिपुर में तुम कर नहीं पाए, बंगाल में कैसे करोगे? हम तो चाहते हैं कि प्रेसिडेंशियल रूल कम से कम डिस्टर्ब एरिया ये तो ऐलान करो, लेकिन हिम्मत नहीं है। बीजेपी पार्टी बड़ी बड़ी बात तो कहेंगे, लेकिन दम नहीं है उनके। हो सकता दीदी और मोदी जी के अंदर कोई गहरा रिश्ता है जिसके चलते ये नहीं हो पाएंगे। हम तो मणिपुर में चाहते थे राहुल गांधी जी की अगुवाई में कि राष्ट्रपति शासन लागू हो। हम बंगाल में चाहते हैं कम से कम जिस इलाका में इस तरह की घटना घटी है वहां डिस्टर्ब एरिया एक्ट के तहत इसके खिलाफ और इस जगह के खिलाफ कड़ी से कड़ी कदम उठाना चाहिए। एक दो बार चुनाव में जीतना बड़ी बात नहीं है। मुफ्त में कोई जीत जाते हैं, लेकिन जब समय आते हैं कड़ी कदम उठाने की, हिम्मत दिखाने की, तब ये पीछे हट जाते हैं।
All right, so there you heard Aditya Chaudhary now mounting the attack, demanding president's rule in state of West Bengal. These are India Alliance partners, viewers remember, the Congress and the TMC. There has been a fight, there has been an all-out war just a few days back about seat sharing. In fact, Congress says that it is the big brother. They do not need the TMC. They do not need Mamata Banerjee. Very openly, Aditya Chaudhary has said that. And now, after what has happened yesterday, they called that mob of 1,000, 2,000 people TMC goons, condemned it, criticized Mamata Banerjee, and now, a day after, the Congress is demanding president's rule in the state. So that is a big development coming in. A political face-off is only intensifying. Professor Monojit Mandal, who is a political analyst and backs the TMC, leans towards the TMC, is on the phone line for more. Mr. Mandal, we are seeing this all-out war within the India Alliance for various reasons, be it the seat sharing formula or the law and order in West Bengal. After saying that Mamata Banerjee cannot be trusted, is not needed, now Congress is saying that there should be president's rule in the state.
I think if the Congress central leadership has to decide whether they will go by a person like Aditya Chaudhary, who has actually brought Congress to zero in the last, in his presidency in Congress. It is because of Mr. Aditya Chaudhary that Congress is now brought down to zero. My fundamental question is, please ask Aditya Chaudhary, 4 years ago when there was riots in Delhi, 50 people were killed. Did he ask for president's rule in Delhi? For 10 days back, 140 MPs were suspended and he was agitating along with TMC. Did he talk about the dictatorial attitude of the government and ask for president's rule in Delhi? The answer is no. My point is very simple. Mr. Aditya Chaudhary and some of the local Congress leaders here, they are working in tandem with BJP. They are supporting BJP. And because of this policy, people are rejected. People are rejecting them. People have rejected them. Mr. Aditya Chaudhary should think about how to save his Murshidabad seat after his loss in Jila Parishad in the last Panchayat election. You must be knowing that in the last Panchayat election, he has lost the Jila Parishad, the only Jila Parishad that Murshidabad had. So if you if you count the last assembly election of 2021, Mr. Aditya Chaudhary, he is actually losing. So whether he goes with TMC or not doesn't matter. TMC, I think, has, in many senses, has been fighting the BJP in Bengal. TMC will fight BJP in Bengal, whether with or without Mr. Aditya Chaudhary or Congress in Bengal. For us, statistics are saying that Congress is, at this point in time, Congress stands at zero in Bengal in terms of the last major election of 2021, followed by the Panchayat election, while Aditya Chaudhary himself has lost in Murshidabad. So the people of Bengal do not give much credence to Aditya Chaudhary. People of Bengal know that he has got a tacit understanding with BJP in Bengal and possibly with Mr. Modi as well.
Having a bond with the BJP. No, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary twice, not once but twice. Yesterday also he said that Mamata Banerjee is busy, serving the Prime Minister. Today again he says that we don't think that there will be a president's rule. He's in fact he's trying to insinuate that the TMC is weak before the BJP.
I tell you one thing. When ED had summoned Mrs. Sonia Gandhi or Mr. Rahul Gandhi, the same ED was an evil force for Mr. Aditya Chaudhary. But when in Bengal, ED comes without any notice, without any FIR, without informing the police, it becomes an angel. This is the kind of double standard politics that Bengal Congress under the leadership of Mr. Aditya Chaudhary has been playing for the last 5-6 years. I think has made them completely wiped out in Bengal. So we are very clear. Two of our principal leaders, Mr. Abhishek Banerjee and the Supremo of the party, Mrs. Mamata Banerjee, they are in touch with the national leader of Congress. If the alliance works out here, in fine. Otherwise, we do not give much credence to someone like Aditya Chaudhary, who is known for his bonhomie with the Prime Minister and also the local BJP leader. And his statements are actually coming out of that particular philosophy. So people of Bengal know who are fighting BJP. Was it Congress to fight BJP in 2021? What are you talking about? Congress stands at zero.
Bizarre allegation that Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary from Bengal Congress is actually working for the BJP. Now, will you go to tell Mrs. Sonia Gandhi that a close aide of Mrs. Gandhi, that is Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, is actually working for the BJP and not for the Congress? I haven't heard a bizarre argument like this before. So I'm asking you this. Will you tell this to Sonia Gandhi that actually Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is a BJP worker, he's working for the BJP and not for the Congress?
We seem to have lost the connection with Mr. Mondal there, Kisholai, as of course we were talking about, and in fact we were putting out that question to Mr. Mondal, which Kisholai, everybody is in fact wondering, what is happening in this alliance. This is a complete all-out war. Day by day, day in and day out, we see the kind of bizarre statements that are coming out, and now Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, is intensifying the attacks on the TMC, questioning the law and order situation while being in that alliance and saying that there should be a president's rule.
Exactly, Rakshita. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary very significantly is saying that there should be a precedent rule in Bengal because the situation has gone out of hand. Now, it is a fact that BJP also said a similar thing yesterday. In fact, most of the opposition parties are saying similar things because in Bengal there is a complete disintegration of law and order. That is what they are saying. But today, what Trinamool Congress spokesperson is saying, Mr. Mondal just said, that Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is actually working for the BJP in Bengal, is something very bizarre that I haven't heard before. Because we know that he is very close to Mrs. Gandhi, Mrs. Sonia Gandhi, and he is very close to Rahul Gandhi as well. Now, how would TMC approach the Congress leadership in the center and go out and tell them that your person in the state, the head of the Congress in the state, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, is almost the main face, the most important face in Congress in the state of West Bengal? Now, how would the Trinamool go out and say that Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is actually not working for the Congress but for the BJP? I don't know that. This is a very bizarre argument, but it is for sure that the India alliance is falling apart in Bengal and the repercussions are being felt across India as Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary demands Rashtrapati Shasan or President's rule here in West Bengal as the law and order shatters and as we see ED officials being attacked and blood gowned in West Bengal in open public view. Rakshita.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Kisholai, for joining us. Of course, this is a situation that the entire country is now witnessing. The political repercussions are, of course, being felt after what has happened in West Bengal. India allies are at war over the attack on ED officers in West Bengal. ISRO's first orbital mission, Aditya L1, is set to for its final maneuver to reach its destination and will be injected into its final orbit today at around 4 p.m. Upon reaching its final destination, the spacecraft will be able to view the sun without any eclipses. Commercial establishments, industries, hospitals, institutions and organizations will now have 60% Kannada signboards. The cabinet has given the nod to the ordinance making 60% of Kannada mandatory on signboards. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will attend the DGP-IGP conference in Jaipur today. During the conference, Prime Minister Modi will interact with the top security officials. Special investigation team of the Mumbai crime branch has made the first arrest in the 15,000 crore Mahadev betting app case. According to our top sources, the name of the accused arrested in the case is Dikshit Kothari. Ahead of the grand consecration ceremony of the Ayodhya Ram Temple on the 22nd of January, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has said that Prime Minister Modi should be thanked because he has fulfilled the dreams of crores of Indians. Ahead of the grand consecration ceremony of the Ram Temple, Uttar Pradesh Police has issued an advisory on the security measures, stating that police personnel engaged in the inauguration should not use smartphones. Time for a short break, viewers, but on the other side, we get you more details. Prime Minister Modi is all set to attend the top cops meeting, the DGP IGP meet in Jaipur today. Details on the other side. Stay tuned.
TV.
हेलो बेटा।
मिस्टर विकास के साथ कौन है?
बस बेटा थोड़ी देर और। वो मिस्टर विकास की फाइल आप पॉलिसी बाजार। मैम आपका हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस क्लेम अप्रूव हो गया है। अब आप सर को घर ले जा सकती हैं।
क्लेम के टाइम पे हमेशा आपकी हेल्प को तैयार। पॉलिसी बाजार 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 390 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
Where does the future lie? Future is right here in the air. In the hopes, powered by original thoughts and ideations, the future lies in the bedrock principles of this place. The future lies in the futuristic vision of this place. The future thrives in conservation of nature here. The future lies in the perseverance of people in this place. The future is emerging right here on this unique global platform. The future is in the interest of all nations present on this global platform. This platform is the reflection of our philosophy of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas. Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit is a paragon of unity, trust and collective efforts. A bright future was envisioned on this platform. It is the growth engine of Vikasit Bharat, which was accomplished in a short period of time. Once again, under the aegis of Amrit Kal's Vikasit Bharat, the gates to the vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024 open with grace and grandeur. The gateway to the future beckons. Welcome to Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024.
बढ़ता है, खेलता है, झूलता, उछलता है, दौड़ता कभी कभी दौड़ कर आता है, आगे आगे बढ़ता है इंडिया, अमूल दूध पीता है इंडिया।
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
Just another tycoon. Hustling way too early in the morning. Passing on this happy tune. Helping babies feel at ease. Aw, all kinds of babies. No drive is just another drive when you're in a tycoon. Volkswagen.
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, सस्ती दवाई, अच्छी दवाई, कम से कम 75% डिस्काउंट। अब तक जरूरतमंदों के 23,000 करोड़ रुपए बचे। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
Welcome back. You're watching Republic TV. Getting in some visuals now of an emergency in the skies. Let's get you the pictures of how an Alaskan plane, a passenger plane, mid-air, a window broke and there was an emergency situation. A video also being shot by some of the passengers, now posted on social media. Let's bring you those pictures. Take a look at what happened in the sky. This is an Alaska Airlines plane. It's also now grounded 65 Boeing 737-9 aircrafts late on Friday, hours after a window and a piece of fuselage on a flight blew out midair. Window blew out midair at about 16,000 feet, forcing an emergency landing in Portland, The flight landed safely with 174 passengers, 6 crew members. This was the situation you can see in one of the videos when it pans towards the window. There is no window there. The plane window just blew out midair. It just blew out midair. And several items, according to reports, including phones, were sucked out of the plane when it suddenly depressurized. Everyone is now reported to be safe. Quite a scare there on board the Alaska Airlines flight. And this is a video that came in some time back. And let's play out that video and hear a little bit of what happened in the skies. A video posted by one of the viewers, one of the passengers, I beg your pardon, on board that flight.
Okay, so there was no one seated there. There was thankfully no one seated near the window. Yeah, they just said. I said that I thought we were fine. I take it back. Yeah, I thought we were too.
This wasn't even the emergency door. We're at the end of the plane, so the emergency door's right there. It was just a piece of the plane.
Okay, so there was no one seated there. There was thankfully no one seated near the window. Yeah, they just said.
Phones, etc., were sucked out. The plane had to make an emergency landing. When such an incident happens at this height, which is reportedly around 16,000 feet, what is the kind of situation that the pilots, the crew, and passengers have to deal with? Wing Commander Bakshi.
Thank you very much. This is again a very dangerous situation. Let me tell you very briefly. Way back in 1950s, the Comet had this problem. Why? Because the windows used to start developing cracks. The windows used to be squarish at that time, and when the crack used to develop, they used to go into the fuselage, and the thing used to spring open. And at height, if this happens, then the explosive decompression, where the airframe cracks and the aircraft crashes. Here, the height was 16,000 feet. That is why no passenger got sucked out and the aircraft landed safely. Had it been at 35,000 feet or so, then the things would have been different. Now, this aspect requires a complete checkup because the fuselage has to undergo test, proper test, stresses and strain tests will be carried out. And if there's a minor crack which even develops in the edges, and that goes into the airframe, and then the airframe starts breaking up. Here also, a piece of airframe, the fuselage broke up also, and the window flew out. But since the aircraft was at 16,000 feet and below, it got, there was no major emergency. Yes, this was an emergency, all right, but nothing untoward happened which, would have harmed the passengers. So I personally feel this airline will have to inspect all its aircraft. It will have to go for inspection. Airframe test will have to be done. The Boeing already is under great pressure from various aspects, and this is another pressure which is building up. If this aircraft was Boeing, then I personally feel that the designers would be called, have to review the whole system, whole airframe checkup will have to be done. So this is a serious emergency, as far as I'm concerned, and explosive decompression would have landed up into a big disaster had it been at height.
Thank you, Wing Commander Bakshi. In fact, like you were saying, I mean, most of the planes in this particular fleet will have to be checked, and that's what Alaskan Airlines has now done. We are hearing now that they've grounded 65 Boeing 737-9 flights late Friday hours after a window and a piece of fuselage reportedly on this particular plane that you're seeing there. That black spot that you see there, that dark spot, that's a window. Can you imagine happening mid-air when a window just blows out and your mobile phone gets sucked out? It's not funny. anything can happen in a situation like this, and this plane had to make an emergency landing. It's landed safely, thankfully, with 174 passengers and 6 crew members. Taking a short break now as we get you more breaking news update and count down to that big Aditya L1 moment. Before that, I think we have Group Captain Agustin Vinod also joining us. Group Captain Agustin Vinod, are you there? Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
How are you? Good afternoon. I was also going through this news. It's really scary. Really scary for having a gaping hole, through the cabin, and though it happened at 16,000 feet, which is not, fairly high altitude. So that way, I think the damage to passengers and the aeroplane has been minimized. But this particular aeroplane, Niranjan, is capable of going up to 41,000 feet. And if it had happened at 40 and 41,000 feet, that kind of altitude, then it would have been really catastrophic. And, probably could have led to very bad damage. So that is something, God sent, I would say. But the fact of the matter is, Niranjan, is this particular aeroplane, the 737-9, it's a fairly old airframe. So probably age also could have been the reason why the blowout has happened. But best part is, like the images that you showed, the oxygen system worked beautifully. So from 16,000 feet down to 10,000 feet, that's a 6,000 feet drop. Passengers were saved or were given adequate oxygen. So even with the people who have had some medical issues also, could have, not much damage would have happened. So that way, it is God sent. But it is something that we need to really watch out for. Boeing, because Boeing has been in news for a lot of bad publicity of it. Over to you.
Group Captain, I'm just hearing, and there is one very scary picture, also doing the rounds that shows perhaps a large part of the window was also sucked out, and one seat, they were saying, and I can't confirm it, of course. I can't confirm it right now, but some pictures suggesting that maybe an unoccupied seat. An unoccupied seat was also sucked out. Now, I can't confirm this. We'll try and, wait for some more details to come in, and we'll share that with our viewers as well. Some pictures that are coming in right now. A very scary situation in the skies at 16,000 feet, according to some reports. A child sitting near the window was reportedly pulled, and his shirt was torn off. Some passengers also lost their phones, which were sucked out of the plane. A seat next to the window was also blown out due to decompression. So that was the scary situation in the skies there in the Alaskan Airlines Boeing flight. We'll take a short break right now. Stay tuned. And more on the Mandir politics. In fact, more and more parties fear-mongering. The AIUDF, Badruddin Ajmal is now fear-mongering, saying don't travel by train around the 20th of Jan. I don't know what his problem is, but is he trying to take that theory forward? What some very, very irresponsible politicians have been saying, that there could be another Godhra-like incident on trains. Very irresponsible, trying to fear-monger. More on that coming up. Well, Indie allies at war over the ED attack, the attack on the ED team yesterday in Bengal. Congress officially has demanded president's rule in West Bengal. Can you believe it?
TV.
There's a way to open up a world of opportunities with the most reputed companies of the world. The way 98% of our students secured placement last year, with top rankings and coveted accreditation to show for them. The MBA programs at the Amrita School of Business. Admissions have opened. Apply now.
भाई इतनी
बड़ी बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स तो बड़े होने चाहिए। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, जमीन से जुड़े।
गोल का स्टाइलिश पंखा सिर्फ हवा ही नहीं देता, आपके आलीशान घर के कोने कोने में ठंडी हवा के झोंके पहुंचाता है।
कूल फैंस के स्टाइलिश डिजाइन से घर को सुंदर बनाएं। 5 स्टार BLDC कूल फैन से बिजली भी बचाएं।
समय आ गया है घर के पंखे बदलने का और कूल फैंस घर लाने का।
इस पल को मुमकिन करने के लिए आदित्य ने पहले से ही शुरुआत कर दी थी।
ये पल सच हुआ, ये पल आंखें कभी नम कर जाता, ये पल।
और म्यूचुअल फंड से शुरुआत करना जिम्मेदारी की निशानी है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, हर गरीब का मुफ्त इलाज। 55 करोड़ लोगों को दी हर साल 5 लाख रुपए तक के मुफ्त इलाज की निश्चिंतता। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
Fourth Dimension Media brings to you the most awaited event of the year, South India Content Summit 2024 on January 9th at the Lalit Ashok, Bangalore from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Witness the industry's biggest captains, entrepreneurs and broadcasters speak about the South story. Title sponsor Fourth Dimension Media Solutions, powered by the Hindu and Trend Loud Digital. Agency partner Omnicom Media Group. Innovative content partner Radio City.
दुनिया में बस हम दो हैं, दुनिया जिनकी दीवानी है। आ रहे हैं हम दोनों।
Ahead of Ram Mandir inauguration, AIUDF fearmongers with "don't travel by train" remark. Yet another violent attack on the ED team. Probing ration scam in West Bengal. 3 FIRs have been registered. India allies at war over ED attack. Congress demands president's rule in West Bengal. Even Congress wants Mamata Banerjee out. ED's relentless action continues. Lookout notice issued against Trinamool Congress leader Shahjahan Sheikh, who attacked the ED team. There's a big fight within the Karnataka government. One minister wants 3 deputy chief ministers. Another says, give us 4 deputy chief ministers. In all, will there be 5 deputy chief ministers in Karnataka? All eyes on India's mission to the sun. Aditya L1 to be placed in a unique orbit at 4 p.m. this evening. And ladies and gentlemen, getting in some breaking news. In fact, it's become a habit almost for some political parties, for some reason, can't just digest the Ram Mandir inauguration, or they find this compelling need to say something ahead of the Ram Mandir inauguration to keep their vote banks happy. For example, there was a leader in Karnataka called B.K. Hariprasad who said that another Godhra is going to happen. He has evidence of it, he has proof of it, but he never shared that proof with agencies. And then you have the likes of Uddhav Thackeray who made similar comments. And now you have a person called Badruddin Ajmal of the AIUDF in Assam asking people not to travel by trains around the 20th of January. Of course, he's trying to fearmonger. Take a listen.
একটা জিনিস সাবধান থাকবেন, যে যেখানে পারেন যতক্ষণ পারেন আমাদের মুসলমান ভাইরা 20 তারিখ থেকে নিয়ে 24-25 তারিখ পর্যন্ত কেউ যে ট্রেনে সফর করে পুরো ভারতবর্ষ, এই যে রাম জন্মভূমির মুক্তি রাখা হইল, রামের মুক্তি রাখা হইল, ওই দিন তারা পুরো পৃথিবী দেখে লাখ লাখ মানুষ, আর ভারতবর্ষ থেকে তো ঢাকাইতেছে গাড়ি, বাস, ট্রেন, স্পেশাল ট্রেন, প্লেন সব দিতেছে। এর জন্য বিজেপির প্ল্যান বহুত বড়, এটারে আমরা ফ্লাইং ফেল করতে লাগবো, শান্তি রাখতে লাগবো। আমরা কেউ যে এই কয়েকদিন ট্রেনে সফর করি, এই জিনিসটা একজনে আরেকজনকে জানাইয়া দিবেন। নিজের বাড়িতে থাকো, শান্তিতে থাকো, নামাজ পড়ো, আল্লাহর কাছে দোয়া করো। বিজেপি আমাদের সবচেয়ে বড় শত্রু, জানের শত্রু, দিনের শত্রু, ইমানের শত্রু, আজানের শত্রু, মাদ্রাসার শত্রু, মসজিদের শত্রু, মা বোনের পর্দার শত্রু, আমার ইসলামী কানুনের শত্রু, তালাকের শত্রু। এইসব জিনিস যেটা আল্লাহ কোরআনে আমাদের এটা আমাদের
BJP has responded to this comment made by Badruddin Ajmal, saying that there are many parties who want to spread hatred ahead of the Ram Mandir inauguration. Listen in.
खड़गे जी और कांग्रेस पार्टी देश में भ्रम फैलाने के सिवा और कुछ नहीं किया है। मणिपुर जाकर के वो पॉलिटिकल टूरिज्म किए हैं और मणिपुर का समाधान हमारे गृह मंत्री जी और प्रधानमंत्री जी कर रहे हैं। इनके समय में मणिपुर 6 साल तक जलते रहा था और हमने उस पर कंट्रोल करने का काम किया है। ये लोगों में भ्रम ना फैलाएं।
And India's space agency ISRO is on the cusp of another landmark. Aditya L1, the big project. Today is a big day for Aditya L1, and we're counting down to 4 p.m. when it will be placed in orbit, in a key orbit. Let's get you some of the details of what we can expect at 4 p.m. this evening. ISRO on the cusp of entering a halo orbit. It's a halo orbit around the Sun-Earth Lagrange point 1 or L1, and that's expected a little after 4 p.m. This strategic maneuver will position the spacecraft in a stable vantage point approximately about 1.5 million kilometers from Earth, allowing it to maintain an uninterrupted view of the Sun. Now, Aditya L1's journey began with its launch aboard the PSLV C-57 on the 2nd of September 2nd, 2023, and after a series of complex orbital maneuvers and a 110-day transit, the spacecraft is now poised to conduct its final insertion into the halo orbit. And we have former director of ISRO, Surendra Pal Singh, joining us live this evening. Good evening, Mr. Singh. Can you hear me, sir?
Good evening. Hello.
I'm checking the audio again. Mr. Surendra Pal Singh, former ISRO director with us. Good evening, sir. Good evening. Mr. Singh, if you can tell our viewers first up the significance of this maneuver and how this is going to help in the mission, sir.
Yeah, good evening. You know, this L1 is an orbit of, it's an orbit. It's not a single point. Okay. It's a hypothetical single point L1.
Yeah.
We called Lagrangian one. We have got like 5 points and it goes around that. The orbit period is the order of 187 days. It means in a few thousands of kilometers orbit. It's a slightly twisted orbit. To get into this orbit, you know, one has to, a particular time of maneuver, one has to put a loop, you know, suppose we are going in an axial direction, we have to come back, make a loop and enter into this orbit. So that's a very crucial maneuver. See, suppose if it was a sun, lunar orbit, we knew how exactly to do it. but into a hypothetical orbit, which is also not a planar orbit. It's not the, suppose the line joining the sun and the satellite, it's not it's not a perpendicular to that one. It's slightly twisted, like if you take a loop, slightly twisted. It's a three-dimensional thing. It's not a two-dimensional orbit. So get into this orbit is a tricky point, and to maintain the minimal, because the centripetal force is managed or compensated, and the force compensated. Residual one is compensated by or corrected by the thrusters which are there on the satellite. And this we see the uninterrupted view of the sun at L1. See, the Earth does not come in between. There is no occultation. This is the most advantageous point, although it's not very stable. Stable points are L3, L4, L5. But there are some other problems with that one, so one doesn't go to those points. One goes to L1 point or L2, where James telescope is there, but that is needed for looking into the deep space. Here we are looking directly for 24/7 only on sun with 7 experiments on it. Thank you.
Now, how critical is this mission for ISRO, Mr. Singh, and what will this? How will this mission help us study the sun further?
See, it's a critical for the science, solar science. We don't understand the solar science very well, although we had been doing observations. First astronomy was solar astronomy, but it's done from the ground. Now we are going to the point where there is no atmosphere. At the same time, continuously we are looking at sun 24/7. And in that one, we have got 7 experiments which will find out the soft X-rays, we'll find out the corneal heating. There's a lot of anisotropies there, both temperature-wise as well as the mass and magnetic field-wise. So there is a magnetometer in your photograph. You are showing a big boom. There is a magnetometer, triaxial magnetometer is there. We'll find out the magnetic field. Then also we'll study the corona. You see, what happens is this total solar disk will be, occulted by another disk on the camera itself, and we will be able to study the total sun in that way, which was not possible to do on ground. Similarly, there is coronal mass ejection, which affects our electromagnetic environment, and also it affects our weather conditions. It affects so many things, our satellites. It can affect our communications, etc. So if we know all those things well in advance, we can take the mitigation measures. So there are 7 experiments I told you, and corneal heating is not very well studied. There are some 3 more satellites are there, like SOHO is there, Parker probe is there, and earlier also there. So they are also studying, and we will be complementing their observations. So worldwide, we are contributing considerably once we are successful in the solar physics, and we will also understand the solar dynamics with respect to our Earth's atmosphere, Earth's magnetosphere. So all these things makes a very complex phenomena. And I told you, there is a lot of anisotropies involved, which we don't understand it. And by this satellite, we will be able to understand the anisotropy of the corona mass, anisotropy of the field, anisotropy of the temperatures. Because the temperatures vary, from 4,000 Kelvin to 1 million Kelvin. That sort of temperature variations are there where you are looking for. So it's a very complex, plus X-rays are coming, soft, hard X-rays are coming, magnetic field variations are there. So 7 experiments will try to find out all the things. Thank you.
So now, Mr. Singh, just another question, sir. So once it is placed in orbit, and what happens, because there's a final insertion. Once the final insertion happens, what next for the life of Aditya L1? For how long will it continue to stay there, and for how long will this study go on, sir?
Say minimum, any ISRO's mission minimum is plan is for 5 years. But if the amount of fuel which we spend, if we can manage to get inserted into halo orbit, It's not a single point. We have to go around the orbit, and to maintain there, we have to fire the thrusters, which of course fuel is minimum. And solar panels, etc. The design has taken care of the radiations. We are near to sun, that we must see it, but of course we are not very near. We are only 1/10 more than what we could have been there on the Earth's orbit, that is geosynchronous orbit. So all things have been designed, thermal systems have been designed, electronics has been hardened to see that it withstands all those radiations. But still, we have to check it. We don't have any experience of that one. How long the electronics works, how long the batteries last, and how long the fuel lasts. So minimum, I think it will remain for 5 years minimum. And it could be 5 to, depends on how much of the fuel. If everything is working, it can go for 10 to 15 years also.
Okay. All right. Mr. Singh, thank you for joining us here on Republic TV this afternoon. It was a pleasure to have you with us. We will, in fact, try and speak to you once again, when we approach that moment. The former director of ISRO, Surendrapal Singh, joining us on the broadcast as we count down to 4 p.m. Mr. Singh, thank you for joining us. Thank you very much. We'll move on and get you some other headlines from across the country this evening and tell you what's going on. Quickly, a quick check of the top world headlines this evening. Powerful storms and rainfall damaging over 1,000 homes and businesses left several community under muddy brown waters in Manchester, United Kingdom. Buildings and cars submerged. UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak in the region and wanted to assure residents that the country's environmental agency had people on the ground in affected areas. Powerful rains lashed several parts of UK, making residents suffer. The evacuation process is on in full-fledged. Elderly residents are taken out in time to reduce the severity of the situation. Environmental agencies, emergency services trying to pump out water. Thousands of Yemenis in the Houthi rebel protested against US for killing Houthi fighters in the Red Sea. The Houthis acknowledged that 10 of their fighters were killed in confrontation and warned of consequences. They say their attacks aim to end the Israel air and ground offensive in the Gaza Strip that was triggered by the Palestinian militant group. New York state lawyers requested for an increase in penalty to over $370 million on Donald Trump's civil business fraud trial. The defense argued that 10-plus weeks of testimony produced no evidence of fraudulence. Both sides highlighted their takeaways from the trial in court filings ahead of closing arguments. A sailor has been found off the coast of Colombia after spending over 2 weeks at sea in a damaged yacht. He said that all vessel communication and navigation systems were lost and that he doesn't have any major health issues after the 15-day struggle. Death toll after Japan earthquake has now reached 100. Rescue workers carefully pulled out more people from the rubble. The number of missing was lowered, but it shot up 2 days ago. The race to the White House intensifying with both Joe Biden and Donald Trump having a go at each other. Trump, while attacking Biden, telling the people of America that it's their last chance to save their country. Take a look.
As the 2024 U.S. presidential elections officially kick off, U.S. President Joe Biden opens bold campaign in Pennsylvania, where he criticized former President Donald Trump and said that he could be a threat to American democracy.
Let's be clear about the 2020 election. Trump exhausted every legal avenue available to him to overturn the election. Every one. But the legal path just took Trump back to the truth. Trump is trying to steal history the same way he tried to steal the election. But we knew the truth because we saw it with our own eyes. This wasn't like something, a story being told. It was on television repeatedly. We saw it with our own eyes.
Trump's mob wasn't a peaceful protest. It was a violent assault. They were insurrectionists, not patriots.
Hours after President Joe Biden described Donald Trump as a threat to democracy, Trump fired back, accusing Biden of abusing George Washington's legacy to attack him and his supporters.
Because Biden, I mean, if you take a look at what he's doing on the border, or inflation, or our military, that horrible day in Afghanistan, you look at what he's done with energy, all throughout the world, we're an embarrassment as a country. We've become an embarrassment as a country. The only reason Biden is at Valley Forge abusing George Washington's legacy, I mean, he's abusing Washington's legacy.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Taking a short break, more on the investigation by the Enforcement Directorate against the Trinamool Congress leader. A lookout notice has been issued against Shah Jahan Sheikh. Big fight within Karnataka. Government Minister Rajanna wants 3 deputy chief ministers. More and more demands being made. Some saying we want 4 deputy chief ministers. Will there be 5 deputy chief ministers in Karnataka?
Tata.tv.
Amity faculty have filed over 2,100 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been ranked among the top for innovation achievements.
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी. Somani bathware.
Whenever I had ice cream or cold water, I would experience a sharp shooting sensation. So I just kept ignoring it. Even my hot chai was giving me the same amount of discomfort. My dentist recommended Sensodyne. So now I can be completely carefree and sip my hot cup of tea. It really works.
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली. जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां. हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे. हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े. अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए. हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए. चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो. यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं. शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे.
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं. पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार.
Getting some breaking news now on One Nation, One Election. There's been some movement on that. We're getting in some details. Abhishek Kapoor, my colleague, will be joining us with that big lead. This is on the One Nation, One Election proposal, which would effectively mean that the general elections and state elections will be held together. And the committee has now invited public suggestions for the framework. The committee has now invited public suggestions for the framework. This is a development that has just come in. And there has been some movement on this right now. This is the high-level committee. The high-level committee related to the holding of simultaneous elections across India. It's now issued a public notice inviting public comments on the issue. They have said in that notice that notice for inviting suggestions from members of the general public for making appropriate changes in the existing legal administrative framework to enable simultaneous elections in the country. Suggestions can be posted on the committee's website or sent by email, and the website and the email ID also part of the notice. Earlier, the high-level committee constituted had also gone on to hold its preliminary meeting under the chairmanship of former President Ramnath Kovind, Union Home Minister and Minister of Cooperation Amit Shah, MOS Law Arjun Ram Meghwal, former leader of opposition Ghulam Nabi Azad, and a few others. And this is the breaking news update that has just come in. The panel looking into One Nation, One Election, or simultaneous elections in the country, which means state elections and general elections will happen at the same time. And that panel has issued a public notice inviting public comments on the issue. We're taking a short break now here on Republic TV while we get you more details. Taking a short break now. Stay tuned. All eyes on India's mission to the sun. Aditya L1 will be placed at a unique orbit at 4 p.m. this evening. That's the final insertion in the key mission.
मेरे भाई अरविंद कुमार की कुछ महीने पहले एक्सीडेंट में डेथ हो गई। उन्होंने पॉलिसी बाजार से टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस लिया हुआ था, जो अब भाभी के घर के खर्च और बच्चों की पढ़ाई में काम आएगा। पॉलिसी बाजार की टीम ने क्लेम दिलवाने में हमारी पूरी मदद की।
क्लेम के टाइम पे आपकी हेल्प के लिए हमेशा तैयार। पॉलिसी बाजार 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 470 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
There's a way to open up a world of opportunities with the most reputed companies of the world. The way 98% of our students secured placement last year, with top rankings and coveted accreditation to show for them. The MBA programs at the Amrita School of Business. Admissions have opened. Apply now.
भाई इतनी बड़ी
बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स तो बड़े होने चाहिए। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, जमीन से जुड़े।
Helps beat sensitivity fast. Sensodyne Rapid Relief.
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
Ahead of Ram Mandir inauguration, another party fear-mongering. AIUDF and Badruddin Ajmal saying don't travel by train ahead of Ayodhya opening. Yet another violent attack on ED team probing ration scam in West Bengal. 3 FIRs have now been registered. India allies at war over ED attack. Congress officially wanting President's rule in West Bengal. Aditya L1 says President's rule is a must. ED's relentless action continues. Lookout notice issued against TMC Shah Jahan Sheikh. Big fight within Karnataka government. One minister says want 3 deputy chief ministers, another says 4. Will there be 5 in all in Karnataka? All eyes on India's mission to the sun. Aditya L1 to be placed in a unique orbit at 4 p.m. half an hour from now. Getting in some more breaking news right now on the mining scam, and as the Enforcement Directorate investigates in Jharkhand. This one is in relation to the illegal mining cases in Jharkhand. Getting in an update right now that the Enforcement Directorate has summoned Abhishek Prasad. And Abhishek Prasad is the press advisor to the Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren. And Jharkhand Chief Minister's press advisor has now been asked to join the investigation on the 16th of January. He's been summoned, and that's the latest update that's now coming in. Hemant Soren was earlier summoned, did not respond to the ED summons, and now it is his press advisor. Hemant Soren's aides now being called. His press advisor has been called in for questioning, and this is on the 16th of January. He's been asked to come in for questioning. That's the breaking news update coming in. Hemant Soren's press advisor Abhishek Prasad is under ED raid, was earlier raided, and this was in connection with the illegal mining case. He was raided earlier this week. Hemant Soren's press advisor Abhishek Prasad also under the scanner. And many aides, in fact, close associates of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren were raided in Ranchi as part of the ongoing investigation into alleged illegal mining in the state. Abhishek Prasad, one of them who was raided by the Enforcement Directorate. He's Hemant Soren's press advisor. Searches were earlier carried out this week at 12 locations, including at Abhishek Prasad's residence and the residence of Sahibganj Deputy Commissioner. The raids came earlier this week as the Chief Minister had also decided to ignore the summons issued by the Enforcement Directorate and said he already provided the agency with all the details of the properties, and the summons he called were illegal. Now, on the back of that, we're getting in those details that Hemant Soren, press advisor, has now been called in for questioning. He's been asked to join the investigation on the 16th of January. I have Prakash joining us on the phone line. Prakash, what's going on? Prakash, what does this man know?
Niranjan, 3 people have been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, and at all these 3 people's premises, raids were conducted a couple of days back, and some incriminating documents were recovered from the premises of Sahibganj DC Ramnimas Yadav. He has been summoned to join the investigation on January 11. And ED has also summoned architect Binod Singh, who is said to be close to Chief Minister Hemant Soren. He has been summoned on January 15, and press advisor Abhishek Prasad alias Pintu on January 16. And they have links with Hemant Soren, and that is why Hemant Soren is being summoned time and again, and he skipped the seventh summon, and in fact written a letter to the Enforcement Directorate as to why he is being summoned. So news tightening on all the close aides of Hemant Soren for investigations at the ED office in Ranchi. Back to you.
What is his status? Where does the case against him stand? And what happens if he continues to evade those summons, Prakash?
Well, he's been evading those summons, and the only point is now whether the ED goes to the ED court and seeks a non-bailable warrant against him, if at all the ED feels so. But Hemant Soren, through his counsel, has given a plea that cite me the reason as to why you are summoning me, what are the charges against me, because he is the Chief Minister of Jharkhand as well. But the ED has been investigating people, and raids have been conducted at certain places who are close aides of Hemant Soren, and thereafter incriminating documents would have been recovered. And on the basis of that and the corroborative evidences, Hemant Soren was being summoned, but he's been evading arrest, and the Jharkhand governor is also slated to come to Ranchi on 8th of this month. Thereafter, we'll see what kind of action is taken.
Thank you for joining us with those inputs, Prakash. Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren's aides raided earlier this week, now been called for questioning, being asked to join the investigation later this month on the 16th of January. Prakash telling us that the media advisor to Hemant Soren has also been called in for questioning. Let's move on now and get you some more details of the crackdown against terror in the valley. NIA has attached properties of Lashkar Front TRF. Here's a report that came in.
In Chanapora locality of Srinagar, we are seeing NIA's cloth has reached here to attach the property of Mushtaq Ahmed. This is the case of 2023 in June, when there was an import with the Srinagar police about the weaponry present in the Srinagar district. Accordingly, the raids were carried by the joint forces and the agencies, and finally the recovery was made. That also includes the 15 pistols, 30 magazines, and also 300 rounds with one silencer that was recovered from the 4 accused in this case. Finally, the court has issued an order related to the property attachment that my Vijay Mubashir is showing you. This is the property that is now being attached by the NIA. As far as the terror funding is concerned, we are seeing the teams of NIA that is being supported by Jammu and Kashmir Police, the Srinagar Police, and also the CRPF is here to assist this very attachment of the property. This is not the first case that NIA is attaching the property. We have seen a number of cases. Rather, in one of the cases just a few meters from here, Said Salahuddin's son's property was also attached by NIA a few months back. So we are seeing a complete crackdown on terror in Kashmir.
Getting in an update on that vicious attack on the Enforcement Directorate team in Bengal in connection with the same case, the Enforcement Directorate team, a day after it was attacked in West Bengal's North 24 Parganas. Sources telling Republic that a lookout notice has now been issued. A lookout notice has now been issued against Trinamool Congress convener Shah Jahan Sheikh. That lookout notice being issued, and the ED is also seeking help from the Central IB as it investigates the case.
Right now, where I'm standing, this is the residential complex of Trinamool Congress leader Sheikh Shah Jahan, who allegedly instigated the hooligans to create an attack upon ED officials and also on the CRPF Jawans. And all we can see, mansion-like places to live for Sheikh Shah Jahan, This is number 1 house, this is number 2, this is number 3, and total at least 5 number of residents, which all of our mansion likes are in this residential complex. And also we will try to get a reaction from Sheikh Shah Jahan or from his family members. Mr. Shah Jahan, Mr. Sheikh Shah Jahan, Sheikh Shah Jahan, Sheikh Shah Jahan. We can see this is locked from inside, and also we'll go to another mansion-like residential place of Sheikh Shah Jahan. This is the 4th house of Sheikh Shah Jahan in this residential complex. Sheikh Shah Jahan, Sheikh Shah Jahan, did you instigated hooligans to attack on ED officials and CRPF Jawans? Sheikh Shah Jahan, are you there? Sheikh Shah Jahan, Sheikh Shah Jahan. All we can see mansion-like places, also a huge area of gardens, ponds in this residential complex, in which Sheikh Shah Jahan, the alleged Trinamool Congress leader who instigated the attack on CRPF Jawans and ED officials, lived. But right now, Sheikh Shah Jahan and his family are now absconding from this place, and also, as per the sources, lookout notice have been issued to find out Sheikh Shah Jahan and his family members, and also BSF and Central IB officials are now being requested by the ED officials to help them on this regard. And as per the sources, Enforcement Directorate officials, they are keeping a close touch with higher officials, as well as they are seeking legal procedures to interrogate Sheikh Shah Jahan and check the validity of the allegations of allegedly being associated with PDS scam or any other scams of Sheikh Shah Jahan. With video analyst Mohit Sheth, this is Bhaskar for Republic TV.
So you saw that entire report that has been filed by our colleague Bhaskar, and he's reporting, remember, from that very spot, the very spot yesterday where we had seen those unprecedented scenes. The Enforcement Directorate team came under attack there by goons that are allegedly linked to the TMC. Now, do remember, in the entire case, we've heard some very, very sharp reactions that have come in, not just from the BJP, that is the principal opposition now in the state of West Bengal, but even from the governor. The governor said that something like this is not acceptable, and he also had a forewarning, and he said, just in case you have the administration not responding in time, he said, we will be forced to act. And almost a similar sentiment has also been echoed by the Congress. You've heard the reaction coming in from Aditya Chaudhary a little earlier, and Aditya Chaudhary not just says that this is the Jungle Raj, the lack of law and order in the state of West Bengal, but he also does say that this is an incident that warrants president's rule in the state.
इतना हिम्मत कैसे जुटा पाते? ये स्पष्ट है कि सत्तारूढ़ पार्टी की मदद पीछे से है। ये सत्तारूढ़ पार्टी पीछे से इनको शक्ति देते हैं, ताकत देती है। इसलिए ये बंगाल में काका बाबू, खोका बाबू, शाहजहां, नूरजहां की कभी कहीं कमी नहीं है। अगर बीजेपी पार्टी की हिम्मत है तो कुछ करके दिखाओ। मणिपुर में तुम कर नहीं पाए, बंगाल में कैसे करोगे? हम तो चाहते हैं कि प्रेसिडेंशियल रूल कम से कम डिस्टर्ब एरिया ये तो ऐलान करो, लेकिन हिम्मत नहीं है। बीजेपी पार्टी बड़ी बड़ी बात तो कहेंगे, लेकिन दम नहीं है उनके। हो सकता दीदी और मोदी जी के अंदर कोई गहरा रिश्ता है जिसके चलते ये नहीं हो पाए। हम तो मणिपुर में चाहते थे राहुल गांधी जी के अगुवाई में कि राष्ट्रपति शासन लागू हो। हम बंगाल में चाहते हैं कम से कम जिस इलाका में इस तरह की घटना घटी है वहाँ डिस्टर्ब एरिया एक्ट के तहत इसके खिलाफ और इस जगह के खिलाफ कड़ी से कड़ी कदम उठाना चाहिए। एक दो बार चुनाव में जीतना बड़ी बात नहीं है। मुफ्त में कोई जीत जाते हैं, लेकिन जब समय आते हैं कड़ी कदम उठाने की, हिम्मत दिखाने की, तब ये पीछे हट जाते हैं।
So that is Aditya Chaudhary, as always, at war with Mamata Banerjee in particular. But again, the Congress reiterating, Ishan, much of what a lot of people today are saying, that has West Bengal today become a complete synonymous with the lack of, rule, the law and order there. We've seen political murders, violence during the Panchayat elections, and now this. Will there be any costs involved? Have any heads rolled? Has any arrest been made so far, Ishan?
Well, the statement which we heard from Aditya Chaudhary, that totally signifies that Aditya Chaudhary is stating, he is thinking, he believes that there is no control of the government of West Bengal over the law and order situation in many parts of West Bengal. This is coming clear from the statement made by Aditya Chaudhary, who is the state Congress president in West Bengal. At the same time, there is another significance in this. You know that Aditya Chaudhary belongs to a party which is in alliance with TMC, West Bengal's current dispensation, in the INDI alliance. So these two political parties, one is Congress, another is TMC, they are hand in hand to oppose Narendra Modi or oppose NDA or BJP in the forthcoming Lok Sabha elections, and they think that they will be hand in hand in the interest of the nation because BJP is working against the interest of the nation. But here, when it comes to the matter of West Bengal, then the state Congress chief Aditya Chaudhary, who is also the floor leader of Congress in Lok Sabha, he is saying that he's clearly stating that West Bengal needs the presidential rule, at least in those areas which are facing such kinds of disturbances, which we are showing from yesterday. That what incident happened there in Sandesh Khali area when ED team went to raid the place of Shahjahan Sheikh, the local terror who allegedly, and at the same time when the ED team was arrested last night, the ex-chairperson of Bangaon municipality, Shankar Addo, who is also was being raided by ED in the rationing scam connection. At that place also ED faced this kind of disturbances, and ED vehicles were attacked and ransacked. So in this perspective, Aditya Chaudhary, being an ally of TMC, is saying that these areas are disturbed, and if BJP, he is throwing a challenge towards BJP or the center, that if they have enough guts, then please apply the presidential rule, at least in those areas which are disturbed like this. Back to the studio.
All right, Ishan, and we must underscore the fact that Mamata Banerjee, who also doubles up as a State Home Minister till now, is silent. And sometimes being silent is also a response in itself. Ishan, thank you so much for getting us the latest. We'll keep tracking that story and much more as we quickly head into a break. But on the other side, we bring to you a fascinating story that not just the country is watching very, very closely, but the world also has its eyes on what India possibly could be on the verge of achieving. All eyes on India's mission to the sun. This is Aditya L1 that's going to be put into a unique orbit in the next few minutes. What does that mean? What would that look like? We'll have our extensive coverage on the other side of this break.
TV.
Amity faculty have filed over 2,100 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been ranked among the top for innovation achievements.
पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि के माध्यम से किसानों की छोटी-छोटी जरूरतों को पूरा कर रहे हैं। इन खर्चों के लिए अब उन्हें किसी दूसरे के सामने हाथ नहीं फैलाना पड़ता।
यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री के विजन से प्रधानमंत्री किसान सम्मान निधि योजना लाई है उत्तर प्रदेश के करोड़ों अन्नदाताओं के चेहरे पर मुस्कान। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के नेतृत्व में 2,63,00,000 किसानों को मिला है स्वाभिमान से जीने का अधिकार। किसानों के बैंक खातों में भेजे गए हैं 64,694 करोड़ रुपए। इस योजना के तहत सभी किसानों को प्रतिवर्ष उपलब्ध कराई जाती है 6,000 रुपए की आर्थिक सहायता। अब किसान भाइयों को कृषि कार्यों के लिए किस्मत के भरोसे नहीं रहना होगा। अन्नदाताओं का सम्मान, नए उत्तर प्रदेश की पहचान।
Stop at nothing. That's a key word for techno, and I'm being associated with techno last 3 months, and I'm really happy because the way it has picked up in last few months and where it is today, everything is made here in India, and I'm associated with a brand which is absolutely Hamara Bharat. So I'm happy with it. Whoever my fans are, please go and buy Techno Mobiles. It's a phone which gives you way more features in a price I don't think any other brand would, any other mobile brand would give you that in that price. So please go ahead and buy Techno Mobiles.
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, हर घर पहुंचेगा नल से जल। अब तक 13.5 करोड़ से अधिक नल कनेक्शन। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
गाड़ी लेने से पहले टाटा एस गोल्ड पेट्रोल CX का दिल, यानी इसका इंजन देखो। ये इतना बढ़िया है कि 18 किलोमीटर प्रति लीटर तक का माइलेज तो हंसते हंसते दे जाएगा। अब तेल के दाम तो बराबर ही है, पर इस गाड़ी की कीमत है कम, इसलिए अब हर ट्रिप में खर्चा है कम और मुनाफा ज्यादा। तो अब सोचो समझो और टाटा एस गोल्ड पेट्रोल CX में।
On something very, very peculiar, something very fascinating. We've seen what happened when India decided to land on the moon. We actually did that. And all eyes now are on India's next mission. This is the mission to the sun. This is Aditya L1 that's going to be put in a unique orbit in just the next few minutes, close to about 4 this evening to be precise. Now, what does this mean? And what is it exactly that India is going to be able to achieve once we do that? How is this story so important to you, to me, to the entire world watching? We'll have a panel of guests joining us, and also on your screen, continuous images, graphics to help you understand the larger perspective behind this entire mission. Remember, this mission has been in the works for some time around. It's a very, very ambitious project. It wants to do what not many countries in the world have been able to do so far. We will be joined with S.K. Dhaka Sahab, who's a senior space scientist with us in our studios in just a moment. But I also do have R.C. Kapoorji, who's a senior scientist with us. And R.C. Kapoorji, good evening, and thank you so much for speaking to us on Republic, sir. What is it that will happen in the next few minutes? Why don't you explain to our viewers, what is this mission all about? What does this intend to achieve?
See, as the word Aditya means the sun, so observatory in the space for the study of the sun, that's what India's first space-based observatory for the study of the sun. So there are various aspects that are going to be studied with this, but in the next few moments, something very interesting is going to happen. ISRO has to give a command for its insertion into a specific orbit, which is called halo orbit. See, L1 is Lagrange 1, and it's a point where the gravitational force of the sun and the Earth's force are more or less equal. So that point, exactly at that point, the Aditya L1 is not going to be placed, because then we'll be looking directly into the sun, and sun as a very strong source of radio waves is going to interfere with our communication with the satellite. So generally there is a solar explosion zone, and that is about 5 degrees. So for us, it's a halo orbit in which Aditya L1 is going to be inserted. So in the next few moments, when ISRO gives a command, so Aditya L1 is going to change its course and then enter the so-called halo orbit. And see, the period of this halo orbit is 178 days, which means In 1 year, it is going to make 2 rounds of that L1 point. But all through, it's going to look at the sun 24 hours and 365 days of the year. So all the time we are observing the sun, and the L1 attitude will be such that it will be facing all the time the sun. So there is a corona graph on it. And apart from that, there are other instruments to take its pictures in ultraviolet and also for detection of X-ray emission and high energy particle emission from the sun. See, there are a lot of processes on the sun that go on, and some of them we have partially understood. So any additional data will always be helpful in adding to our understanding of those complex processes that go on, because the sun is such a hot object. At the center, 1.5 crore degrees centigrade, at the surface 5,700 degrees centigrade. But as you move away from the surface, and then you are into a region called solar corona, where the temperature suddenly shoot to 2 million degrees. So why this happens, what kind of processes that are depositing energy in that thin atmosphere around the sun, that we have to understand. A lot of research has gone on this, but any additional fine-scale information will be very useful in pinpointing our theories, and of course quite a lot we might see which we have not yet known about. So this is a great mission. Aditya L1 is first India's solar observatory on such a scale, and L1 is the point where ISRO is reaching for the first time. So it is a series of firsts for all of us, in all the Indian institutions that are into it, and even the industry.
Okay, and R.C. Kapoorji is actually making this sound so simple, but ladies and gentlemen, the scientists are very, very underrated. You know, they do tremendous amount of work, and it's good to also have S.K. Dhakaji, who's a senior space scientist, with us here in our studios. But with your permission, sir, we'll quickly head into a break. But on the other side, we'll take a lot of viewers' questions. There's a lot of interest in what India is able to achieve, what this mission is all about. After the Chandrayaan, people are asking, will this be the mission that's going to be touching the sun? So will that happen or not? What will the entire mission entail? What happens in the next few minutes? Don't go anywhere. This is a non-stop rolling coverage that continues. All eyes now on the Aditya L1.
कुछ महीने पहले मेरे दोस्त की हेल्थ अचानक खराब हुई और कुछ दिनों में ही उसकी डेथ हो गई। उसने पॉलिसी बाजार से टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस लिया हुआ था। मैंने पॉलिसी बाजार को कांटेक्ट किया। उनकी टीम ने क्लेम दिलाने में उसकी पेरेंट्स की पूरी हेल्प की।
क्लेम के टाइम पे आपकी हेल्प के लिए हमेशा तैयार। पॉलिसी बाजार, 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 470 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, महिलाओं के लिए धुआं मुक्त रसोई। प्रधानमंत्री उज्ज्वला योजना के तहत 10 करोड़ गैस कनेक्शन। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
भाई इतनी बड़ी टाइल,
इतनी बड़ी बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स तो बड़े होने चाहिए। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, जमीन से जुड़े।
केंट से पानी होता है 100% प्योर।
केंट आरओ प्योरिटी दिखाता भी है।
केंट देता है सबसे शुद्ध पानी।
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
and solar wind. These are three important things.
Very good evening. You're watching Republic, and this is our non-stop rolling coverage of a very, very significant moment when it comes to India, its scientists, the kind of hard work, remember, that they really put forward to ensure that we not just reach the moon like we've done through Chandrayaan, but now we are aiming for the sun. Remember the Aditya L1, I think that was launched somewhere in September today, is going to be able to achieve something very, very significant. Even as we talk, I think in the next few minutes, it's going to be able to put the Aditya L1 in a unique orbit. Now, what is this unique orbit all about? How does this matter to you, to me, to India, to the world that is watching? On your screen are more graphic details to help you understand what really are the motivations behind this entire mission. What could it do? And once you will have the Aditya L1 that is going to be put in that unique orbit through specific maneuvers, what would that entail? We have S.K. Dhakaji, who's a senior space scientist with us here in our studios in Delhi. Also, R.C. Kapoor, who's also a senior scientist, joining us. And this time, with the permission of R.C. Kapoorji, I want to get S.K. Dhaka into the conversation. Sir, like we were talking during this break, in Chandrayaan, people said, "Hum Chand tak pahunch gaye." Ab Aditya L1, does this mean that we'll be able to touch the sun? I mean, what is it that the Aditya L1 mission will be wanting to achieve in the next few minutes?
Yeah, I think it's very important. I'm really happy because we are correlating with the Chandrayaan 3. And we are all excited from, I think the last 1 year has been really great for ISRO scientists and for common man, any Indian. We feel proud. And now this is story. The Aditya L1 is a solar observatory. And this solar observatory is aimed at to observe the sun uninterruptedly 24 hours, 365 days. So that is one very, very important achievement of Indian Space Research Organization scientists and engineers. And, it started on 2nd September. And now it is 6th Jan. And it's nearly 126 days it took, because the distance, if you just compare with the Chandrayaan 3, it is about 4 times. So therefore, the time it took longer. Of course, the technology in the Mars orbiter mission is almost the same. But today's, it is very, very important because we are going to touch this halo orbit. And there are 2 important points. One is to take this Aditya L1 up to that level. And the second is to make this orbit, to insert in that particular orbit, we call usually halo orbit. And then it will stay there. I think the total period is about 5 years. And in those 5 years, it will observe solar coronagraph, especially the corona, uninterruptedly. The challenge is that because when you are on the Earth, you are having obstruction. You are having solar eclipse, you are having other events. But in this case, there are instruments. There are, in fact, total 7 payloads, and the 4 are watching directly to the sun. And the 3, they are basically in situ. They are taking observations exactly there. So the most important point is that we want to observe coronagraph, means corona of the sun, which is outer atmosphere and not on the surface. So that is the most challenging part. And this, I think, will be done with the help of this solar observatory. So as you mentioned, because there are only very few satellites which are basically focused on that L1 area. The most important is like SOHO, which has given a lot of sun images, and we could learn a lot from that. But from Indian point of view, this is the first solar observatory which is going to really give a lot of information about the sun. So that's all I want to tell at this moment.
Okay, I think it's very fascinating, and let's unravel these layers. R.C. Kapoorji, one by one. You know, when you're talking of the moon, you're talking of the sun, completely different celestial bodies that behave differently. The distances are varied, like Sir also just mentioned. Now, when you go to the moon, the temperatures there dip. But when you talk of the sun is like that fireball.
Yes.
You know, so to be able to deal with these celestial bodies like this, R.C. Kapoorji, what is it that goes behind ensuring that a mission like this becomes successful? What are the challenges involved, sir? R.C. Kapoorji.
Reaching any point in space by itself is quite a challenging thing. And ISRO has become quite efficient in doing so many things. We have in the past couple of decades heard how they have mastered the technique, polar solar, PSLV and then GSLV. And now many astronomy missions have been there. AstroSat is first example of a complete observatory of the Indian scientists up there in the sky. Now exclusively for the sun, specific to the sun and any emissions that are coming from it, including the space weather, Aditya L1 is going to aim at. So temperatures are in space, one talks in a very different sense. See, on the moon, we say that the temperature falls down to minus 170 degrees when it is dark, and 130 degrees centigrade when the sun is up. So quite a big range there, but we are at the surface. Here we are in space, and light of the sun is falling on the instruments, and we have to maintain a certain temperature for all the equipment because so that they are able to function fairly well. So here, as Dr. Dhaka has mentioned, there are 7 payloads. They are going to study different aspects of the sun, and it's all in its entirety almost. For example, radiations and the particle emissions. Particle emissions affect our space weather also because now it's a technological life we live. So it is sort of depending a lot on what is happening in nearby space and any event on the sun. And when high energy particles are directed towards the Earth, they affect and they reach the ionosphere and they introduce the change. And then there is problem with, say, for example, GPS signals, and apart from that, this radio communication and the electric power grids. So all of that gets affected. And for example, in the corona, when there is a coronal mass ejection, as we in brief CME, that is sort of a magnetized plasma cloud which is thrust out by the sun and in any direction, and whenever it is directed towards the Earth, it reaches the Earth and then dumps a lot of that plasma material into our outer atmosphere, and that raises the density. So the GPS models about the atmosphere do not have that factored in. So that's how the our GPS accuracy comes down. Apart from that, because there is this change in the ionosphere, increased densities and all, so communication also is affected. And in space, whatever satellites are there, say low Earth orbit, so these high energy particles impinge on them. These are electrons, protons, and helium nuclei mostly. So they can create DC currents in the satellite. So that can affect the many instruments that are kept on the satellite. So whenever there is a coronal mass ejection, our Aditya L1 is going to send us an alert. So we have about half an hour to 1 hour advance warning, and then it is possible to reorient our satellites or switch off some of them, or even electric power grids also can be switched off so that we can observe a safeguard. This is one major thing we are going to be helped by Aditya L1. See, say about 100 years ago, our life was not so technological. There was only telegraph or telephone and etc. But now a lot depends on whatever is happening through the satellites. So imagine if you do not have your mobile phone working for 24 hours. Just imagine. Maybe you can write a very good story. So that I think will tell you how intricately our life is depending on activities in outer space. So India is fairly well equipped now, and I'm sure in the coming years we'll be much more richer so far as the near space is concerned. And apart from that, there will be many astronomy missions. Venus mission is already in the offing, and that apart, the Mars Orbiter mission 2, Chandrayaan 4, Chandrayaan 5, ad infinitum.
Okay, so more power to you, I think. That goes without saying, sir. With the kind of, I think, dreams, the aspirations, the challenges we are looking at. S.K. Dhakaji, why don't you explain to our viewers what could happen in the next few minutes? When they tell us that it's going to be put in a unique orbit, there is also a conversation about an equilibrium point, where the gravitational force between both the Earth and the Sun kind of balances out. So in simple layman's language, how would you explain what could happen in the next few minutes?
Okay, thank you. Because I think it's very important point from Sun. If you just say this scientifically, Earth has a gravity and it pulls the objects towards itself, and the same is for Sun. So, but when you are going away from the Earth, the gravity is keep on decreasing. And then you reach at a particular point where the gravity between the Sun and the Earth balances with each other, and you are having almost like zero kind of situation. But it's not true always that's zero, because you are having like Moon, you are having Mars, you are having other like Venus. So there are some, but within that limit, permissible limit, we can say that this is an area, this is a region, three-dimensional area where you are having the zero gravity, and where you can put it forever, and then it can really enjoy that particular position. And this position is very unique, and then it can see this Sun 365 days. So that is one very important point. The second is like how to really manage this. Means it is again challenging from ISRO scientists and engineers. They are basically using that ice track. There is a telemetry tracking system, and from there they will fire that engine, and it will give a particular shape and orientation. And this is challenging then how you can balance all this there, because this is a technological part, but the part which we were discussing earlier, they were scientific, like how you can bring out the science from all those, but the technology is also very important at the same time. So we have proved our like technology is great. We can reach up to that point, we can insert at a particular orbit, and it can stay there, and now the science can start from there. So I think for the general public, I would like to tell you now we are in the solar maxima period. So there is a 11-year solar cycle, and it takes total 11 years to complete one cycle, Sun. And it passes through solar maxima, minima, maxima. So peak to peak is 11 years. So now we are very close to, this is I think 25 solar cycle. And this year, 2024, and the next year, 2025. So this would remain a solar maxima period. So where the chances of getting solar flares is more. And you can have the more chances to observe and to experiment with those high solar flares, which is expected in this particular period. So they changes our like communication system. They can influence our system, communication, internet, our grid system. So from scientific point of view, this period is very, very important. I think it's really a very good information for our viewers.
Absolutely. And would we, sir, also be, waiting for something to come in from ISRO? Like, because I think this maneuver is expected in the next few minutes. And any time we could here that it has been put in that orbit. But tell me something, this is definitely not easy, considering the kind of challenges, the temperatures, the variations. And perhaps when it comes to India, like we saw in Chandrayaan 3, the world does have such missions. But which is that mission that, sir, has gone closest to the sun till now?
Yeah, in fact, when you talk about Chandrayaan 3, of course, it has given us a lot of confidence. Because we proved our technological advancement. The same is here. Like only the 3 or 4 satellites, they are working in that particular L1 area. Not many. However, there are some chances that you have to make them stable in that particular region so that it work. The function should continue without any disruption. So this is one challenge. But to put it this and to observe this continuously, whether the position is stable or not, whether it is going out of scene or not, so going in the halo orbit. So watching this observationally, this is basically tracked from the ground, from our ISRO scientists. So they will observe this, whether the location and the position and orientation of this instrument, satellite, is proper or not. That can be managed from the ground. This is again technological challenge, and probably we will achieve that soon.
Okay, and once that happens, R.C. Kapoorji, what is it that Aditya L1 will be doing next? I think we'll also have a lot of reactions that are coming in. The world is watching at what India possibly is able to achieve, because let's not forget the entire conversation, Thakaji, also about the costs will come here into focus. The kind of equipments, technology, the scientists, their own feat that India is able to achieve at very, very little cost vis-a-vis, a lot of these international projects, R.C. Kapoorji. But before we go to that layer, why don't you tell us what would happen once you will have the Aditya L1 put in that specific orbit? What happens next?
This is just the beginning, because today's command places it on its new course. So Aditya L1 is going to enter a halo orbit, and then ISRO is going to keep a close watch, because right from the time of launch, right until now, its trajectory has been very well calculated. In the meantime, in the mean period, there was one moment when they had done some course correction. So it has been following its course fairly well, as just visualized and planned. And now, as it enters halo orbit, it's going to be under watch constantly. And then ISRO will come to know after, say, a certain period of time, which may be a few days, when again they will want to know where exactly it is in its halo orbit, so that if there is any minor departure has happened from the desired course, that can be set right. And this will always remain under close watch, because L1 point is such that it's mind-boggling, because there is no central mass. There's nothing which is having a gravitational attraction. But around that, in a halo orbit, this object is going around. Now, the thing is that there's this term called station keeping, which means once a month or so, various space agencies maintain the station in its proper course, and then they make a check that whether it is following the halo orbit as planned. So the same thing is going to happen in the case of Aditya L1 also. But the next few days will tell us how it has been, how it has sort of taken to its planned halo orbit. Now, after that, the next stage is for the various payloads to start becoming active. So coronagraph is there, that apart. The suit is there for imaging the sun in ultraviolet, and there are other instruments for analyzing the high energy particle radiation that is passing this place. So all of that become active. While it was on its way to L1, already some instruments had started working. So Helios took us to gave us that it has already detected some X-ray flares on the sun, and they are sufficiently energetic. And as Dr. Dhaka mentioned, the sun is very close to its peak period of activity. So that obviously is giving a wonderful chance to Aditya L1, because as we are approaching the maximum of the solar activity, which is expected to be this July, so there will be quite a lot for Aditya L1 to take observations of. And after that, how the activities start subsiding, because Aditya L1 mission is 5 years. So by the time of its mission is reaching its sort of completion, the sun will have become somewhat quite quiet. Quiet sun is when we are not seeing any sunspots on the surface of the sun. Active sun, which is right now quite active, you are anytime you are seeing sunspots on the surface of the sun. Associated with them are the solar flares, and of course, quite often the coronal mass ejections. So all of that is going to give a chance to Aditya L1. Various instruments will be making the observations. So I very much hope that very quickly Indian scientists fine-tune their instruments and do the calibration so that their observations will feel themselves confident about what they are believing in.
Okay, and R.C. Kapoorji, I'll just make a little request. While you speak to us, in your background, we can hear perhaps a television that is also working. So, we aren't able to hear you very clearly. So it's a request, because there are a lot of interesting details that you're sharing with us. If you can just lower the volume, we'll be able to hear you far better, sir. And Dhakaji and R.C. Kapoorji, there is already this good news coming in. In fact, the Prime Minister has taken to the social media, and the Prime Minister has just tweeted, and I quote him now, that India creates yet another landmark. India's first solar observatory, Aditya L1, he says, reaches its destination. He also says this is a testament to the relentless dedication of our scientists in realizing amongst the most complex and intricate space missions. And the Prime Minister also says that he joins the nation in applauding this extraordinary feat. We will continue to pursue new frontiers of science for the benefit of humanity. So many, many congratulations,
you too.
Sir, to all of you, all of us, the
Yeah.
scientists, the entire team that has ensured that something like this has been able to achieve. And I think on your screens, we are looking at a graphic representation. But Dhakaji, if you could just talk over these images, that are playing out right now, and explain to us that what exactly are we looking at? And when the Prime Minister says that this is an extraordinary feat, what exactly is he also referring to?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a pride moment for all Indians. And we must congratulate the entire ISRO scientists and engineers who worked very, very hard. And it is not new. In fact, the idea of this Aditya L1 was for a long time in the mind of the scientists and how to do it. They tried in Kodaikanal, there is an observatory, but they could not be successful to observe this coronagraph for a long time. But now this is another landmark for Indian scientists and engineers, and because now we reached up to at a point where exactly we wanted to be there, and then to take observations uninterruptedly and to have the larger, I think, information from the photosphere, chromosphere, magnetosphere, all X-rays range, soft X-rays to hard range, and particles behavior changing in the magnetic field and having the impact on our different, like upper atmosphere, lower atmosphere, ionosphere. So it's a big range than where you can have the informations and the idea and some scientific clues and some we are having a good data set, and using this data set we can understand much deeper about the ionosphere, about magnetosphere changes, about solar wind impact on our Earth system. And naturally, we are all connected with the communication. Our internet, our grid system, we are all affected by this. So probably we can have a better understanding in future using this data.
Okay, and there is another very important reaction that has also come in from Dr. Jitendra Singh now. And it's quite interesting because this is exactly the sentiment of the country. He says from moonwalk to the sun dance. So, somewhere it just sums up the sentiment, R.C. Kapoorji, of also what India has been able to achieve. How is it that, the world and the countrymen in general today also look at, these significant, fantastic and amazing feats. He says from moonwalk to Sundance for a glorious turn of year for Bharat under the visionary leadership of the Prime Minister. Yet another success story scripted by Team ISRO. Aditya L1 reaches its final orbit to discover the mysteries of the Sun-Earth connection. And R.C. Kapoorji, I do know, sir, that, you like to be very underrated, but you must also tell us, because growing up, it's been, such fascinating stories. We've heard about the sun, we've heard about the moon, and चंदा मामा तो बोलते ही है, लेकिन साथ ही साथ जब सन की बात आती हुई है ना, आरसी कपूर जी, a lot of people say that sun is so powerful, it is the brightest star in our solar system.
Yes,
and what is it that it takes for scientists, for people like you, to ensure that we put together a mission like this and that mission is successful, sir?
Yeah, certainly, yes, you have said it right. Because human curiosity has no limit. Because what is beyond the horizon has been always the question in a person's mind since times immemorial. So all that science and technological development we see around is because of that curiosity, unquenched thirst. So here it's a great achievement by Indian science. And we can congratulate ISRO and all the scientific institutions, their scientists, their engineers, and everybody who has been involved with this venture. It's a remarkable achievement because everything is first in this case for India. ISRO reaching L1 and Indian institutions, equipments going to study the sun in such extensive, extraordinary detail is remarkable. And I think also missions like this, whether Chandrayaan or Mangal missions or Venus mission or the solar mission, they all are great inspiration for the young generation. So they are now getting more interested in science. Many of them are wanting to become scientists in ISRO, and that's a remarkable thing because scientific ventures, when they inspire young people, there's nothing like that. So I look forward to further activity from Aditya L1. I hope Indian scientists are going to get what they have so far now aspired.
But, there are a lot of interesting questions also coming in. I'm told Dr. Jitendra Singh is joining us on the phone line. And Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, thank you. Good evening. And, you're speaking to us on Republic. And we just read your tweet. And what a beautiful way that you've captured the entire transition from what India has been able to achieve, sir, at the moon through the Chandrayaan and now at the sun. How do you feel today, sir? Who do you think this day belongs to?
No, absolutely. As you observed in my tweet, I said what a glorious turn for Bharat. It's been, in fact, I think the third component of the trilogy that the team ISRO has registered one after the other, being in the category of first among all. For it began with Chandrayaan, the first to land on the southern pole, then the Aditya, which is of course third, but now it's reached about 1.5 million, so in the L1 point. And the third one was very recently on the first, that was the ExpoSat, which is second in the world. So I think that has reiterated India's position as a leader in space technology. And with this mission that has been accomplished today, we'll be able to discover, as I wrote in my tweet, the mysteries of sun, which have created so many fairy tales around us, but we actually never secured any scientific answers. So for the first time, there is an attempt to in the scientific world to find logical answers to many fairy tales that we have grown up with. And also because now we have a huge stake in the space. We have a lot of satellites over there. So it becomes all the more important for us to study the various phenomena of the sun, manifesting in the form of solar winds, sometimes solar storms. And I'm not sure how many viewers would be aware that just back in SpaceX, one of the private companies, the Elon Musk, they lost 40 satellites in a single go out of a solar activity happening, a kind of a solar storm. So the more we are aware of this, it's just like, you're negotiating through a heavy traffic zone and you are aware where to take turn, how to guard yourself. At the same time, how to make the best use of the various positive energies available, whether it's the solar phenomena, whether it's the coronal heating, whether the coronal mass ejections. And therefore, I think it will enable us and give us an edge in having discovered the solar phenomena, the photons, the interplanetary magnetic field much better than many other competitors in the space. And it's been one of the most indigenous and cost-effective missions, like many of the other missions that I mentioned. So it cost only rupees 600 crores, just as much as the Chandrayaan 3.
Oh, absolutely. And, Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, before I let you go, I have two very learned gentlemen with us. And we've been looking at these images, talking about the entire mission for the past few minutes. S.K. Dhaka and R.C. Kapoor, and both of them believe that there has been a significant change in the way, it's not just the world today is looking at India, but a lot of people within the country also who are getting so much interested in science, these missions, who want to read about it, who want to be a part of the success story. And much of the credit must go to the Prime Minister for having, ensured that there is the right focus on science, on scientists, and on such missions that should and will perhaps go on in times to come. Dr. Singh?
I think more importantly, what is important for all of us to understand that we never lagged in caliber. We never lagged in scientific commitment or scientific potential. What we lacked was an enabling milieu at the level of which is determined, at the level of the policymakers, at the level of the political leadership. And that missing link has been made up by Prime Minister Modi. The manner in which he liberated the space technology department from the shackles of the past, which the media fondly described as the unlocking of the space, has resulted in all the stakeholders coming together. There's a huge investment happening in space today. There's also a very fast rise in the space economy of India, which is going to play a significant contribution in the future economic growth of the country. And I think it's like a whole of science and whole of government and the whole of nation feeling, which is today you find every Indian glued to the television screen whenever there's a mission like this happening. I think the only other parallel is when India plays against Pakistan in a cricket match. So what you saw in Chandrayaan, what you're seeing today, and this has been possible because Prime Minister has made each and every citizen of India realize that it is his belonging, it is his ownership. He has a stake in the success of each of these space missions.
Oh, absolutely. And I still can't get over, these wonderful words from moonwalk to Sundance. Dr. Jitendra Singh, you also have a way with words, sir. And I think you've put that out very brilliantly. We second that entire sentiment. And congratulations to you also. And, this is also a gratitude from, I think, the countrymen who will say that we are pushing forward our scientists, a team of, people who believe in science, who've practiced science, who live by science.
Absolutely.
And what would you want to say?
Yeah, but I think I fully agree with Dr. Jitendra Singh, and I think it's the top leadership which can connect to the scientific community. And this certainly gives us the boost to work more harder and to bring the beautiful results for the country.
And R.C. Kapoorji, what is your sentiment? Sun walk or the moon dance? What you believe has been more powerful, and the larger narrative of the India growth story also?
Well, both have been equally strong because Chandrayaan 3 landing was such a dramatic thing. We were holding our breath as the moment was drawing near. Similarly, here, actually, this orbital insertion is a very delicate process. It's not as dramatic as Chandrayaan 3 landing, but by itself, it's very, very important because if we miss a little bit, then we have almost lost our satellite. So this was a very critical phase when ISRO decided when, exactly at what moment to start the injection. So looks like it has been a successful injection, and in the next few days we will know from ISRO how the satellite is progressing in its own new halo orbit, and the various equipments have to start working so that we will get to know in the times to come quite new things about the sun.
Oh yes, new things about the sun. Now, when you talk about the sun, SK Dhakaji, we were referring to the corona, a lot of the other layers in the sun, but when you look at the sun, that is itself such a powerful celestial body. I mean, do we need different kind of equipments to be able to watch it with the kind of that temperature and a lot of these solar storms and all that Dr. Jitendra Singh also mentioned?
Yeah. I think let me tell you briefly that because there are many institutes which have made all these instruments payloads in a different way.
Yes.
For instance, like Indian Institute of Astrophysics from Bangalore, then Pune, IUCA, then Physical Research Laboratory, Ahmedabad, and Vikram Sarabhai Space Center. So these are the different organizations who are working on a different aspect, and they design their own instruments. And therefore, now you can understand that how important it would be because they are working for a long time to observe a particular phenomena. Somebody is focusing on like X-ray part, somebody is on coronagraph, somebody is on looking for the particle detectors like this. So because it is so exciting, like to observe many things which is coming from the sun. Like Professor Kapoor mentioned, you are having a CME, corona mass ejections. So they are also very important, and we must understand that how powerful they are, how much energy is coming. And in fact, if you see that for a long term, as I mentioned, like 11 years, from scientific point of view, it also affects our cloud formation for 11 years. It also affects our wind direction, wind speed, and it controls our atmosphere. So there are two ways. You might have mentioned, listen many times that there is a global warming, but at the same time, the lower Earth temperature and upper atmosphere temperature is also controlled by the sun activity on a 11-year solar cycle. So probably we can understand in a much better way. I'd like to mention, I forgot that Indian Institute of Geomagnetism in Mumbai, there is another institute where they are taking the magnetic activity, they are capturing all this time, and they are having the real-time observations. So probably if you add all this would be really very helpful.
So because you spoke about the weather and a lot of other, these changes, and I think technology again is something that has transformed the way we see things, the way perhaps the future is going to come forward. So R.C. Kapoorji, why don't you wait on this? A lot of our viewers who are watching the broadcast also want to know what happens next. Like what will be the biggest takeaway from this huge feat that India today has been able to achieve, apart from the fact that, the scientific community, perhaps in collaboration with a lot of other international institutes and equal study partners might want to, just read the surface of the sun, how it behaves and a lot of other things. But how does this even affect the common man, sir?
See, one thing is that in the area of sciences, we cannot say what benefit we are going to get next day or in the next year or next decade. The science is science, and for its own sake, we pursue. And there is a technological fallout always. In fact, of all the space programs, there has been quite much of technological benefit that has gone over to the common public. So that is another thing. Apart from that, see, our knowledge about the sun, however much we have known about it as it's being our nearest star, still we always feel that there's quite a lot to learn. Because as we go deeper and deeper, we find newer things, and then we need better equipment, we need some extraordinary kind of coverage. So in that sense, there is always a scope for progress in any area in sciences. So here, it's not that next day, once these shutters are open, the instruments start churning out the data, because there is a lot of fine-tuning and calibration, and then scientists have to become sure that the data they are receiving is clean in the sense that it's believable and also that we can sort of say with confidence that we have found out certain things. One thing in the case of coronagraph, as was mentioned, that we are looking at solar corona all the time, which is a remarkable sort of gain, because most of the time scientists are struggling with their instruments and only waiting for the total solar eclipse to happen, and they have to travel thousands of kilometers. But the kind of observations they are able to make at the time of a total solar eclipse is very high quality. Coronagraph comes sufficiently close to that, and a space-based coronagraph is very, very close to it. But since a large number of observations are going to be taken, so obviously when we have cleaned it up of all kinds of noise and errors and all that, we are going to have quite a gold mine of data so far as outermost layers of the solar atmosphere are concerned, the solar wind is concerned, or as anything that happens on the sun and it's going to directly affect the Earth's atmosphere, that also we are going to understand and learn much more. See, as I said, our technological life is now so much sort of affected by what happens on the sun. So obviously, such a observatory is to our advantage only. See, for the common man who is using a mobile phone is getting sort of benefited in an indirect way. It's not in the form of any worldly gains, but knowledge, and apart from that, how our various agencies are advancing, progressing, and also creating sort of scope for future work, and then obviously that gives rise to further employment, and also in the area of education, there's quite a lot of contribution that happens from this side, because it's not just direct teaching, but whatever is being, whatever results are coming, when they are taken to the public in the simplest terms, they try to get a better feel of what the world is about. So we must know how things happen in our surroundings, in the outer space. So at different levels, it's a spread of knowledge, and in an indirect way, advantages of the technology that are also reaching. See, it was the feeling of Dr. Vikram Sarabhai that space technology must benefit the last denomination of the country. That he felt in the early 60s. So imagine at a time when we were not yet sufficient in our food production, India ventured in the direction of space research. That was a remarkable thing. We are stuck to that, and today you see where we are. See, you would have seen those images where rocket parts are being carried on a cycle, and you, on the another hand, you are seeing the mighty GSLV Mark III rocket filling your screens. So it's a great achievement India has made. I'm sure in the times to come, there will be much more to feel proud of.
Oh, absolutely. And before we end this conversation, I'll just spend a few minutes talking to S.K. Dhakaji, and then we'll head into a quick break. Dhakaji, when we were in school, we were told that this is, the sun is this blazing ball of hydrogen and helium, right. And without the sun, it is the star of your solar system, and without the sun, there is no life possible on Earth. Right. And not just this. So does this mean we also now have a front row seat to study the sun and perhaps also give us forewarnings when it comes to the weather and a lot of other things? Yeah. In fact, it is very interesting to really understand all these scientific activities. And sun has been, हम पूजा करते हैं सूर्य की हमेशा हमारे I think you see every day. And that is a source of energy. And this source of energy brings life. Our vegetation, our daily life, our energy, means everything is driven by the solar energy. And we are fortunate because India is located near equator to like 35 degrees north. But you just think about those countries which are really located in the polar region.
they do not have enough sunlight. And you see, for a long period of time, they live in the dark area, like for several months, and then they do not have the sunset. So we are fortunate, India is really fortunate. So sun has really a remarkable, probably existence in our life. So therefore, to understand the sun activity or on the surface, what exactly is going on and how it is going to impact on us. So many astrologers, they study about that, how these things are basically impact our daily life. So I'm not going into that, but surely we will want to understand about this, our upper atmosphere, our space weather. Space weather is just like our Earth atmosphere weather. So similarly, we are having a space weather. So we want to watch that what exactly is happening in the space. So that can be understood by this Aditya L1. So how the things are changing with time. So it's same as the daily weather we are having here on the Earth. So you can have that kind of correlation with that. Yeah.
Okay, and I'm just so tempted to ask R.C. Kapoorji that last question because you spoke about this. We touched the moon, but R.C. Kapoorji, can we ever touch the sun? Can we ever touch the sun? Is that possible? I mean,
as you know, you yourself know the answer. See, we have touched the moon because it is a solid body. Sun, where exactly we are touching? Because where its actual, photosphere begins, we will not know when we are very close to it. So, for example, the Parker probe that is already in the vicinity of the sun, and it's going to get very close to it this year sometime. It has passed through the solar corona. So, to that extent, I must say one has really touched the sun, because I hope that there is a similar mission ISRO will send in the near future, like the Parker probe. So we'll get to know the sun even from still closer quarters. Right now, we are only 15 lakh kilometers from the Earth, and in the direction of the sun, it's only 1% of that average distance to the sun. So 1% is almost so very small compared to the actual distance to the sun. But I hope that in future there is a specific solar mission that even goes beyond the Parker probe's mission. So let's hope it happens in the future. There are many more missions that ISRO has been planning and working on. So see, like all the planets of our week, say Som, Mangal, Surya, so we are going to cover all of them, I'm sure. Right now, Mercury, Saturn, and Jupiter are only to be thought about. So that also will happen. We will certainly do many things in space.
So never say never.
Yeah.
Yes. And neither will R.C. Kapoor, neither will S.K. Dhaka ever say that no dream is not possible. Remember, if you can dream it, our scientists have told us that it is possible. We've seen that tremendous feat with Chandrayaan, and again, a redux of that tremendous and a huge achievement by the team at ISRO, even when it comes to the Aditya L1 mission. So once again, we congratulate the entire team at ISRO, the scientists, the engineers, who've been able to ensure that we've achieved this kind of feat. Thank you to also S.K. Dhakaji and R.C. Kapoorji for their extremely interesting and fascinating, little details about this entire conversation. The Prime Minister has congratulated the entire ISRO team, and also the MOS has said that this is just like that spacewalk that we've done on the moon, and now we are just so close to the sun. And that really tells you that what happens in case our scientists are able to achieve such significant feats. With this, we head into a quick break, but on the other side, we get you more news and highlights of this big mission. Don't go anywhere.
Tata.tv
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर
बढ़ता है, खेलता है, झूलता उछलता है, दौड़ता कभी कभी दौड़ कर आता है, आगे आगे बढ़ता है इंडिया, अमूल दूध पीता है इंडिया।
इस दुनिया में बस हम दो हैं, दुनिया जिनकी दीवानी है। आ रहे हैं हम दोनों।
In just a few days, India is all set to celebrate the 75th Republic Day. The parade rehearsals are currently underway in full swing at Delhi's Kartavya Path. Republic Day parade will feature 2 all-women contingents. This contingent will include women Agniveer soldiers from the Navy and Air Force. This year's NCC Republic Day camp will see the largest participation of girl cadets, with a total of 907 girls. PM Modi has formally invited French President Emmanuel Macron to be the chief guest at the 75th Republic Day function. The Delhi police has been conducting mock drills as part of its security preparations for Republic Day. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Tata.tv
The first Vibrant Gujarat in Amrit Kal, the Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024 is set to take place. Infinite opportunities to meaningfully engage with Bharat and the world will unfold on this globally acclaimed future-ready platform. The last 20 glorious years of Vibrant Gujarat, a role model for the country, have infused us with new confidence, reinforcing our belief and conviction that Gujarat can achieve anything for the nation and the world. As we embark on the journey of shaping the future and building a modern, developed nation in the Amrit Kal, Vibrant Gujarat will prove to be the growth engine for this journey. Because today, Gujarat is future ready. On 10th of January, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will inaugurate Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024, ushering in an era of Industry 4.0. The country's largest global trade show will open a day earlier, on January 10th, where fruitful discussions will be held on the infinite possibilities of production in the aircraft sector, the potential of Dholera and global fintech hub at GIFT, along with brainstorming sessions on Vikasit Bharat at 2047. On January 11th, the discussions will revolve around game changers of the modern nation, such as semiconductor electronics, startups, e-commerce, tech ed, EV mobility. And on January 12th, Gujarat will engage in discussions with the world on technology, MSME, innovation and sustainability. The gateway to the future awaits your presence. Welcome to Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024.
भाई इतनी बड़ी टाइल,
इतनी बड़ी बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स तो बड़े होने चाहिए। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, जमीन से जुड़े।
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, किसानों को हर साल रुपए 6,000। 11 करोड़ 80 लाख किसानों को अब तक 2,60,000 करोड़ रुपए की सहायता। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
Brace yourselves for a revolutionary leap into the world of news with the Republic World app. We are not merely presenting a news app. We at Republic TV are ushering in a new era of digital news consumption. The Republic World mobile app has the essence of power of breaking news and the heartbeat of our impactful shows seamlessly integrated into a singular dynamic platform for you. Join us, viewers, in an experience that goes beyond conventional news reporting. Don't merely witness the news, become a part of it. Download the Republic World app, now available on both the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
TV। मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, भारत होगा गरीबी मुक्त। 5 सालों में 13 करोड़ 50 लाख लोगों को गरीबी से बाहर निकाला। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
कोल का स्टाइलिश पंखा सिर्फ हवा ही नहीं देता, आपके आलीशान घर के कोने कोने में ठंडी हवा के झोंके पहुंचाता है।
कूल फैंस के स्टाइलिश डिजाइन से घर को सुंदर बनाएं। 5 स्टार BLDC कूल फैन से बिजली भी बचाएं।
समय आ गया है घर के पंखे बदलने का और कूल फैंस घर लाने का।
सीएम योगी के नेतृत्व में आज उत्तर प्रदेश $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी बनने की ओर अग्रसर है। अब उत्तर प्रदेश की पहचान देश के अग्रणी राज्य के रूप में हो रही है। देश दुनिया के निवेशकों को ये प्रवेश अपनी बेहतर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, पारदर्शी नीतियों एवं अपार सहूलियतों की वजह से आकर्षित कर रहा है।
हमारी कंपनी ANK बायोमेडिकल सर्विसेज जो है टर्नकी प्रोजेक्ट, हॉस्पिटल एक्रेडिटेशन और बायोमेडिकल क्षेत्र में काम कर रही है। हम अपनी कंपनी के माध्यम से एक वर्ल्ड क्लास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप करने में मदद करते हैं कस्टमर्स और क्लाइंट्स के लिए। पहले इन चीज़ों के लिए हमारे क्लाइंट्स को दूसरे राज्यों का देखना पड़ता था, सहारा लेना पड़ता था, बट अभी ये सारी सर्विसेज उनको यूपी के अंदर ही अवेलेबल है। और मैं उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार का बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ कि प्राइवेट और गवर्नमेंट का जो समागम इस सरकार ने इस क्षेत्र में किया है वो इससे पहले हमने कभी भी देखा नहीं।
Brace yourselves for a revolutionary leap into the world of news with the Republic World app.
This is not just an app, viewers. It's a direct conduit to a world of news delivered with unparalleled authority and integrity right at your fingertips. Republic World app is your gateway to the latest updates, live streams, and the debates that have become the hallmark of our journalistic prowess. Download Republic World app, available on Google Play Store and Apple App Store.
Tata.tv। जब डेटा ब्रीच अलर्ट के बिना हो हैकर्स के पास अथॉरिटी, फिर किस बात की साइबर सिक्योरिटी। क्विक हील, आज के लाइफ की प्रायोरिटी साइबर सिक्योरिटी।
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, सस्ती दवाई, अच्छी दवाई, कम से कम 75% डिस्काउंट। अब तक जरूरतमंदों के 23,000 करोड़ रुपए बचे। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
Yet another historic feat for Team ISRO as Aditya L1 is successfully injected into final orbit. Prime Minister Lord's Team ISRO says India has created yet another landmark. Ahead of Ram Mandir inauguration, AIUDF fearmongers with "don't travel by train" remark. Car Sevak Srikant Pujari walks out of jail, says he will visit Ayodhya for inauguration. India lies at war over attack on ED team. Congress demands president's rule in West Bengal. ED's relentless action continues. Lookout notice issued against Trinamool Congress leader Shahjahan Sheikh. Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Shavins, and starting this edition with some breaking news now coming in from Karnataka, where car sevak Shrikant Pujari has walked out of the jail now. In fact, he says that he will be going to Ayodhya. The development comes days after Pujari was arrested after the Siddaramaiah government reopened a 31-year-old case against car sevaks. A short while back, he also addressed the media the moment he walked out of the jail. In the last few days, remember, Republic TV has spoken to the family members of car sevak Shrikant Pujari as well as his lawyers, all indicating that this was a case of political vendetta, keeping in mind that an open warrant which was issued almost 28 years ago was executed by the Karnataka police. Karnataka police, on the other hand, has been maintaining that this is a regular procedure. In fact, the accused in this particular case was on the run, and that is the reason why they have finally taken that decision. Having said that, there have been a massive war of words between the Bharatiya Janata Party, principal opposition party in the state of Karnataka, and the ruling Siddaramaiah government. Essentially, Siddaramaiah once again indicating that the person is not someone who should have been outside jail. Let me just quickly go across to Chiru, who is joining us from the Kannada newsroom right now, and we'll also try and get across to my colleague Prajwal, joining us on this broadcast. Chiru, first to you with regards to the statement that has been made by car sevak Shrikant Pujari. In fact, the state government, the chief minister himself had taken to a social media platform defending the action of his police. What is it that transpired in the court when the bail was granted to Shrikant Pujari?
Yes, Shavan, there are so many things which are controversial here in Karnataka. When Ram Mandir celebration is going on in Karnataka, one person called Shrikant Pujari was nabbed by Karnataka police and he was sent to jail directly a week ago. Shrikant Pujari was in jail from past 1 week and now he has been granted bail from the local court here. And the court also said when there is no FIR, when there is no mention of Mr. Shrikant Pujari in the concerned FIR, then on what grounds are you sending him to jail, and also on what grounds are you charging against Mr. Shrikant Pujari? And now on the same arguments, he was granted bail yesterday and now he is being released. As soon as he came out from the jail, one thing he said very clearly, admitted in front of camera that yes, he was protesting for Ram Mandir as a car sevak. And also, he wanted at any cost Ram Mandir should be, the Ram Lalla should be in his birthplace. And now he has also told that he will be attending the Ram Mandir inauguration, which is going to happen on 22nd. But after this, it is a major drawback for Karnataka government here, because they have brought in a 31-year-old case, and in that, legally speaking, if we forgive or if we give out all the statements what he has made, the Shrikant Pujari has made in front of camera, but in the legal language, there is no FIR in his name, and yet he was sent to jail for no reason. And now he is ready to go to Ram Mandir, and this is a celebration mode in Hubballi right now, Shavan.
Let me also go across to my colleague Prajwal, who's been tracking this story very closely. Prajwal, you spoke to the family members just about a few days ago, and also to the police. They still maintain that this was a regular case, but the chief minister essentially said that this was an appropriate action that was taken by the Karnataka police. Put this into perspective as to what exactly has the police been saying on this entire matter, and what was their position inside the court when they were basically perhaps countering the bail plea that was moved.
Shravan, first and foremost, when it comes to the Commissioner of Police for Hubballi Dharwad, Renuka Sukumar, she went ahead and stated that this was just a routine procedure. But seems like the case has fallen flat because we have seen that there has been 2 days of arguments which has gone out in the district court of Hubballi as well, which clearly went ahead and mentioned the public prosecutor along with the police submitted the investigation report of this particular matter as well concerning the 1992 riots, where they had stated that his name was mentioned in the FIR, but then the legal counsel of Shrikant Pujari, Mr. Sanjeev Badaskar, produced the FIR stating that there was no name of Shrikant Pujari which was mentioned, and also in 1993 in the additional charge sheet which was filed, only then his name was mentioned as well, and an open warrant was issued in 1995. So once the particular open warrant was issued, it was finally learnt that a case had to be lodged against him and he had to be taken into custody, and 28 years later on the police did act on it. And one of the first instances that they have given for the bail that they wanted to be rejected was the fact that he's been absconding for 31 years. But here in itself, the police's lies were also exposed over here, because it is clearly mentioned in a document which has been accessed by Republic from 1992 to 2018. There are a list of around 16 crimes of Shrikant Pujari, out of which in 15 he has been acquitted. And in those 15, 3 of them were undertakings, meaning to state that he had personally been to the police station. He had signed an undertaking as well in 3 different police stations. One of them was in fact at the old Hubballi town police station in itself. So the question did arise as to where was he absconding if he himself presented before the police and signed on the records which was asked by the court and was also asked by the police department as well. And also now, secondly, the bail was also granted on his medical condition too, because he's been operated on both his shoulders as well, and he needs day-to-day treatment is what the legal counsel had gone ahead and claimed. And thirdly, they also had stated that he has been living as an ordinary common citizen as well, and there should be absolutely no problem, because whatsoever he's not disturbed the law and order in the past 5 years too, and this was clearly mentioned. So all said and done now, all of these conditions put together, he was granted bail, and the case did go ahead and fall flat too, apart from which there were 3 conditions which was mentioned in the bail order. First and foremost, he should not destroy or tamper with the evidence. Secondly, he should pay a sum of 1 lakh bond as surety, and thirdly, he will also have to make sure that he will present himself before the court whenever he is called for interrogation too. So all said and done, it seems to be like a happy ending, but this case has still not closed, because this is, remember that this is only a conditional bail at this point of time, and we will need to wait as to how the cops will go about and handle this particular case. But the BJP claims political vendetta, whereas the government claims that all is well and they are only attending to long pending cases.
Well, Prajwal, I'll just request you to stay on with us. Let me just quickly go back to my colleague Chiru, who's joining us from the Kannada newsroom. I believe there is some more breaking news now coming in. Chiru, over to you.
Yes, there is another breaking news, big breaking news coming here from Kannada newsroom. That is, Congress had mocked Shrikant Pujari. Not only Shrikant Pujari, Congress had also mocked BJP that if you have so much love, if you love Shrikant Pujari so much, who's been accused in so many cases, like 16 cases and 17 cases, why don't you give him BJP ticket from Dharwad and Hubballi? And now, going in front of camera, this person, Shrikant Pujari, has announced that if BJP is ready to give me the ticket, I will be interested to contest in the constituency which Congress is mocking, and he is ready for all next coming elections in Lok Sabha.
Well, thank you very much, Chiru and Prajwal, for getting us the latest news. I'll just request both of you to stay on with us while we also play out that reaction coming in from Shrikant Pujari. This was just a moment after he stepped out of the jail, where he indicated that he does intend to go to Ayodhya.
ಗಲಾಟೆ ಆದಾಗ ಏನೇನಾಯ್ತು ನಾವು ರಾಮ ಮಂದಿರ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಗಲಾಟೆ ರಾಮನಿಗಾಗಿ ಜನ್ಮ ಮತ್ತೆ
ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ ಅವತ್ತು 1992 ಡಿಸೆಂಬರ್ 5 ಅವತ್ತು ಗಲಾಟೆ ಆದಾಗ ಏನೇನಾಯ್ತು ನಾವು ರಾಮ ಮಂದಿರ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಗಲಾಟೆ ರಾಮನಿಗಾಗಿ ಜನ್ಮ ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ ಅವತ್ತು 1992 ಡಿಸೆಂಬರ್ 5 ಅವತ್ತು ಗಲಾಟೆ ಆದಾಗ ಏನೇನಾಯ್ತು ನಾವು ರಾಮ ಮಂದಿರ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಗಲಾಟೆ ರಾಮನಿಗಾಗಿ ಜನ್ಮ ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ ಅವತ್ತು 1992 ಡಿಸೆಂಬರ್ 5 ಅವತ್ತು ಗಲಾಟೆ ಆದಾಗ ಏನೇನಾಯ್ತು ನಾವು ರಾಮ ಮಂದಿರ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ರಾಮನಿಗಾಗಿ ಜನ್ಮ.
Ahead and asking what exactly happened in 1992. So Shrikant Pujari stating that I fought only for the cause of Ram Mandir and there was nothing else.
Well, thank you very much, Prajwal and Chiru, for getting us the latest. National Investigation Agency attached the residence of Mushtaq Ahmed and accused in connection with the case of weapon recovery in Chanapura area of Srinagar district. In connection with an illegal mining case, Enforcement Directorate had conducted searches at the residence of former INLD MLA Dilbag Singh in Yamunanagar, Haryana. The search operation at Singh's residence continues for the third consecutive day. The Border Security Force troops stationed at the border detected dropping sound near the border fence in the vicinity of village Dauke in Amritsar. Following a search, the BSF recovered packages suspected to contain heroin weighing over 3 kilograms. The Indian members who were a part of the crew on board the hijacked vessel MV Lily Norfolk have been safely evacuated by the Indian Navy. Indian Navy shared a visual where the crew members thanked Prime Minister Modi for the safe evacuation. Haryana Minister and former captain of Indian hockey team Sandeep Singh appeared before Chandigarh court in connection with the alleged sexual harassment case. On the arrangements for the Ram Temple ceremony, Uttar Pradesh Deputy Chief Minister KP Maurya said that during the Samajwadi Party's rule, Ram devotees were lathi charged, but they will now be warmly welcomed in Ayodhya.
डबल इंजन सरकार के कारण से पूरी अयोध्या को सजाने का काम, विकास करने का काम, और जब इस प्रकार के कोई क्षेत्र का, चाहे वह अयोध्या का हो, चाहे काशी का हो, चाहे मथुरा का हो, जब विकास होता है तो करोड़ों की संख्या में वहाँ तीर्थयात्री आते हैं, और जब करोड़ों तीर्थयात्री आते हैं तो करोड़ों की संख्या में रोजगार सृजित होते हैं। इसके बारे में ये सपा बसपा कांग्रेस जैसे राम विरोधियों को पता ही नहीं है, इसलिए इस प्रकार की बयानबाजी करते हैं। अयोध्या में जो राम भक्त आएंगे 22 जनवरी के बाद उनका हार्दिक स्वागत करते हैं, अभिनंदन करते हैं, उनकी सब प्रकार की व्यवस्था।
As India awaits the mega event on 22nd of January, BJP announced plans to telecast the ceremony of the Ayodhya Ram Temple live on booth level across the country. Ahead of the grand inauguration ceremony of Ayodhya Ram Temple, Uttar Pradesh Prison Minister said that the ceremony will be live streamed in every prison of the state.
कैदी 1,05,000 से ज़्यादा कैदी है इस समय। हमारे मन में ये धारणा आई कि वो भी इस देश के प्रदेश के नागरिक हैं, उनको वो भी इस आयोजन से वंचित न रहें, इसलिए संपूर्ण उत्तर प्रदेश की जेलों में लाइव प्रसारण दिखाया जाएगा। और क्योंकि सभी कैदी पेशेवर अपराधी नहीं हैं, तमाम घटनाएं घट जाती हैं और कैदी बन जाते हैं, इसलिए वो भी इस भव्य आयोजन से वंचित न रहें, इसलिए ये व्यवस्था की जा रही है।
Ahead of the 75th Republic Day, NCC Republic Day Camp 2024 was held at the Karyappa Parade Ground in Delhi Cantonment. NCC Republic Day camp for this year will witness its highest ever involvement of girl cadets, totaling 907 participants. UAE Land Forces contingent comprising of 45 personnel participated in the first edition of the ongoing India-UAE joint military exercise called Desert Cyclone. The exercise aims to enhance its interoperability in sub-conventional operations. Ahead of the Ram Mandir inauguration, AIUDF Chief Badruddin Ajmal is now once again fear-mongering, saying that Muslims must avoid travel by train on 20th of January. Remember, politics over this entire matter has only gained momentum over the last few days, with several political parties as well as a few leaders who have been constantly fear-mongering. And not just that, there was also an attempt that was made by a few political parties to say that the Ram Mandir inauguration is largely political in nature, so much so that it has been completely hijacked by the Bharatiya Janata Party. Listen in to some of the reactions that are coming in.
আমাদের মুসলমান ভাইরা 20 তারিখ থেকে লিয়ে 24-25 তারিখ পর্যন্ত কেউ যে ট্রেনে সফর করে পুরো ভারতবর্ষ এই যে রাম জন্মভূমির মুক্তি রাখা হইল, রামের মুক্তি রাখা হইল, ওই দিন তারা পুরো পৃথিবী দেখতে লাখ লাখ মানুষ আর ভারতবর্ষ থেকে তো ঢাকাইতেছে গাড়ি, বাস, ট্রেন, স্পেশাল ট্রেন, প্লেন সব দিতেছে। এর জন্য বিজেপির প্ল্যান বহুত বড়, এটারে আমরা ফ্লাইং ফেল করতে লাগবো, শান্তি রাখতে লাগবো। আমরা কেউ যে এই কয়েকদিন ট্রেনে সফর এই জিনিসটা একজনে আরেকজনে জানাইয়া দিবেন, নিজের বাড়িতে থাকো, শান্তিতে থাকো, নামাজ পড়ো, আল্লাহর কাছে দোয়া করো। বিজেপি আমাদের সবচেয়ে বড় শত্রু, জানের শত্রু, দিনের শত্রু, ইমানের শত্রু, আজানের শত্রু, মাদ্রাসার শত্রু, মসজিদের শত্রু, মা বোনের পর্দার শত্রু, আমার ইসলামী কানুনের শত্রু, তালাকের শত্রু, এইসব জিনিস যেটা আল্লাহ কোরআনে আমাদের।
Union Minister Giriraj Singh has now hit out saying that the likes of Badruddin Ajmal only want to spread hatred in the society.
सबका साथ सबका विश्वास के साथ चलती है और बदरुद्दीन अजमल को भले नफरत हो बीजेपी से, बीजेपी मुसलमान से नफरत नहीं करती। और आपने देखा होगा वो मुसलमानों को डराएं, धमकाएं, उनमें भ्रम पैदा करें, लेकिन इकबाल अंसारी जो राम जन्मभूमि के पिटिशनर थे, उनके पिताजी, वो जा रहे हैं और पूजा में भी सम्मिलित होंगे। बदरुद्दीन अजमल जैसे लोग ही समाज के लिए, ओवैसी जैसे लोग, बदरुद्दीन अजमल जैसे लोग जो समाज में नफरत फैलाने का केवल काम करते हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी सर्वधर्म में भरोसा रखती है और सर्वधर्म का सम्मान करती है।
Addressing the Viksit Bharat Sankalp Yatra in Thiruvananthapuram, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar hailed Modi ki guarantee and said that this guarantee means good governance and people-centric policies. Let's listen.
External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar addressed Viksit Bharat Sankalp Yatra in Thiruvananthapuram today. The Viksit Bharat Sankalp Yatra has crossed over 10 crore participants in about 50 days. The drive was launched by Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Jharkhand's Khunti on November 15th last year.
I want to say this, that today Modi ki guarantee is something which is not only believed in the country. Modi ki guarantee is also believed in the world. And Modi ki guarantee means good governance. It means people-centric policy. It means what Murli ji spoke about, which is if anybody is in problem abroad.
This is Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Yet another historic feat for Team ISRO as Aditya L1 has successfully injected into the final orbit on the other side. Prime Minister Lodha Team ISRO says India has created yet another landmark.
TV.
सर आप बहुत लकी हैं कि आपके बेटे ने हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस और बाकी सारी फॉर्मेलिटीज टाइम से पूरी कर दी है। अब आप घर जा सकते हैं।
मेरा बेटा?
तो फिर आप?
पॉलिसी बाजार।
क्लेम के टाइम पे हमेशा आपकी हेल्प को तैयार। पॉलिसी बाजार 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 390 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
It's a competitive market and consumers should be spoiled for choices. That's what we always believe. So if you're good, the consumers will choose you. We are already among the top 5 brands globally and in India. Less than 10K. Phantom V Fold, we were the number 2 to bring in the Fold segment, a price which was less than 100K. We were the first to bring a flip phone, which was also the first in the segment. So Techno always is segment first or India first. And all these phones are made in India, made by Indians. So we believe in Digital India, Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Whenever I had ice cream or cold water, I would experience a sharp shooting sensation. So I just kept ignoring it. Even my hot chai was giving me the same amount of discomfort. My dentist recommended Sensodyne. So now I can be completely carefree and sip my hot cup of tea. It really works.
भाई इतनी बड़ी बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स बड़े होने चाहिए। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, जमीन से जुड़े।
Despite the chilly weather and morning fog in the capital city, preparations for the 75th Republic Day Parade continued at the Kartavya Path. This year's Republic Day Parade will feature 2 all-women contingents. Take a look at this report.
In just a few days, India is all set to celebrate the 75th Republic Day. The parade rehearsals are currently underway in full swing at Delhi's Kartavya Path. Republic Day Parade will feature 2 all-women contingents. This contingent will include women Agniveer soldiers from the Navy and Air Force. This year's NCC Republic Day camp will see the largest participation of girl cadets, with a total of 907 girls. PM Modi has formally invited French President Emmanuel Macron to be the chief guest at the 75th Republic Day function. The Delhi police has been conducting mock drills as part of its security preparations for Republic Day. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
On the other side, Car Sevak Shrikant Pujari walks out of jail, says he will visit Ayodhya for inauguration. India lies at war over attack on ED team. Congress demands president's rule in West Bengal.
Tata.tv
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
मेरे भाई अरविंद कुमार की कुछ महीने पहले एक्सीडेंट में डेथ हो गई। उन्होंने पॉलिसी बाजार से टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस लिया हुआ था, जो अब भाभी के घर के खर्च और बच्चों की पढ़ाई में काम आएगा। पॉलिसी बाजार की टीम ने क्लेम दिलवाने में हमारी पूरी मदद की।
क्लेम के टाइम पे आपकी हेल्प के लिए हमेशा तैयार। पॉलिसी बाजार 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 470 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
Just another tycoon. Hustling way too early in the morning. Passing on this happy tune. Helping babies feel at ease. Aw, all kinds of babies. No drive is just another drive when you're in a tycoon. Volkswagen.
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, सस्ती दवाई, अच्छी दवाई, कम से कम 75% डिस्काउंट। अब तक जरूरतमंदों के 23,000 करोड़ रुपए बचे। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
Brace yourselves for a revolutionary leap into the world of news with the Republic World app. We are not merely presenting a news app. We at Republic TV are ushering in a new era of digital news consumption. The Republic World mobile app has the essence of power of breaking news and the heartbeat of our impactful shows seamlessly integrated into a singular dynamic platform for you. Join us, viewers, in an experience that goes beyond conventional news reporting. Don't merely witness the news, become a part of it. Download the Republic World app, now available on both the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Brace yourselves for a revolutionary leap into the world of news with the Republic World app. This is not just an app, viewers, it's a direct conduit to a world of news delivered with unparalleled authority and integrity right at your fingertips. Republic World app is your gateway to the latest updates, live streams and the debates that have become the hallmark of our journalistic prowess. Download Republic World app, available on Google Play Store and Apple App Store.
Tata.tv
कुछ महीने पहले मेरे दोस्त की हेल्थ अचानक खराब हुई और कुछ दिनों में ही उसकी डेथ हो गई। उसने पॉलिसी बाजार से टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस लिया हुआ था। मैंने पॉलिसी बाजार को कांटेक्ट किया। उनकी टीम ने क्लेम दिलाने में उसकी पेरेंट्स की पूरी हेल्प की।
क्लेम के टाइम पे आपकी हेल्प के लिए हमेशा तैयार। पॉलिसी बाजार, 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 470 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
There's a way to open up a world of opportunities with the most reputed companies of the world. The way 98% of our students secured placement last year, with top rankings and coveted accreditation to show for them. The MBA programs at the Amrita School of Business. Admissions have opened. Apply now.
सीएम योगी के नेतृत्व में आज उत्तर प्रदेश $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी बनने की ओर अग्रसर है। अब उत्तर प्रदेश की पहचान देश के अग्रणी राज्य के रूप में हो रही है। देश दुनिया के निवेशकों को ये प्रवेश अपनी बेहतर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, पारदर्शी नीतियों एवं अपार सहूलियतों की वजह से आकर्षित कर रहा है।
हमारी कंपनी ANK बायोमेडिकल सर्विसेज जो है टर्नकी प्रोजेक्ट, हॉस्पिटल एक्रेडिटेशन और बायोमेडिकल क्षेत्र में काम कर रही है। हम अपनी कंपनी के माध्यम से एक वर्ल्ड क्लास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप करने में मदद करते हैं कस्टमर्स और क्लाइंट्स के लिए। पहले इन चीज़ों के लिए हमारे क्लाइंट्स को दूसरे राज्यों का देखना पड़ता था, सहारा लेना पड़ता था, बट अभी ये सारी सर्विसेज उनको यूपी के अंदर ही अवेलेबल है। और मैं उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार का बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ कि प्राइवेट और गवर्नमेंट का जो समागम इस सरकार ने इस क्षेत्र में किया है वो इससे पहले हमने कभी भी देखा नहीं।
गोल्ड का स्टाइलिश पंखा सिर्फ हवा ही नहीं देता, आपके आलीशान घर के कोने कोने में ठंडी हवा के झोंके पहुंचाता है।
कूल फैंस के स्टाइलिश डिजाइन से घर को सुंदर बनाएं। 5 स्टार BLDC कूल फैन से बिजली भी बचाएं।
समय आ गया है घर के पंखे बदलने का और कूल फैंस घर लाने का।
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, सबका अपने पक्के घर का सपना होगा पूरा। 4 करोड़ पक्के घरों का निर्माण, हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
3 से 4 व्हीलर में अपग्रेड तो करना है, पर इसमें से क्या खास बात है?
इसमें एक खासियत हो तो बताएं। टाटा इस गोल्ड पेट्रोल CX में है दमदार इंजन जो दे बढ़िया पिकअप, बड़ी और स्ट्रॉन्ग लोड बॉडी और मेंटेनेंस एकदम कम। तो अब सोचो, समझो और टाटा इस गोल्ड पेट्रोल CX लो।
Where I'm standing, this is the residential complex of Trinamool Congress leader Sheikh Shah Jahan, who allegedly instigated the hooligans to create an attack upon ED officials and also on the CRPF jawans. And all we can see, mansion-like places to live for Sheikh Shah Jahan. This is number 1 house, this is number 2, this is number 3, and total at least 5 number of residents, which all of our mansion likes are in this residential complex. And also we will try to get a reaction from Sheikh Shah Jahan or from his family members. Mr. Shah Jahan, Mr. Sheikh Shah Jahan, Sheikh Shah Jahan, Sheikh Shah Jahan. We can see this is locked from inside, and also we'll go to another mansion-like residential place of.
So, how is the feeling? Telling, how is the feeling? How is the Josh?
If it comes from your side, that will be great, sir. Because every time, whenever you say, how's the feeling, we hear some good news. That's a good thing.
Next is nicer. Next is not nicer. Next is inside 3DS. So, weather satellite, IMD. No, that we are trying, but slightly getting. Come. Okay, good. Yes. So,
sir, first of all, congratulations.
Sir, congratulations. Thank you.
Some information about the success.
See, this today's event was only placing the Aditya L1 in the precise halo orbit. So it was moving towards a higher orbit, but we had to do a little bit of corrections to put it at the right place. So something like a 31 meter per second velocity has to be given cumulatively to the satellite to keep it at the right orientation. So basically it's a halo orbit. It's an orbit which moves around L1 point with a size of 6 lakh kilometer in one direction, 2+ lakh in another dimension, 1 lakh kilometer in another dimension. So it formed like an egg. So in this new orbit it has to be placed, it has to be very precisely put. If we don't do the correction today, it will escape from this point. Okay, we will not allow it to escape if it did not happen. There are some contingencies, but I am only telling mathematically it can escape. So that has been very precisely done. Ultimately what we achieved today is exact placement based on our measurement and very correct prediction of the velocity requirement. The computer decided to cut off at accelerometer based cutoff has happened. So right now it is in our calculation it is in the right place. But we are going to monitor for next few hours to see whether it is at the right place. Then if it is slightly drifted, we may have to do a little bit of correction, and we don't expect that to happen.
How important role this can play, sir? Because as far as understanding the sun is concerned.
See, the scientific aspect of this particular mission has already been well described because it is going to look at the solar coronal mass ejection, CME, basically using a primary instrument called the VELC, which is developed by Indian Institute of Astrophysics. And this will look at the corona part of the sun, almost 3 times its diameter, distance away. And corroborating that, there will be other measurements, which is again by a payload called SUIT, which is going to look at the entire disk of the sun in ultraviolet in various frequency bands, which is already images we have already put out in the website. We also have particle measurements in what is coming out of the sun by the payload called the PAPA. Then we also have X-ray measurements, which is in low energy and high energy X-rays measurement. We also have magnetometer, which looks at the space magnetic field, which is coming because of these ejections. So it is solar wind is essentially the particle emission which is happening. So we look at all of this in a very correlated manner, which is very unique part of this mission.
This is not only a national mission, but also the international community.
See, everybody is looking at it, yeah, because understanding sun is not important for India alone. It's central for the entire global. So this is what precisely after Chandrayaan-3 landing also our Honorable Prime Minister told. Chandrayaan-3 is for the whole of the world, not for India alone. So the solar mission Aditya L1 is also for the whole of this world, for all of us to understand and make use of this scientific importance. So here the impact is on the space weather. You know, space weather is more controlled by such activities, especially the behavior of the sun, which affects our magnetic external fields, and then its impact more on northern latitude and southern latitude, which is more dominant in northern latitudes, and of course southern not much in the equatorial region. So it is more dominant for areas other than India, precisely, to be technically correct. So that way a lot of people are interested to understand this effect. So we look forward to a lot of scientific outcome come in the coming days. At least 5 years of life is guaranteed with the fuel left out in the satellite also. Yes.
So Prime Minister has once again applauded ISRO, and you have given him a gift in this year.
Yeah.
What next?
See, I think his vision has already been outlined very well. I think all of you are aware of it. After the Chandrayaan mission, he was so upbeat about the accomplishment of space agency in India, making all of us proud, making the soft landing on the moon. He said that the impact is so profound in the country as well as within the minds of the young people. So it is the right opportunity that he has outlined a total vision for us in the next 25 years in the Amrit Kal, which is very, very, very ambitious, that we must conduct more and more exploratory missions while we do all the applications and other societally relevant things, like going to moon on a regular manner. Landing on the moon by 2040 is the target given to us with the human being, and bring them back safely, of course. Then build space stations in a systematic manner. From 2028, the first unit should go up. And 2035, we must have an operational space station where people can go and stay and work. This is second goal. So Chandrayaan mission should continue if it has to happen like that. So we are working on various missions to moon, how to bring samples or how to do robotic exploration, how to go around the moon and come back with people. All of this we'll have to plan in a sequential manner. We also have to do scientific missions to Venus, maybe to Mars again, maybe to land on Mars. So all of this we have to do. So it looks like our hand full.
SpaceX also your...
No, SpaceX is a different thing. It's a commercial activity. It's not an activity which I mentioned here. NSIL is a commercial arm. They have a satellite to be launched. So they looked at what is the best commercial way to possible to launch. Huh? Yeah. You are talking about SpaceX or SpaceX? SpaceX, I told the same thing only. So they have engaged into a contract for launching the GSAT-20 now, which is heavier satellite. We cannot launch. So that is a different activity.
So Gaganyaan will be the most crucial thing.
No, as I already told last Exposat launch also, I was telling that Gaganyaan in year 2024 is a Gaganyaan preparatory year and 25 is a Gaganyaan launch year. Okay. So let the preparatory year be filled with a lot of activity for Gaganyaan. We have to launch at least 2 unmanned missions. We have to do 2 test flight missions. We have to do pad abort tests, helicopter door tests. Lot of developments have to happen, including environmental control life support system qualifications. So that means your hands are full at various centers. Shankaran is preparing at URSC the very critical part of the first unit of the service module, and more numbers have to come. And the Narayan and team is working on ECLSS and various propulsion capability for service module, crew module. Lot of tests done in the last years. I think probably you would have already read in our website. And very happy to say that most of the tests are getting completed. Yesterday also there was a test in LPSC on the cryogenic engine to demonstrate its high reliability for Gaganyaan very successfully. Many things we are not announcing. Hundreds of tests are happening. Huh? So
much ahead of time.
Yeah.
How was the mood today, when this was happening?
It is celebration time for us. It is celebration time for us. But when you celebrate, we have equally a moment of work also. Anxious moments. That is out of our textbook now.
साल में सर एक सप्ताह में दूसरी बार एक शानदार फीट का आपने अंजाम दिया है सर इसरो की तरफ से। आज का माहौल क्या था जब ये एक कॉम्प्लेक्स मिशन को आपने अचीव कर?
ये तो एक बहुत बढ़िया कॉम्प्लेक्स मिशन था। इसमें यही बात है कि हमको एक वेरी प्रिसाइसली करना है, हमको जो वेलोसिटी देना है, स्पीड देना है, तो कुछ तो कम ही है, कुछ 31 मीटर्स पर सेकेंड है, तो इतना सा छोटा सा वेलोसिटी है। इफ़ इट्स नॉट करेक्ट वह ये L1 से कहीं दूर जाएंगे, सूर्य से भी दूर जाएंगे। ऐसा नहीं होने देंगे, फिर भी हमें बोलता है कि ऐसे जाएंगे। सो इसके करेक्शन, इसका मेजरमेंट इतना अच्छी तरह होना चाहिए। हमारे ग्राउंड स्टेशन से हमको यही अच्छी तरह मेजर कर सका। और अब इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स है वो ऑन बोर्ड में, जो गायरोस है, एक्सेलरोमीटर्स है, सभी अच्छी तरह काम किए। और एल्गोरिदम भी अच्छा है, मैथमेटिकल कैलकुलेशन है, कॉम्प्लेक्स मैथमेटिकल कैलकुलेशन है, एक ऐसे कैलकुलेट करूँ, यही भी अच्छी तरह किसी समय हमको कर सका। सो इसलिए हमारा रिजल्ट अच्छा होना ही चाहिए।
भारत के लिए अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कम्युनिटी के लिए भी बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है, क्या कहना चाहिए?
अंतर्राष्ट्रीय साइंटिफिक कम्युनिटी से हमें डिस्कशन हो रही है, चर्चा हो रही है। ये डाटा उनको भी के पास भी जाएंगे। हमारे 2 ISDC है और साइंटिफिक डाटा सेंटर है, वहाँ से ये डाटा उनको भी मिलेंगे।
सर ये L1 पॉइंट जो है बहुत अनस्टेबल पॉइंट ऐसा कहते हैं, तो इसको यहाँ पर मेंटेन करने के लिए
ये अनस्टेबल पॉइंट नहीं है, स्टेबल पॉइंट भी है, बट तो इसमें पर्टर्बेशन होते रहते हैं, तो इसलिए हमने कुछ प्रोपेलेंट जो कंजम्पशन होगा। हमारा भी एस्टिमेट है एक साल में 6 किलो प्रोपेलेंट का कंजम्पशन होना चाहिए। तो हमारे उपग्रह में अभी 100 किलोग्राम प्रोपेलेंट है, तो इसलिए इसको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा 5 साल से अधिक लाइफ होना ही चाहिए।
सर और आगे जो है आप किस तरह से रहेगा, खासतौर पर स्टडी की बात करें, जो क्रोमोस्फीयर, फोटोस्फीयर, मैग्नेटिक फील्ड, कोरोना वगैरह, उन सबको कैसे स्टडी किया जाएगा, इसके बाद का जो है क्या जर्नी रहेगा सर?
सो इसमें यही है कि हमारे जो कोरोनल मास इजेक्शन होते हैं सन से, इसके में कोई आफ्टर इफेक्ट्स है, या आफ्टर इफेक्ट से पार्टिकल्स आते हैं, उसमें मैग्नेटिक फील्ड में चेंज जो होते हैं, एक्सरे भी कम आउटपुट होते हैं, ये सभी को हमको मेजर करके एक सिस्टमैटिक इम्पैक्ट है उसको हम मेजर करेंगे। सो फॉर एग्जांपल मैग्नेटिक, सपोज हमको ये सिर्फ मैग्नेटिक मेजरमेंट से कि हम कोरिलेट करेंगे CMC से आता है या नहीं। सो ऐसे 7 इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स है, ऐसे एक उपग्रह कहीं भी नहीं मिला, हमें भी कंस्ट्रक्ट किया है, कहीं भी नहीं लॉन्च किया है। यही उसका बहुत बढ़िया उपलब्धि है।
हमारे इस तरह से अलग होगा सर बाकी जो एस्टैब्लिश्ड ऑब्जर्वेटरीज हैं।
किस तरह से अलग हमारा
जो एडवांटेज है?
कई मिशन होते ही रहते हैं। सोहो है, ये कई साल के पहले हमारी अमेरिका से हुआ था वहाँ, उसके बाद ये होते रहते हैं। सो इसे कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री है, हमको ये मेजरमेंट के बारे में हम भी जानकारी है।
हमारे इंस्ट्रूमेंट मोर अपडेटेड हैं
ये मुझसे ऐसे नहीं कर सकते, अपडेट के बारे में कुछ भी नहीं कर सकते। हमारा इंस्ट्रूमेंट तो बहुत अच्छा है, इसको मेजरमेंट को हमने जो टारगेट किया है उसे अचीव करेंगे।
सर लास्ट क्वेश्चन, प्रधानमंत्री हमेशा इसरो के साथ रहे, मोटिवेट करते रहे, ये मिशन के बाद प्रधानमंत्री
आपने वो लिखा हुआ उनका ट्वीट, उसके ट्वीट में हमको कंग्रेचुलेट किया है, हमको यही आदेश दिया है कि हम जो आउटलाइन है तो विजन तो आउटलाइन है उसके कर लीजिए, पूरा सपोर्ट देने के हम हमारे साथ ही रहते हैं। आज तो उनको होना ही चाहिए था, पर फिर उनके बहुत बढ़िया काम और भी है, इसी नहीं है, स्पेस का भी नहीं। सो इसलिए हमने जो आशीर्वाद दो दिया है हमको, बहुत खुश हुआ इसी के। हमने
चांद हो गया, सूर्य हो गया, अगला क्या सब
और कई ग्रह ना हमको वीनस है, मार्स है, जुपिटर है, नेपट्यून है, प्लूटो अभी भी है या नहीं हम जो जाएंगे हम तो एक प्लानट बनाएंगे। हम लोग एक स्पेस स्टेशन बनाता हूँ, ये स्पेस स्टेशन है हमारा प्लानट, तो हम कभी जाके हमारा इंस्ट्रूमेंट शुरू हो चुका है, हमें अनाउंस करेंगे कैसे होते हैं, कैसे ड्राइंग होते हैं, ये सभी लोग इसमें ही जुड़ा है। शंकरन है, नारायण है, उस प्रोपल्शन के बारे में चर्चा हो रही है। ये तो रिव्यू अगले एक हफ्ते में होते रहते हैं। थैंक यू
सर। 2 मिनट का सर
हो रहा 2 मिनट सर 2 मिनट नया साल।
अरे सब ले लेंगे
So we've just heard the first detailed response that's coming in from ISRO. The chairman there speaking more of the kind of journey that has gone behind Aditya L1, and he says this is just the beginning. There are many other missions that the team wishes to fulfill, and their endeavor to study the space and the many secrets will continue. On the other side, we continue to get you more details of a historic feat for Team ISRO, as Aditya L1 now has successfully been injected into the final orbit. What does that mean? Details when we come back.
Tata.tv। हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली, जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
It's a competitive market and consumers should be spoiled for choices. That's what we always believe. So if you're good, the consumers will choose you. We are already among the top 5 brands globally and in India. Less than 10K. Phantom V Fold, we were the number 2 to bring in the fold segment, a price which was less than 100K. We were the first to bring a flip phone, which was also the first in the segment. So Techno always is segment first or India first. And all these phones are made in India, made by Indians. So we believe in Digital India, Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Just another tycoon. Hustling way too early in the morning. Passing on this happy tune. Helping babies feel at ease. Aw, all kinds of babies. No drive is just another drive when you're in a tycoon. Volkswagen.
Now, the Adani Total Gas and Shrigan Quantum Technologies are joining forces to fuel India's decarbonization drive. The partnership aims to ditch petrol, diesel, and to embrace cleaner alternatives like the CNG and LNG across multiple sectors. The dynamic duo will be exploring retrofitting existing engines in transportation and mining for cleaner operations. Adani's fleet in cement, ports and logistics is set to get a green makeover. Shrigan's expertise will also target stationary engines, locomotives and even marine equipment. They are also looking into e-mobility solutions for last-mile delivery and greener fuel options like hydrogen, reducing the carbon footprints, boosting sustainability and inspiring positive change across industries. That's the power of the partnership. On the other side, Car Sevak Shrikant Pujari walks out of jail, says he will visit Ayodhya for the inauguration. Also, the INDA allies at war of the attack on the ED team in Bengal, the Congress calling for the president's rule in the state.
Brace yourselves for a revolutionary leap into the world of news with the Republic World app. This is not just an app, viewers. It's a direct conduit to a world of news delivered with unparalleled authority and integrity right at your fingertips. Republic World app is your gateway to the latest updates, live streams, and the debates that have become the hallmark of our journalistic prowess. Download Republic World app, available on Google Play Store and Apple App Store.
Tata.tv.
The first Vibrant Gujarat in Amrit Kal, the Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024 is set to take place. Infinite opportunities to meaningfully engage with Bharat and the world will unfold on this globally acclaimed future-ready platform. The last 20 glorious years of Vibrant Gujarat, a role model for the country, have infused us with new confidence, reinforcing our belief and conviction that Gujarat can achieve anything for the nation and the world. As we embark on the journey of shaping the future and building a modern, developed nation in the Amrit Kal, Vibrant Gujarat will prove to be the growth engine for this journey, because today Gujarat is future ready. On 10th of January, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will inaugurate Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024, ushering in an era of Industry 4.0. The country's largest global trade show will open a day earlier, on January 10th, where fruitful discussions will be held on the infinite possibilities of production in the aircraft sector. the potential of Dholera, and Global FinTech Hub at GIFT, along with brainstorming sessions on Vikasit Bharat at 2047. On January 11th, the discussions will revolve around game changers of the modern nation, such as semiconductor electronics, startups, e-commerce, tech ed, EV mobility. And on January 12th, Gujarat will engage in discussions with the world on technology, MSME, innovation and sustainability. The gateway to the future awaits your presence. Welcome to Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024.
इस दुनिया में बस हम दो हैं, दुनिया जिनकी दीवानी है। आ रहे हैं हम दोनों।
जहाँ यादगार होता है हर एक किस्सा। इको रिट्रीट ओडिशा।
Stop at nothing. That's a key word for techno, and I'm being associated with techno last 3 months, and I'm really happy because the way it has picked up in last few months and where it is today, everything is made here in India. And I'm associated with a brand which is absolutely Hamara Bharat. So I'm happy with it. Whoever my fans are, please go and buy Techno Mobiles. It's a phone which gives you way more features in a price I don't think any other brand would, any other mobile brand would give you that in that price. So please go ahead and buy Techno Mobiles.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Saturday edition of This Is Exclusive with me, Shavan. Ladies and gentlemen, yet another historic feat that has been achieved by Team ISRO. India's first solar mission is now successful. It has entered the final orbit. We'll get to all this and much more on this edition of This Is Exclusive. But up first, these are the headlines we're tracking for you at this hour. Yet another historic feat for Team ISRO as Aditya L1 is successfully injected into final orbit. Prime Minister Lord's Team ISRO says India has created yet another landmark.
এই জিনিসটা এখানে আরেকজনকে জানাই দিবেন নিজের বাড়িতে থাকো শান্তিতে থাকো নামাজ পড়ো আল্লাহর কাছে দোয়া করো
Ahead of Ram Mandir inauguration, AIUDF fearmongers with don't travel by train remark. Karsevak Shrikant Pujari walks out of jail, says he will visit Ayodhya for inauguration.